Chapter 457. While Arhut Baosheng was fighting a fierce battle outside, Wuxia was too lazy to pay any attention to him. His cultivation base was at least 33rd tier Heaven Immortal. Facing these human soldiers who had lost their commander, even if there were several tens of thousands of soldiers guarding this place, they would not be able to hurt even a single hair of Arhut Baosheng. After driving away the few Yu Dynasty officials who were guarding in front of the west entrance, Wuxia pushed open the heavy stone door and walked into the hall. The hall measured 1,000 feet in both width and length, and was only about 70 to 80 feet tall. It was built entirely with black stones, and the lamplight in the hall was dim, giving it a very depressing atmosphere. In the corners of the hall where the lamplight could not reach, there seemed to be some kind of ghost, sighing faintly and silently. There were 24 stone pillars in the hall, each as thick as two people holding their arms around it. On top of these pillars were hung the skulls of strange beasts, which added a gloomy and murderous atmosphere to the hall. Wuxia frowned. This hall had a history of at least 10,000 years. It was dimly lit all year round, and very few people came here. That was why it had accumulated such a strong, energy. Presumably, the general who guarded this place had the intention to maintain such a situation. In such an environment, even a Heaven Immortal would feel depressed when he came here, and he could take the opportunity to ask for a few more energy stones, which was more or less an extra profit. Wuxia smiled as he saw through the purpose of the Grand Hall's layout, then came straight to the center of the hall. Four white jade pillars, each as thick as a water tank, stood towering in the center of the hall. They were about 50 feet apart from each other, forming a square space. Nearly 1,000 upper-grade energy stones were inlaid on the jade pillars, and golden runes were densely arranged on them. Wuxia scanned through these golden runes with his divine will. Each rune was smelted using a few rare and precious materials, and had an excellent effect of guiding energy and resisting the pressure of space. Four prismatic crystals were hovering in the air in the center of the jade pillars. They were pale green in color, glinting faintly and brightly, illuminating the small space. In the center of the four crystals was a strange stone about the size of a human head. It seemed colorless, but if one were to look closely, it seemed to contain countless colorful lights and shadows, and vaguely, strange noises could be heard coming out from it. Profound sound divine stone. Wuxia smiled. This piece of dark music god stone was worth tens of thousands of celestial stones. This type of dark tune divine stone was extremely rare. Even in the scroll of stealing, there were only 13 extremely dangerous places that could produce dark tune divine stone. It was fine if it was just dangerous. Naturally, there were powerful beings who could easily enter those dangerous places to mine the mystic sound divine stone. The problem was that the mystic sound divine stone required extremely harsh conditions and an extremely long period of time to be nurtured by the power of heaven and earth. This was something that not even the most powerful beings could pull up seedlings to help them grow. The so-called market value of tens of thousands of immortal stones was only the so-called market price. On the other hand, which power that truly obtained a piece of profound sound divine stone would be willing to exchange it for immortal stones? It was best to have such a strategic resource in hand. After carefully examining the complicated array map drawn on the floor of the Great Hall, Wuxia exercised his mystic eyes of universe. After confirming that the array map had only drawn a layer on the surface of the floor and did not go deep into the ground, Wuxia felt relieved and nodded. Since that was the case, he could take away the entire voice-transmitting formation. Apart from the dark tune divine stone in the center, the four sky crystals surrounding it were also valuable items, and the four jade pillars carved from the spirit-suppressing dark jade were even more valuable. The total cost of building this voice-transmitting formation was more than 100,000 immortal stones. After spending so much time swindling people and kidnapping people, the total number of immortal stones in Wuxia's hands was less than 1,000. Glancing around, Wuxia waved his hand and sprinkled out a large number of primordial runes. The primordial runes condensed from his energy flickered in the air for a while, then merged with the surrounding void and laid out several dozens of invisible, soundproofing restrictive spells. The air had also begun to twist slightly. When outsiders looked at this place, unless they had cultivated a magical ability like the mystic eyes of universe, there was no way they could see Wuxi's figure clearly. Quickly activating the voice transmitting formation, the four sky crystals burst out with a strong light, agitating the dark tuned divine stone and emitting a strange sound. Wuxi pressed his right hand on a sky crystal and quickly used his divine sense to communicate with the formation runes inscribed in the sky crystal, transmitting a strange energy fluctuation frequency into it. The dark tuned divine stone let out a soft, buzzing sound, and the surrounding spirit-suppressing dark jade pillars burst out with an intense light. A huge amount of spiritual energy was extracted from the upper-grade spirit stones and continuously injected into the formation underground. In an instant, an extremely small gap was torn open in the void. Following the energy fluctuation frequency that Wuxi had transmitted into it, the voice transmitting formation set up at the core of the Green City Mountain Gate in the extremely distant Xianxia heavenly realm was activated. A white mist rose from the voice transmitting formation, and a hazy figure of a white-bearded Taoist appeared in the white mist. "What's the matter?" the white-bearded Taoist asked quickly and hastily. The voice transmitting formation consumed a huge amount of energy, as just a few words would cost several hundred upper-grade energy stones. Even though all the immortal sects were wealthy and powerful, such a consumption was still extremely painful. Therefore, all the executing disciples of the immortal sects who controlled the voice transmitting formation had learned how to transmit the largest amount of information with the simplest words. "It's an important matter, Reverend Liang." Wuxi answered the Taoist question with a few simple words. "Shut down the formation, Reverend Liang," said the Taoist immediately. The voice transmitting formation dimmed abruptly, and a crisp explosion was heard coming from the spirit-suppressing dark jade pillars behind him. During the short exchange between Wuxi and the white-bearded Taoist, an upper-grade energy stone had completely depleted all its energy and exploded. Wuxi could not help but twitch his lips. Sure enough, the voice-transmitting formation was a huge consumer of energy stones. How could ordinary small clans afford it? It was no wonder that Yuan Hua sect did not deploy a voice-transmitting formation like this. They simply did not have the capital to use such a luxurious item. Of course, Yuan Hua sect did not have the capital to build a voice-transmitting formation either. About 10 breaths of time later, the voice-transmitting formation lit up once again, and a middle-aged Taoist appeared amidst the white mist above it. The Taoist had an elegant and handsome appearance, and when Wuxi laid his eyes on him, he actually had a misconception that he was the most gorgeous man among all the beauties. The Taoist was simply too good-looking. Not only did he have the face of a handsome man, each of his eyebrows, each strand of his hair, every frown, and every smile were perfect. There was nothing that one could find fault with. Even the wisp of beard on his chin did not make him look old, but added a sense of grace and steadiness to him. As for the wisp of beard, Wuxi gave it a quick glance. Every single strand of beard was dark and shiny, without any blemish. Junior Greed offers greeting, Senior. Wuxi cupped his fist and bowed deeply to Reverend Liang. "What is it? Tell me quickly." Reverend Liang put on a straight face and did not waste his breath on Wuxi, but asked him the reason for activating the voice-transmitting formation. Wuxi beckoned to the side. A celestial fiend puppet transformed into Shui Yi and came before the voice-transmitting formation. Reverend Liang opened his eyes slightly as he nodded and said, "Ah, Shui Yi. What is it? Tell me quickly." "Strange. Why didn't you bring the voice-transmitting formation to Panga continent? This magic formation of yours is rented from Yu Dynasty, isn't it?" Shui Yi cupped his fist and bowed deeply, then told Reverend Liang the whole story with the quickest speed and the simplest words. Reverend Liang was overjoyed when he heard that. He was too lazy to pay attention to the personal struggle between Taoist Yunzong and Taoist Yunzong, and asked excitedly, if that is the case, an area 1 million miles around He City could become a mansion of Green City. It is not a possibility, Wuxia answered respectfully. It has already become a mansion of Green City. As long as I, together with Reverend Sanlu, announce it to the people around He City, we will be able to make Green City occupy an area 1 million miles around He City in a reasonable manner and claim the entire Enlu County. Wuxia paused for a brief moment, then smiled bitterly and said, the only trouble is. Reverend Liang waved his hand in a heroic manner, then laughed and said, isn't the only trouble Patriarch Xian of Dark Palace? There's no need to be greedy with them. I'll now invite the few elders to Pangda Continent to attend the opening ceremony of Green City Mansion. If Patriarch Xian has something to say, let him come to me. After a brief moment of pondering, Reverend Liang said seriously, of course, before we arrive, you have to be very careful. Do not let that junior Muji plot against you. There's a great difference between immortals and fiends, and Huiming Heavenly Realm is very far away from Xianyang Heavenly Realm. If you are harmed, even Green City will not be able to ask for justice from Dark Palace. If that is the case, and He City will not be fated with Green City, Wuqi and Chi Shui cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Taoist greed? Reverend Liang said happily, you've done well, very well. Since you admire Green City so much, when I go to He City, I'll take you as my personal disciple. Your contribution is worthy of such a reward. Wuqi cupped his fists and bowed deeply once again. Taoist Liang roared with laughter, then turned off the voice transmitting formation. It was his last 3 laughs that depleted the energy of 2 upper-grade energy stones, causing them to explode and shatter into pieces. As soon as the formation was turned off, Wuqi stretched out his hand and unleashed several dozens of restrictive spells, sealing the entire formation. After that, he twisted his body, and 3 celestial fiend puppets rushed out from his body. Together with Shui they stood around the formation, thrusting their hands into the ground. With a light snort, they pulled out the ground 100 feet in circumference. A beam of black light shot out from the black dragon spirit ring and shone onto the voice transmitting formation. Then, Wuqi placed the entire formation into it. After a few loud laughs, Wuqi retracted all the celestial fiend puppets and rushed out of West Hall. Corpses were strewn everywhere outside the hall. At least 10,000 soldiers were killed on the spot. Huge cracks and holes could be seen everywhere on the ground. Arhut Baosheng was laughing as he received a large storage bracelet from a few black-clothed officials. His face fell when he saw Wuqi rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the storage bracelet and spun, preparing to leave. Not allowing Arhut Baosheng to flee, Wuqi came before him with a blink. He opened his mouth and spat out the acquired Earth Spirit Pearl with a loud, buzzing sound, rolling up a monstrous magnetic force and smashing it out. The gravity in the surroundings suddenly increased by 1,000 times. Arhut Baosheng's body turned stiff, and his flying speed suddenly became no different than an ordinary human walking. With his face turning pale, Arhut Baosheng forced a smile and handed the bracelet over to Wuqi. Fellow Taoist, this is... Wuqi took the bracelet with a carefree attitude, then stared at Arhut Baosheng and said with a cold smile, I thought you would run away with the money. Arhut Baosheng's eyes went wide as he cried out furiously, a disciple of the Buddhist League never lies. Since we have agreed on a 60-40 split, how could I do that? You damn Taoist. Wuqi moved very quickly. While Arhut Baosheng was trying to cover his embarrassment with words, Wuqi suddenly glared at him. A beam of purple light flew out from his wrist and tied up Arhut Baosheng tightly. Not waiting for Arhut Baosheng to break free from the spirit-restricting rope, Wuqi picked up a golden axe he robbed from Mr. Gold and swung it down forcefully. Suddenly, a lotus flower burst out from Arhut Baosheng's body, pushing the spirit-restricting rope far away. However, when Wuxia swung the axe down, it still landed on his shoulder, nearly severing his arm. Wuxia snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, he tore the black cloth covering Arhut Baosheng's face, then spun and left. Arhut Baosheng stamped his feet and cursed furiously, while Wuxia burst out laughing from a distance. I am Arhut Baosheng, the disciple of the 3 lotus thrones and 6 arms demon, subduing great Bodhisattva, a disciple of the great solar, brilliant Buddha of the great solar heavenly mirror. Amidst Arhut Baosheng's exasperated roar, Wuxia had long fled far away. Chapter 458. After tricking Arhut Baosheng before leaving, Wuxia was laughing all the way. As for whether Arhut Baosheng would kill him or flee after hearing the news, it was none of his business. As Wuxia had shouted with all his strength, all the several million people inside and outside of Xianxia Immortal Pass had heard him. How could Arhut Baosheng kill so many people in Xianxia Immortal Pass? After laughing all the way, Wuxia opened the storage bracelet and gave it a glance with his divine will. What he saw made Wuqi's heart twitch violently. The general who guarded Xianxia Immortal Pass was so fat. There was a huge pile of immortal stones in the bracelet, and none of them were below middle-grade energy stones. Instead, they were all upper-grade and supreme-grade energy stones. In total, there were more than 500,000 upper-grade energy stones. Since Xianxia was the overseer of Xianxia Immortal Pass, all those who came and went would have a layer of skin flayed. On top of that, he took a commission from Xianxia Immortal Square, collected taxes, and received a gift from others, so these energy stones were really not a lot. As Xianxia Immortal Pass was a huge place, all the cultivators from the surrounding 300 provinces would come here to trade. How huge would the annual trade volume be? It was a pity that the energy stones in Xianxia Immortal Pass's storehouse had to be submitted to Yu Dynasty's national treasury every 3 years. Otherwise, Wuqi's harvest would be even greater. He took a deep breath. The amount of energy stones and immortal stones in the bracelet was nearly 10 times more than Wuqi's entire wealth. For a moment, Wuxia felt that he should go to the other few immortal passes and immortal squares established by Yu Dynasty to test the waters. If it was convenient for him, he really wanted to rob all of them. Smacking his lips, he shoved all the energy stones and immortal stones, as well as other precious items that piled up like a mountain into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. After that, Wuxia let the ring devour the storage bracelet as well, completely destroying all the evidence. With a sway of his body, his Taoist robe, undergarments, boots, socks, and even the hairband on his head were ripped to shreds. The Black Dragon Spirit Ring spat out a brand-new moon-white Taoist robe, a pair of white deerskin boots, and a towering crown inlaid with gold and jade on his head. He tied a jade belt around his waist, held a Rui scepter carved out of spirit jade in his hand, and had a horsetail whisk made of heavenly worm silk with a handle made of purple gold inserted into his collar. After that, he changed his appearance and transformed into a Taoist with a fair and clean face. Quietly, he exercised his cultivation technique and released a tiny bit of the fiend energy from his inferno nether nascent soul. Together with the cold energy exuded by the fake nascent soul who was cultivating the Darkian water scripture, he was shrouded in an immense evil aura and a threatening cold air. Coupled with his magnificent appearance, anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was not someone to be trifled with. After that, he assumed a stance of keeping everyone away from him, then stepped on a cloud and flew quickly towards any city. When he was about to reach the shore of the Great Lake, Wuxia suddenly thought of Feng Qingwu, whom he bumped into on his way here. After hesitating for a brief moment, Wuxia took a detour, planning to detour around the 10,000 miles wide forbidden zone set by Feng Qingwu and her people. He did not want to bump into that unruly girl again and get himself into trouble for no reason. But when trouble came knocking on his door, it was useless to avoid it. Wuxia kept a great distance away from the place where he had a conflict with Feng Qingwu. As a result, He took a detour of over 30,000 miles, and right when he stepped onto the shore of the lake, a large shadow loomed over Wuqi's head. Raising his head in surprise, Wuqi saw a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 10 miles, struggling to fly past him. The bird's mouth was wide open, yet it could not make any sound. Several dozens of thick iron chains stretched out of its mouth, each several hundred miles long and taut, and were being pulled by a group of burly longbowmen men in the distance. Several thousand longbowmen were roaring and yelling the battle cry of a golden-armored general, while pulling the iron chains with all their strength. The long iron chains were stretched so tight that they produced creaking noises. Occasionally, they would bump into each other and send up large amounts of fire sparks. Every single longbowman had the strength to carry a mountain, but even with the combined strength of several thousand longbowmen, they were still dragged by the gigantic bird, sliding step by step towards Wuqi. Obviously, these longbowmen were not a match for the gigantic bird. Even with the combined strength of several thousand of them, they were still weaker than the gigantic bird. Wuqi was struck dumb. The gigantic bird flying over his head had a wingspan of over 10 miles, and its entire body was covered with long, pale green feathers that looked almost colorless. Strong gusts of wind wheeled swiftly around the gigantic bird, shrouding it in a thick layer of wind. The feathers of the gigantic bird were fluttering along with the strong wind, especially the 3/10 of miles long feathers on its tail, which were sparkling with a dazzling green light. Every time the feathers moved, tens of hundreds of miles tall whirlwinds would silently rise from the ground. The gigantic bird was so huge, and the wind was so violent. But when the gigantic bird was flying and the strong wind was blowing, not even the slightest sound could be heard. The bird, the wind, seemed to be a part of the atmosphere. It and the strong wind it caused had completely merged with the sky and the atmosphere. Therefore, when it was flying and the strong wind rolled, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Every time the gigantic bird flapped its wings, it would emit an indescribably beautiful aura that faintly matched the nature and the universe. It made Wuqi's heart twitch, as if he had peeped into a trace of the secret of the world. This was the legendary divine bird, the gale. According to the legends, this kind of bird spent its entire life flying in the sky and would never land on the ground unless it was dead. They flew proudly in the sky millions of miles above the ground, hunting flood dragons flying in the sky as their food. The supreme experts of the gale could even hunt and kill heavenly dragons and even feed on true dragons. Obviously, the gale flying over Wuqi's head was just a rookie who had just reached adulthood. Its overall strength was only equal to an ordinary heaven immortal. It was struggling by relying on the innate divine ability of controlling the wind, as well as the innate divine strength of the Gale clan. If it were an experienced adult Gale, it would have the power to wipe out several thousand longbowmen in an instant. Only a rookie who had just reached adulthood would be tempted by the aroma of roasted flood dragons and great pythons placed on the surface of the ocean, and would excitedly soar down from the safe sky millions of miles above the ground, devour several dozens of roasted flood dragons and great pythons in one gulp, and have their throats hooked by special iron hooks, plunging them into such an embarrassing situation. However, according to the arrangement Wuqi saw when he came here, these iron chains were nailed to the reef with iron stakes. But now they had turned into a gale, dragging several thousand longbowmen in a desperate struggle. Apparently, the gale had been struggling for a long time, and the iron stakes had been broken by it. While Wuqi was absent-mindedly sizing up the gale, which contained an endless power, Feng Qingwu's hoarse and furious roar was suddenly heard coming from behind. "Taoist, stop this beast, and I'll reward you handsomely. As long as you cooperate with us and capture this gale alive, Prefecture Overseer will definitely reward you with endless benefits." Wuqi turned to look over his shoulder and saw Feng Qingwu riding a Pegasus in a sorry state, leading nearly 1,000 cavalrymen and running wildly towards him. Her armor was torn and tattered, exposing large patches of snow-white skin in many places, and some had deep wounds that kept oozing out blood. Her left arm hung loosely at her side, and, judging from the way it was swaying, it must have been broken at the shoulder. The cavalrymen behind Feng Qingwu were in an even worse state. Many of them were missing noses and eyes, and their bodies were covered in blood. They looked as miserable as one could imagine. At first glance, this group of cavalrymen was exactly what Wuxia described as a defeated army. Perhaps it was because Wuxia did not follow Feng Qingwu's order to stop the gale immediately. Feng Qingwu's face twisted ferociously as she cried out, "You bastard! Do you want to die, you Taoist? Quickly stop the gale, or else I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and wipe out your entire sect." This line again? Wuxia shook his head. Who exactly was the one who had spoiled this woman to be so arrogant? However, Wuxia was too lazy to argue with this woman. He rode a cloud and flew several hundred feet up into the sky, then threw out a lower-grade magical flying sword lazily. A 3-foot-long sword beam that was neither white nor grayish flew out in a crooked manner towards the gale's buttocks. But when the sword beam was still 3 to 5 miles away from the gale, it was blown away by a strong gust of wind. Amidst the strong gust, countless wind blades twisted and turned the flying sword Wuxia threw out into a dozen pieces of scrap metal, falling to the ground. Biting his own lip, Wuxia cried out, what a powerful bird!" Then he opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wuxia retracted the cloud and fell to the ground, trembling and unable to get up for a long time. All Wuxia wanted to do was to put on an act and fool Feng Qingwu. He did not want to be involved in this mess. He did not have any friendship with the Gale, and he had a grudge with Feng Qingwu. So he just wanted to stay out of it. Therefore, he fell to the ground, crying and wailing, holding his buttocks and twisting his body like a wounded caterpillar. Feng Qingwu rode up to him, staring fixedly at the Gale. She did not even look at Wuxia as she scolded in a low voice, "Useless trash!" With a loud shout, Feng Qingwu pulled out a javelin from a leather quiver hanging next to the saddle, then casually threw it towards Wuxia's chest. Wuxia was struck dumb. Why did this woman want to kill him? At least, he had shot out a flying sword just now, which had helped her a little in terms of face. But how could she kill him just like that? Frowning, Wuxia twisted his body and slid over 10 feet away like a swimming fish, dodging the javelin just in time. The javelin, which was made of metal, was heavily shot down and was inserted into the solid rock ground more than a foot deep. Feng Qingwu turned to look at Wuxia with a surprised expression, then said with a cold grin, "You do have some abilities. But how dare you dodge my attack?" Pointing a finger at Wuxia, Feng Qingwu cried out coldly, "A few of you go and kill this trash. Search his soul and find a location of his sect. After that, kill every single member of his sect." The few cavalrymen brought here by Feng Qingwu answered, then rode towards Wuxia. They pulled out their heavy battle axes and swords and swung them down forcefully towards Wuxia. Shrill whistles of wind breaking echoed out as a dozen of axes and swords thrust, whistling through the air, shooting straight towards Wuxia's vital parts. Wuxia flew into a rage and snapped, "Crazy woman, is your brain filled with water? Lao Tzu was helping you to kill this bird just now." With a teleportation, Wuxia evaded the few cavalrymen's attack, then came next to Feng Qingwu with a flash. Flipping his hand, he threw out a thunderbolt towards her face. Shocked, Feng Qingwu spun around and cursed, "Are you pretending, you filthy Taoist?" Right at this moment, Gale's body suddenly froze in midair. Then 3 long feathers behind its tail swung out and smashed down viciously towards Feng Qingwu. 3 black gusts of wind, each one 100 miles long, came crashing down soundlessly with a suffocating pressure. As Wuxia was right next to Feng Qingwu, he was enveloped by the gusts as well. Chapter 459. When the chain was broken, the Gale swallowed a few times happily, then swallowed the iron hook in its mouth, along with a section of the chain. Drops of blood trickled out from the corner of its mouth. Its mouth and throat were cut by the iron hook, and now that it had swallowed the hook, the wound was exposed, and the blood was oozing out. The gale gave Wuxia a deep look, then threw its head back and let out a joyful cry. After that, it flapped its wings and produced a strong gust of wind. Within an area of 1,000 miles in circumference, a whirlwind of black dragons emerged from the ground and shot straight up into the sky. The bodies of nearly 1,000 men disintegrated in midair, and everything in their bodies turned into wind and air. As the tail feathers of the gale shook slightly, the air sprayed in all directions. Their bodies, their armors and robes, their weapons and ornaments, everything was eroded by the strong wind, turning into invisible gusts that swirled wildly in the sky. The tiger fawn spear was 16 feet long, as thick as a bowl, and its tiger-shaped spearhead was 3 feet and 6 inches long. It brought up a strong gust of wind, roaring like a ferocious tiger as it pierced through the air with a large sheet of golden gleam. When the tip of the spear was still 70 to 80 feet away from Wuxia, the spear intent had already ripped Wuxia's Taoist robe, exposing a large patch of skin and flesh. The black dragon's eyes lit up slightly. He gave Wuxia a glance. Then the corner of his huge mouth curved up into a bizarre smile. 9 tinkling noises rang out, followed by a deep, muffled ring of a bronze bell. A dark cloud drifted over from the north in a seemingly slow and light manner. On top of the cloud was a heaven dragon, about 8 miles long, with a cultivation base of a 28th tier heaven immortal. Between the 2 dragon horns on the head of the black dragon was a heavy, ancient-looking, square-shaped hall built with huge black stones. 18 black stone pillars were erected at the entrance of the hall. The tops of these pillars were sunken and filled with kerosene, and the pale green flame rose several tens of feet high, casting a dark green hue on the black dragon's body. The strong wind stirred up by the 3 tail feathers of the gale dissipated, and Feng Qingwu, who was suppressed by the gale and could not move, rose to her feet with a pale face, then dropped to her knees and kowtowed respectfully to the north. One after another, the longbow men who were yelling and pulling the iron chains dropped to their knees, respectfully touching their foreheads to the ground. Wuxia threw his head back and laughed. Go, don't stay on the ground. A divine beast like you should soar above the 9th heaven. Why you have to be so greedy? Go back and let your old man spank your butt. Ha ha ha. Quickly run away. Wuxia used the wind to fly lightly in the air and was about to escape on his sword light. He laughed wildly at Feng Qingwu, who was struggling bitterly in the storm, and said, "Woman, don't think that everyone under the heaven will do as you please. Who do you really think you are?" At this moment, Feng Qingwu had transformed from an awe-inspiring general into a pug that wagged its tail and begged for its master's love. Wuxia glanced at the black dragon. This big fellow could tell that Wuxia had cultivated the dragon transformation script. Any living beings who possessed the bloodline of dragons and cultivated the dragon transformation script would emanate an aura that only pure-blooded dragons could sense. Wuxia did not deliberately restrain the aura, and that was why the black dragon had discovered the secret of Wuxia's body. What kind of frightening power was this? Wuxia's eyes shone brightly, and a dense fiend energy burst out from all over his body, transforming into a dark wall that shielded him within. Strong dark green winds kept blowing soundlessly around him, silently but determinately attacking the inferno hell wind unleashed by Wuxia. However, the fiend energy contained a more brutal, corrosive, and devouring power than the wind. The wind was gradually melted away, while the fiend energy began to struggle after devouring the wind. "Young master, why did you come here in person?" Feng Qingwu's voice had turned sweet, as if there was a piece of royal jelly in her throat. The sweetness gave Wuxia goosebumps, and the flattering, and servile tone in her voice was full of flattery, and servility. Wuxia had a feeling that she only lacked a tail. As long as she had a tail, she would definitely try her best to wave it like a fan. Feng Qingwu's body was trembling slightly. She raised her head and gave Wuxia a flattering smile. At that moment, Wuqi even thought he was hallucinating. He had met Feng Qingwu twice, and both times she was so arrogant, cold, and insufferably arrogant. How could she have such a flattering smile on her face? Shivering, Feng Qingwu pressed her forehead against the ground and said with a stammering voice, It's almost done. But this puffy-haired Taoist interrupted. He cut the chain and let Galewind escape. 3 of Galewind's tail feathers smashed down, and Feng Qingwu's face turned pale instantly. With great difficulty, Feng Qingwu raised her head, and when she saw that Wuqi could actually remain unscathed after being struck by Galewind, and was not killed by it, she could not help but cry out in joy, "That puffy-haired Taoist! Quickly capture this Galewind, and I'll reward you handsomely. Gold, silver, jewelry, beautiful girls. As long as you want it, there's nothing I can't give you." Those long bow people were trembling, and none of them dared to raise their heads. The young man turned his head slightly and stared coldly at Wuqi. He gave Wuqi a once-over, then suddenly laughed mockingly and said, "Feng Qingwu, are you trying to shirk your responsibility? How could a mere peak-stage, nascent soul cultivator break the dragon fishing hook, which is forged with 10 types of wicked metals and quenched with dragon blood? How could a little Taoist like him own an immortal item? How could he control an immortal item? Do you think I'm an idiot?" 3 drumbeats later, a total of 360 huge bone talismans, each measuring 1,000 feet in length and 80 feet in width and pieced together using some unknown white bone armor, rose from all directions. Blinding grayish-white light blanketed the void, and the air around Wuqi froze abruptly, while all teleportation spells were broken. The celestial scarlet fiend escape Art Wuqi had just exorcised was broken, and the inferno hell fiend energy condensed in his body was thrown into a state of chaos. The turbulent inferno energy exploded inside his body and brought a severe pain to Wuqi's meridians. A light clang rang out. Amidst the nearly 100 golden-armored men standing on the back of the black dragon, a burly man holding a tiger fang spear flashed and came before Wuqi. He spun the spear and thrust it straight towards the root of Wuqi's thigh. A clear cry rang out. Borrowing the tremendous force, the gale soared into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, its huge body smashed through layers of clouds in just a blink of an eye, then disappeared into the sky with ease. The young master sized up Wuqi for a while, then sneered and said, "Using teleportation spells with a cultivation base of nascent soul realm? That is possible. Fellow Taoist, may I ask, who is your master, and which primordial immortal is your disciple?" Wuqi was taken aback, but with a twist of his body, he fled to one side. With a blink of his body, Wuqi had fled tens of miles away, barely avoiding the direct impact of the gale's tail feathers. Wrapped in a strong, dark green wind, the tail feathers landed lightly on the ground, enveloping Feng Qingwu and the several hundred knights around her. Abruptly, Wuqi felt his body lightened, as several dozens of whirlwinds burst out from beneath his feet, rolling him up into the sky. When the black dragon was about 2 to 3 miles away from Wuqi, he stopped and landed heavily on the ground. For dragon claws were gripping a lofty mountain, while his body was coiled up on top of it. He raised his head high, and a young man slowly walked out from the palace above him. He was clad in a golden robe, fully embroidered with patterns of qilin with purple and silver threads. He was not wearing any armor, but a helmet shaped like a wolf's head. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuqi was about to fabricate an origin for himself. Suddenly, the young master tilted his head sideways and moved his lips, vaguely forming the word capture. But obviously, the black dragon had no intention of reminding the young master. He opened his mouth wide, yawned, and closed his eyes. Standing on the dragon's head, the golden-robed young man gave the longbow man kneeling on the ground a cold glance, then gave a fierce glare at the broken iron chain. A cold sneer was squeezed out of the young man's mouth as he asked coldly, "Where is the gale? Feng Qingwu, where's the gale you promised?" The gale was terrifyingly powerful, and it contained a power of law that pointed straight to the source of wind. Wuqi's body spun rapidly along with the gale. A gale kept invading his body, trying to turn him into a wisp of wind, a wisp of air. Black fiendish gleams burst out from his body. Just as Wuqi was about to flee using the celestial scarlet fiend escape art, found in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, a deep, muffled drumming was heard coming from all directions. The first drumming shook the mountains and rivers, and the raging black tornado suddenly dissipated. The second drumming shook the earth, and the surrounding mountain ridges suddenly trembled, while countless rocks slid down from the mountaintops. The third drumming shook one's heart. Wuqi's heart gave a violent jerk, and all the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. A huge amount of blood gathered on his face, turning it red, and the blood vessels on his face burst, revealing large patches of blood-red spots. Wuqi flew up into the sky together with the gale, flying straight towards the gale. Underneath each bone talisman was an old man, clad in a black sackcloth, barefoot, with a hemp belt tied around his waist, and wearing a tall jade crown on his head, sitting cross-legged in midair. An immense spirit light was radiating from their bodies, and their bodies were covered with a layer of white light about the thickness of a thumb. The dazzling white light kept flashing, covering their bodies like a layer of glaze that emitted a strong light. It gave one a strange illusion that they had been separated from this world and were no longer bound by some rules of this world. Wuqi did not pay any attention to Feng Qingwu. This woman was too full of herself, and the arrogance and conceit that went deep into her bones was really disgusting. He pulled out the sword of Greedy Wolf and lightly swiped it over the Gale's mouth. Then he swung the sword and cut off the several dozens of iron chains hooked onto the Gale's mouth. Then Wuqi kicked the side of the Gale's mouth, then continued to fly backward at top speed. Wuqi did not say a word. He was quickly digesting and analyzing the information told by this young man. Those disciples of primordial immortals could also use the divine ability of teleportation with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. Judging from this, the divine abilities and cultivation techniques cultivated by these disciples of primordial immortals were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. After all, they were the disciples of primordial immortals. With great effort, he turned his head and looked over at Feng Qingwu and her company. A fist-sized, pale golden bee skeleton with 2 horns was hovering above her head. 7 beams of golden light were shooting out from its 7 apertures, blocking off the attack of the surrounding wind, firmly protecting Feng Qingwu in a narrow space with a diameter of less than 10 feet. The nearly 1,000 knights brought here by Feng Qingwu did not have such a powerful treasure to protect themselves. Just like Wuqi, their bodies flew up lightly into the sky, and in just a blink of an eye, the wind invaded their bodies and turned them into wisps of wind. Feng Qingwu's body began to tremble violently, and Wuqi could even hear the sound of bone cracking coming from her body. Feng Qingwu cried out hoarsely, "Young master, you are wise. Although this puffy-haired Taoist has a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, he can actually teleport. His overall strength is comparable to a heaven immortal." Chapter 460. As the tiger-headed spear approached, Wuqi twisted his body, still trying to teleport away. He didn't want to fight with the golden-armored man. However, the surrounding air suddenly trembled, and the magic power he gathered was shattered. Wuqi's body swayed, and he nearly suffered an internal injury from the backlash of the subspace. The 360 huge bone talismans in the surroundings shone with a dazzling white light, intertwining with each other and locking down the entire void within a radius of 100 miles. With Wuqi's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to shatter the seal of the bone talismans. Not good. This is going to be fun. A cold gleam flickered in Wuqi's eyes as he pulled out the flaming magpie sword, gripped the hilt with a backhand grip, and slashed at the Tiger Fong spear. The golden-armored man didn't use any divine abilities or spells, but only the divine power of his fleshly body. Wuxia wanted to see what abilities this man had, so he simply circulated the divine power of his fleshly body to meet the spear head-on. A loud clang rang out. Wuqi's wrist shook violently, and his fingers could no longer hold the flaming magpie sword. The immortal sword was knocked several thousand feet away, leaving a red trail of light in the air. However, the immortal sword had its own spirit. When Wuxia loosened his grip, the sword was knocked away. After flying several thousand feet away, it automatically transformed into a stream of flame and shot back into Wuqi's palm. Wuqi's body was thrown backward by a tremendous force like a leaf blown by a violent gust of wind. He lost his footing and was knocked back tens of miles in a row. Only then did he barely manage to perform an incantation gesture to stabilize his body. His fingers were cramping, and bursts of pain and numbness came from his fingertips to his wrist. The strike just now had nearly shattered all of Wuqi's finger bones and meridians. If it were not for the innate yin energy of yin and yang that was constantly nourishing his fleshly body, allowing Wuqi's body to possess the softness and tenacity of the innate yin energy, Wuqi's entire palm would have been shattered by the force before he absorbed the innate yin energy of yin and yang. That man's strength was strong, very strong. His physical strength was at least 10 times that of Wuqi's. Now that Wuxia had broken through the realm of 35 transformations of Heavenly Dragon, with just his fleshly body alone, it was comparable to the power of a 35th tier Heaven Immortal casting a powerful divine ability with his strongest energy. The man's pure fleshly strength was 10 times stronger than Wuqi's. In other words, his strength was comparable to a peak 32nd tier Heaven Immortal. His body did not have the slightest trace of magic power, aura, or spiritual chi fluctuation. He had relied purely on his physical strength to achieve such a terrifying strength. What a freak! Wuxia rubbed his right hand and forced out a smile. Holding the Tiger Fang spear in his hand, the burly man bent his legs slightly, stared coldly at Wuxia, and said with a cold grin, "Not bad. You can withstand 10% of my attack. Among those weak cultivators, you are an anomaly." Taking a deep breath, the burly man said coldly, "The cultivation of fleshly body cultivation is widely spread among cultivators. But how can you, the immortal cultivators, endure the pain of tempering your fleshly body? In all the heavenly realms, only 1 out of every 100,000 cultivators practice the cultivation of fleshly body cultivation, and not even 1 out of every 10 million cultivators could achieve some results in it. You are amazing." Wuxia gave the burly man a thumbs up and said, "You are amazing as well. You can cultivate such a powerful strength with the body of a human. That's very amazing." The burly man shook his head mockingly and said coolly, "Do you think you're praising me? Instead, I think you're humiliating me. Don't look down on us mortals. The supreme experts of a human race are strong enough to fight against primordial immortals. I'm 35 years old this year, and I only have this little cultivation base. So what does that mean to me?" Wuqi's scalp went numb. This burly man was only 35 years old? How could he possess such a frightening strength just by tempering his fleshly body? How was he any different from a monster? Cultivators breathed in and out the natural energy, studied the mysteries of heaven and earth, tempered their nascent divinity and soul, worked hard for 1,000 years, and finally became heaven immortals. After that, it would take 100,000 years of hard work for each tier they advanced. Only then could they possess the miraculous power of toppling mountains and overturning seas. A 35-year-old human could possess such a frightening strength with just his fleshly body alone. He was definitely a monster. Judging from his words, it seemed he was not satisfied with his own cultivation base. In other words, there were people among the human race who were younger than him, but stronger than him. Otherwise, why would he say that Wuqi's praise was a humiliation to him? Wuqia gasped and murmured to himself, "Only 35 years old?" Standing on the dragon's head, the golden-robed young man cried out coldly, "Storm, why are you wasting time with that Taoist? Just break his limbs and capture him alive. He should pay the price for ruining my plan. I'm planning to give this gale to my father as a gift for his 300th birthday." Storm answered. He rubbed his palms together, and the spear began to spin rapidly in his palms. The tip of the spear glowed with a round golden light, and a large number of sharp wind blades emerged. Storm gave a loud laugh and began to run. He circled around Wuxia and turned into hundreds of afterimages, surrounding Wuxia and forming a wall made of human shadows. Amidst the shrill whistling of the air, Storm suddenly thrust his spear toward Wuxia over 1,000 times in a row. The shadows of the spear were dazzling, and the wind created by the spear was deafening. The entire sky was filled with afterimages of the spearheads, which were coming at Wuxia from all directions. Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine. He exercised the mystic eyes of universe with all his strength, and the countless afterimages of the spear gradually revealed their true forms. Only 1,080 cold beams remained in their original form, piercing towards Wuxia's limbs from all directions. With a shake of his wrist, the earth element dragon scale shield issued a deep, muffled cry. 1,080 golden dragon scales shot whistling out and blocked the cold beams. A loud clang rang out. The golden dragon scales were knocked away, but the afterimages of Storm's spear disappeared at the same time. Storm cried out in surprise. All of a sudden, a rapid swishing noise was heard. He was surprised that Wuxia could actually see through his secret spear technique. Without any hesitation, he thrust his spear straight towards Wuxia's heart. The golden-robed young man laughed. Shaking his head, he said, "Storm, you're a rough fellow. Fine, you're dead now." Before his words could fade away, a white beam of light shot out from the top of Wuxia's head. Wuxia gripped the jade bone's soul-searching flag tightly and waved it. A shrill whistle towered into the sky. Storm, who was holding the golden spear, felt his body go limp and fell to his knees weakly. His 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls gushed out from his 7 apertures, then were absorbed into the jade bone's soul-searching flag. With a backhand grip, Wuxia smashed the flag forcefully, shattering Storm's head and causing his spiritual ocean to fall heavily to the ground. When Storm's body was shattered, it was not the usual sound of bones breaking and flesh breaking, but a crystal cracking sound. This man's body had been tempered to an unimaginable degree. Red blood sprayed out from Storm's body. Looking at Storm's blood that reeked of blood, Wuxia's first reaction was, "It's a pity that I didn't bring Gold Horn and Silver Horn with me." Otherwise, with such an enormous life force contained in Storm's body, their overall strength could be improved tremendously. Storm's fleshly body was ridiculously strong, but his soul was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary mortal. Before he could take into account the fact that Wuxia possessed the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag, an extraordinary treasure that specialized in attacking souls and nascent divinity, a mighty warrior like him was killed by Wuxia with just one strike. Blood suddenly returned to foam Qingwu's face. She gave Storm's dead body a deep look, and a faint smile emerged on her face. Storm's tragic death proved that Wuxia's overall strength was very strong, and the stronger Wuxia was, the lesser her responsibility would be. If Wuxia could kill a few more captains who were as strong as Storm, Feng Qingwu's responsibility would be close to 0. Seeing that Storm was killed by Wuxia with just one strike, the golden-robed young man's body trembled slightly, and he bellowed furiously, "Kill him!" 12 golden-armored men rushed out from the dragon's back at the same time. They fished out palm-sized bone talismans from their waists and were about to crush them to release the restrictive spells in them to protect their souls. But how could Wuxia allow them to activate the bone talismans? With a heavy swing of the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag, Wuxia bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto it. A shrill ghost howl towered into the sky, and a large sheet of dark clouds rushed out of the flag, spreading across tens of miles in just a blink of an eye. Before the 12 golden-armored men could activate the bone talismans, their bodies turned stiff at the same time. Their souls were sucked into the flag, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. The flaming magpie sword thrust out, whistling through the air, slicing them into 24 pieces. When the flaming magpie sword tore through their bodies, a crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. The fleshly bodies of these 12 golden-armored men were so strong that they did not seem to be human. Another 12 experts had fallen. Feng Qingwu's complexion had completely returned to normal, and she even breathed out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the golden-robed young man's face turned livid. He opened his mouth and felt a strong taste of blood in his throat. He nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. He shouted hoarsely, "My 72 generals of the minor all heaven, attack together and tear him into 1,000 pieces. What are you waiting for?" The golden-robed young man roared at the other 59 golden-armored men on the dragon's back, but the last sentence was directed at the black-robed old men sitting cross-legged under the huge bone talismans. Only then did those old men react. They raised their right hands at the same time and recited an incantation. Abruptly, 360 huge bone talismans shone with a bright light. The bodies of the 59 golden-armored men were immediately covered with a layer of grayish-white spirit light, which protected them like a layer of armor. Wuxia desperately waved the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag with all his strength. But shrill ghost howls kept ringing out, and a large number of longbow men were knocked off their feet, while the 59 golden-armored men remained motionless. 3 golden-armored men glided and came before Wuxia, thrusting 2 spears and 1 blade at the same time towards Wuxia's vital parts. 1 spear pierced his heart, 1 pierced his throat, and the last hacked forcefully at Wuxia's neck. A murderous aura that seemed to be able to behead someone with a single slash came assaulting Wuxia's face. Wuxia was greatly shocked. He activated the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield with all his might, sending 36,000 golden dragon scales flying out from Chi-Chi and wheeling around his body. Loud metal clangs could be heard without an end. 59 strong men in golden armors moved in a strange pattern, forming a magic formation that seemed to be ceaselessly striking like a flood. Heavy strikes landed on the golden dragon scale light over and over again. Wuxia's energy and blood were trembling violently, and his body, together with the golden dragon scales, kept bouncing back and forth in the air like a rubber ball. After several hundred strikes, the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield nearly disintegrated. Wuxia gave a muffled snort, and blood was seen trickling out of his 7 apertures. He had suffered some internal injuries. The flaming magpie kept hacking and hacking at the golden-armored men, but the golden armor worn by these men was extremely tough and flexible. No matter how the immortal sword hacked and hacked, it only brought up a large number of sparks. Although the immortal sword managed to break the armor, it did not have enough strength to tear the bodies of these men. In just the time to finish a pot of tea, Wuxia had suffered a serious internal injury, while the golden-armored men only had some cuts on their skin. Suddenly, Wuxia coughed out mouthfuls of blood as his internal organs were cracked. The Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield let out a shrill cry. The continuous heavy blows had made it impossible for the shield to withstand any longer. A crisp ringing noise echoed out, as large pieces of golden dragon scales were knocked flying away. Abruptly, Wuxia's body was exposed in front of everyone. A spear thrust over like a venomous snake, piercing through Wuxia's right shoulder from the back. Chapter 461. Ha! A burly man was holding a spear in his hand, with the tip of the spear pointing at Wuxia, whose shoulder was pierced through. Then he thrust his heavy axe out from the side, shimmering with a bronze gleam as it hacked viciously towards Wuxia's neck. The burly man holding the spear cried out, "Brothers, put more strength into your attack." This kid has also cultivated a body cultivation technique, and his fleshly body is extraordinarily tough. Even without the burly man's reminder, the other 72 generals of Minor All Heaven had already judged from the friction produced when the spear tip pierced through Wuqi's shoulder that Wuqi's fleshly body was at least 100 times tougher than ordinary cultivators. The golden-armored burly man clenched his teeth, and his eyes bulged as he swung the axe down with all his might. No matter how tough your body is, it can never withstand Lao Tzu's mountain-splitting axe, he said with a fierce laugh. The severe pain made Wuqi's body twitch, and his eyes turned scarlet. A long, almost crazy howl came out of Wuqi's mouth. Staring at the heavy axe that was about to touch his neck, Wuqi cried out fiercely, "Damn it! It hurts!" With a twist of his body, Wuqi suddenly transformed into a clump of dark mist and spread out in all directions. Among all the mystic techniques from the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, the Celestial Scarlet Fiend escaping art, the Mist escaping art, and Wuqi's body had transformed into a hazy mist. A strong wind blew across, pushing the dark mist to a distance of 1 mile. Then, the mist suddenly condensed inwards, and Wuqi's body reappeared. The cultivation techniques of the Fiend Path were cruel, ruthless, bizarre, and unpredictable, and had all sorts of miraculous effects that were unbelievable to outsiders. Wuqi had transformed into a mist and fled. When his body reformed, the wound on his right shoulder had completely healed. Apart from his slightly pale face, Wuqi looked as if nothing had happened. Only Wuqi himself knew that turning into mist and fleeing, then reforming his body and using a secret demonic path technique to reforge his body and heal his wounds seemed easy. But in truth, in that short instant, he had already consumed 30% of his blood essence. Wuqi's vision was blacking out, and he felt his strength was drained. With a thought in his mind, the Black Dragon Spirit Ring spat out 3 blood crystals and a large amount of drunken dragon incense powder. With the blood crystal sticking to his skin, Wuqi continued to absorb the blood essence and yuan qi from the blood crystal. At the same time, an intense devil flame burst out from his body. The black devil flame was emanating an eerie, cold air and a pungent odor that made those generals of Minor All Heaven frown. A bald man in golden armor sneered and said, "What kind of demonic technique is this kid cultivating? Your whole body reeks of rotten flesh. Why does it feel like you're in an unmarked graveyard?" Wuqi's entire body was shrouded in the devil flame, with dark devil aura rolling around him. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen glinting brightly. Through the dark flame and mist, his eyes were the only thing that could be seen clearly. The Inferno Hell Fiend scripture was fully activated. Because of the influence of the devil technique, Wuqi's voice became sharp and unpleasant like sandpaper. Unmarked graveyard? Today, this place is indeed going to become an unmarked graveyard. Laughing strangely, Wuqi suddenly pointed his finger at the golden-robed youth and cried out, "I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name." The golden-robed youth stared at Wuqi in astonishment. After a while, he smiled and said, "Don't kill nameless people? Could it be that you think you can kill me?" After a brief moment of pondering, the golden-robed youth said in a reserved manner, "Fine, I'll let you die knowing that I'm Feng Jupin, the prefecture overseer of Pang Province. The current human emperor has conferred me the title of Marquis Pang." Upon hearing the golden-robed youth's introduction, all the generals of Minor All Heaven stopped attacking. They surrounded Wuqi, bowed their heads respectfully, and listened attentively to Feng Jupin's words. Feng Jupin stuck out his chest and said coolly, "My father is Feng Lingling, the prefecture overseer to Yu Province. He is in charge of all the affairs in the 900 provinces around Zhong Province, and has the power to decide the life and death of all the billions of living beings in the 900 provinces." A cold gleam flashed in Wuqi's eyes. Yu Huan had mentioned the official system of the Yu dynasty in his confession. Of course, as a prodigal son who had never been to Panga continent, he did not know much, but it was enough for Wuqi to learn some of the secrets. The Diyu dynasty divided the provinces under the heaven into 9 grades. The size of each province was the same, but according to the variety of products, population, tax revenue, and other objective conditions, the prefecture overseer was also divided into 9 grade from the 9th grade provinces to the 1st grade provinces. The 1st grade prefecture overseer had the power to promote, demote, and even exterminate the officials in the 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and even 9th grade provinces. Pang province was just a 7th grade province, while Zhong province was the only 1st grade province among the 900 provinces nearby. Feng Lingling, the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, was in fact the king of the vast territory formed by the 900 provinces. Feng Jupin could not help but sneer when he saw Wuxia gasp. "Are you afraid now? Are you regretting it? Now you know that you should not meddle in my affairs." It took me a lot of effort to lure a Gale here, and I was about to present it to my father as a birthday gift, but you actually let it go. Taoist, you deserve to die. You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Feng Jupin stretched out a finger and gently slit his neck, then said coldly, "After I kill you, I'll capture your soul and hand it over to the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials for interrogation. I want to find out where your sect is, and then—" He dragged his voice and gave a strange smile, then continued in a low voice, "After that, all the men in your sect will be tortured to death, and all the women, after I've enjoyed them. The most miserable fate in the world will be waiting for them." While Feng Jupin was about to proudly tell them what kind of cruel methods he was going to use to torture the people of Wuqi's sect, all 59 generals of Minor All Heaven suddenly fell to the ground one after another. Their faces were slightly red, as if they were drunk. Feng Jupin was struck dumb. He stared blankly at his trusted subordinates and cried out hoarsely, "What's wrong? What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?" The black dragon beneath Feng Jupin grinned, then closed his huge nostrils in an inconspicuous manner, firmly blocking the air passage. The black dragon narrowed his eyes, and a faint smile lingered on the corner of his mouth. Drunken dragon incense. It must be this vicious thing. The members of the dragons hated drunken dragon incense very much, so they knew all its characteristics like the back of their hands. Judging by the number of people who had fainted, it must be the effect of drunken dragon incense. Of course, when faced with a cultivator who practiced the orthodox dragon transformation script and possessed drunken dragon incense, the black dragon was too lazy to give Feng Jupin any advice. He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, then narrowed his eyes and gave Wu Qi a meaningful look. "I'm just working for money. Don't come to me when you're going to kill someone later." Wu Qi understood the meaning revealed by the black dragon's eyes and brows, and he nearly fell to the ground. Working for money. Is that what he means? He clicked his tongue and sighed with emotion. Wu Qi completely absorbed the enormous blood essence and energy contained in the 3 blood crystals on his chest, completely replenishing the blood essence and energy he had consumed when casting the mist evasion art just now. The flaming magpie swung out with a shrill cry, transforming into a gigantic crimson bird that streaked across the sky. The immortal sword swept across the necks of the generals of Minor All Heaven, chopping off their heads. These generals of Minor All Heaven had very strong, fleshly bodies, and their blood was extremely abundant. Their heads were chopped off, and their strong hearts pumped the blood. Blood sprayed out from their necks like water sprayed out from a high-pressure faucet, shooting to a distance of several hundred feet away. The blood of these people was extremely abundant, and the blood flowing out from their necks was like a never-ending stream. The volume of blood in their bodies was at least 10 times greater than that of ordinary people. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Wu Qi let out a few strange laughs, then suddenly transformed into a clump of dark mist and fled into the distance at top speed. Just now, he used the fiend flame to burn the drunken dragon incense powder, and in just a few breaths of time, several 100 kilograms of drunken dragon incense had been burned away. The fragrance was masked by the stench of rotting corpses. Unknowingly, the generals of Minor All Heaven had inhaled a great amount of drunken dragon incense, and had fallen to the ground. Drunken dragon incense had a direct effect on a cultivator's soul and nascent divinity. Therefore, when a cultivator's soul was too strong, the incense would lose its effect. Therefore, the strongest drunken dragon incense Wuxia concocted could only completely anesthetize a 36th tier heaven immortal. As for those heaven immortals above 35th tier, it could only numb their immortal souls and weaken their overall strength. Unfortunately, although the fleshly bodies of the generals of minor all-heaven were extraordinarily strong, their souls were no different from ordinary people. A small amount of drunken dragon incense was more than enough to knock down any formidable human warrior, let alone when Wuxia burned several hundred kilograms of drunken dragon incense in one go. Throwing his head back and letting out a wild laugh, Wuxia suddenly transformed into a dark shadow and sped towards any city. Feng Zhupin was waving his arms and legs in exasperation. Pointing at the dumbfounded old men sitting cross-legged under the bone talismans, he cursed in a hoarse voice, "You bunch of useless fools! Are you all fools? Are you fools? You are the oldest oracles in Pang Province's Directorate of Celestials. You are connected to ghosts and deities, and you claim that there is nothing under the heaven that you do not know. Where are your supernatural spells? Where is your infinite magical power? Why can't you even protect my beloved generals?" All the oracles were rendered speechless. When Wuxia killed Storm and the other 13 generals with the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag, these oracles had instinctively cast spells to defend against soul attacks on the other generals when they rushed out. But they did not expect that Wuxia could be so despicable as to use the incense to subdue the enemies. Therefore, they did not cast spells to isolate the poisonous gas and miasma on these generals. As a result, Wuxia's drunken dragon incense had killed all 59 formidable generals in an instant. Feng Zhupin was so angry that he almost coughed blood. While the oracles were still in a daze, they raised their right hands at the same time and performed a finger incantation gesture, pointing at the huge bone talisman hovering over their heads. Immediately, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Thunderbolts rocked and rocked in the dark clouds, illuminating the dark clouds. All of a sudden, thousands of thunderbolts plunged down from the sky and landed on Wuxia's body almost at the same time. Accompanied by a jarring cicada cry, the green cicada wings transformed into a large sheet of green mist and rushed out, firmly protecting Wuxia. However, the power of the thunderbolts was unexpectedly strong. With a shrill cry, the green cicada wings exploded into countless beams of green light that scattered in all directions. The thunderbolts smashed brutally on Wuxia's body, shattering the dark fiend energy that protected him inch by inch. Then, the thunderbolts struck directly on Wuxia's body. Half of Wuxia's body was charred and smoking, while the thunderbolts rushed into his body and wreaked havoc inside. Wuxia howled in pain. Then, he let out a long cry and rushed straight towards the 3 bone talismans and the 3 oracles of Feng Province's Directorate of Celestials, who were blocking his way. The 3 old oracles raised their hands and performed an incantation gesture at the same time. With a cold gleam flashing in their eyes, they snapped at Wuxia, "This road is blocked. Get the hell back." An enormous pressure came pressing down on his face like an iron wall. Wuxia was shocked. Behind him, dozens of old oracles were approaching with the huge bone talismans. Vaguely, they had formed a complicated and bizarre formation in the sky, and were about to continue attacking Wuxia with a secret spell. If Wuxia was slightly hindered by the 3 old oracles, he would most likely die here. He opened his mouth and shot out 5 acquired spirit pearls of 5 elements at the same time. Ignoring the fact that he might damage their source, Wuxia directly detonated all the energy in them. The enormous power that the spirit pearls of 5 elements had accumulated for countless periods exploded in an instant. A strong 5-colored light flashed, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The 3 old oracles and their bone talismans were instantly vaporized amidst the strong light. The 5 acquired spirit pearls of 5 elements flew back into Wu Qi's body with a dim glow and could no longer move. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood burst out of Wu Qi's body. Using the blood escape art from Scroll of Stealing and the blood escape art from Inferno Hellfiend scripture, he transformed into a beam of bloodlight and fled at top speed. But before he could transform into a beam of bloodlight, a huge shadow of a skeleton smashed heavily onto his body. A muffled snort rang out as Wu Qi fled and vanished without a trace. All that was left on the spot was blood, which instantly turned into a black, sticky, rotten liquid. Chapter 462. The hazy, skeleton-shaped ghost energy was a restrictive spell cast by several dozens of old oracles at the back. As soon as the ghost energy entered his body, an immense evil energy rushed straight into his heart. The cold air made Wu Qi's entire body feel cold and nearly paralyzed his entire body. Just when Wu Qi could no longer withstand the invasion of the ghostly aura, and his body turned stiff and was about to fall to the ground, a strange warm current rose from all parts of his body, easily dispelling the ghostly aura. The warm current was very familiar, and it suddenly reminded Wu Qi of that strange bookstore and the old man who was obviously blind, but was reading a book while shaking his head and praising endlessly. It was the spirit tea given by the blind old man. After Wu Qi drank it, the spirit tea dispelled the stagnant aura of death in his body and healed his injuries by 80 to 90%. Today, it was the spirit tea that saved Wu Qi once again. However, Wu Qi could clearly sense that it was the last bit of power left in his body by the spirit tea. After dispelling the ghost energy that nearly froze Wu Qi, the medicinal strength of the spirit tea disappeared completely. I won't be so lucky next time. Wu Qi began to reflect on the gains and losses this time. It was an undeserved disaster. Wu Qi felt that his luck was really bad recently. He was planning to take a detour to avoid Feng Qingwu and her company on his way back, but he did not expect that the gale would bring Feng Qingwu and bump into him, dragging him into this muddy water again. Not to mention Feng Qingwu and the cavalrymen she led. All of them were either killed or wounded by the gale, leaving only Feng Qingwu, who could not pose any threat to Wu Qi. Feng Jupin. Muttering Feng Jupin's name under his breath, Wu Qi clenched his fists tightly and swore in his heart. Although he had killed the 72 generals of Mineral Heaven, and it was Feng Jupin who had suffered a great loss, Wu Qi could not swallow the anger in his heart. The prefecture overseer of Pang Province? Wu Qi clenched his teeth. He had to take revenge for the fact that he was almost killed by them. It's just a matter of timing, Wu Qi thought to himself. Feng Jupin's father, Feng Lingling, was the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, a high-ranking and powerful feudal official in the Yu dynasty. If he wanted to take revenge on Feng Jupin, he had to find the right time to kill him with a single strike and not give him any chance to turn the tables. Or else, he would be killed. But Wu Qi also thought that perhaps when he was plotting against Feng Jupin, he could also teach Yu Miao a lesson. Yu Miao of Zhong Province's left minister, Yu Miao. Wu Qi could still remember the palm of Yu Miao. A view of Wu Qi was the palm of a palm. But the Yu body of overseer of Yu of left Yu. Of Wu of Qi spirit immortal Yu. Wu Qi Wu of Qi of spirit of Qi of stage Wu of. The left hand Wu at any. One of, however, this blood escape art was too damaging to Wu Qi's blood. After flying for 12 hours in a single breath, Wu Qi was now hundreds of thousands of miles away from where he fought just now. Suddenly, he coughed out a mouthful of blood that looked like clear water and slowly stopped. Quickly, Wu Qi took out a dozen blood crystals and stuffed them into his mouth. After swallowing the blood crystals and slowly digesting them, Wu Qi formed hand seals and quickly absorbed the blood essence and Yuan Qi to recover his lost energy. Fortunately, he had so many blood crystals transformed from Heaven Immortal's blood essence with him. If it was an ordinary person, After losing more than 70% of their blood essence, it would take them a long time to slowly recover. Dense blood essence and yuan qi gradually spread out. Drops of fresh blood were produced from his bone marrow. His abundant strength was slowly recovering. Wuqi took in deep breaths, exhaling. His breath was filled with a dense blood-red color. He stood in a remote valley. Every time he inhaled and exhaled, the air within a radius of a mile would fluctuate and spin, forming a small whirlwind. Just when Wuqi's blood essence was about to recover to its peak state, and he was about to stop his surging blood energy, a Buddhist chant was heard. A pure gold Buddhist staff, as thick as a large bowl, struck straight at Wuqi's back with a muffled roar of a lion. Wuqi's body trembled, and several defensive spirit artifacts that he had been nurturing inside his body were activated one after another. Along with various colored flames, they rushed out of his body to protect him. These spirit artifacts were given to him by Patriarch Yuan Hua and the other seniors of the sect when he left Greencliff Planet, and each of them was a rare and exquisite artifact. But it was clear that the staff was a Buddhist treasure with a quality comparable to an immortal item. A few spirit items were seen rushing and glowing, protecting him. Suddenly, a stream of yellow airflow burst out of the staff, which transformed into a huge dragon head and thrust out from it. The glowing flames of the few spirit artifacts dimmed abruptly, while their item spirits wailed and wailed. A large sheet of bright light exploded, and the staff pierced through all the spirit artifacts and smashed straight into Wuqi's back. The Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield had just been attacked by 59 generals of Minor All Heaven, and its energy had been greatly depleted, while its item spirit had fallen into a coma. When a staff was less than half an inch away from Wuqi's back, the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield sensed Wuqi's state of mind suddenly fluctuating violently. Only then did it let out a dragon roar, unleashing a clump of yellow earth energy that wrapped around Wuqi. The yellow earth energy wrapped around the staff, slowing its forward momentum and neutralizing 60% of its strength. However, the remaining 40% of its strength still smashed into Wuqi's back. Like a heavy bombardment from a cannon, it caused Wuqi's back to cave in by 3 inches. Wuqi was quietly exercising a cultivation technique to absorb the energy essence from the blood crystals, and his blood and energy were surging ceaselessly in his body. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his chest, and his heart nearly burst out from his chest. He opened his mouth and coughed out a large amount of blood, while Wuqi was knocked flying several hundred feet away like a kite. Wuqi spun awkwardly in the air, twisting and turning his body, and finally managed to stabilize his body. Wuqi staggered a few steps back, then turned to look at the man who sneakily attacked him from behind. He was a monk, standing over 13 feet tall, with a muscular body that looked like it was forged from steel, and his skin took on a strange bronze hue, glinting faintly with a metallic luster. Behind the monk's head was a Buddhist halo with a diameter of 3 feet, and between his brows was a mark of a white crescent moon. He had a dignified appearance, and when he moved, he looked like a lion or a tiger. His upper body was bared, and his lower body was wrapped with a python skin. He looked like an eminent monk who could subdue dragons and tigers, a great benefactor who had committed murder and arson. When he saw Wuqi turning around, the monk held the staff in his left hand and slammed it hard on the ground, then placed his right hand before his chest and greeted Wuqi. "Buddha is merciful, merciful, merciful. Fellow Taoist, you have a tough bone. Since I failed to kill you with this staff, I will have to spend more effort today." Wuqi clenched his teeth and did not answer. Instead, he touched the spot where he was hit by the monk's staff with a backhand. A few vertebrae on the back of his spine were dislocated, and his spinal cord was pressed down, causing his entire body to feel numb. Clenching his teeth, Wuqi reached out his fingers and grabbed onto the few deformed vertebrae, pulling them out forcefully. With a loud crack, the vertebrae were aligned again. Wuqi took a deep breath, and the innate wood element energy that contained an endless life force began to flow rapidly in the injured spot. The injury healed quickly, and the pain gradually faded away. When the injury was almost healed, Wuxia clenched his teeth and stared at the monk as he said angrily, "Monk, there is no enmity between us. Why did you kill me secretly?" The monk chuckled and chanted the name of Buddha, then said with a deep voice, "I'm Arhut Bao Exen, fellow Taoist. Do you find my name familiar? I'm the eldest disciple of the three lotus thrones, six-armed demon, subduing great Bodhisattva, a disciple of the great solar, wheel glorious Buddha of the great solar heavenly mirror. Fellow Taoist, since you have bullied my junior brother, naturally, I have to find you and settle the score with you." Off in the distance, a dozen auspicious clouds rose into the sky from the valley, as the furious Arhut Bao Sheng brought 16 burly monks and came flying towards Wuxia at top speed on a cloud. Even from afar, Arhut Bao Sheng cried out sternly, "You've made me suffer a lot. Not only did I not get to eat the lamb, but I've also gotten myself smelly. Arhut Bao Sheng, how can I repay your great kindness if I don't tear you into 1,000 pieces?" Casting a sideways glance at Arhut Bao Sheng, Wuxia turned to Arhut Bao Exen and asked, "How did you find me? Don't tell me you've been following me all the way. That's impossible. I think I'm a very careful person, so it's impossible for me to be followed by you without noticing anything." Arhut Bao Sheng had already rushed over on a cloud, raising a Vajra demon, subduing sword menacingly as he was about to hack at Wuxia. However, Wuxia was too lazy to even give Arhut Bao Sheng a glance. He just stared at Arhut Bao Exen with a smile on his face. Arhut Bao Exen coughed deeply, and Arhut Bao Sheng, who was charging like a mad tiger just now, immediately stopped attacking. Although the tip of the sword was less than 3 feet away from Wuxia's head, he still put the sword away, put his palms together, and bowed to Arhut Bao Exen obediently, then stepped back on a cloud. Together with the other 16 burly monks, Arhut Bao Exen, Arhut Bao Sheng, and the rest of the 18 monks had formed a circle about 100 meters in diameter, tightly trapping Wuxia inside. Indistinctly, the aura of 18 monks had merged into one, forming an impenetrable wall that firmly trapped Wuxia inside. When Arhut Bao Exen saw that Wuxia was trapped in the Vajra heavenly dragon demon, subduing ring that was secretly taught by his master, a reserved smile appeared on his face as he slowly fished out a Bodhi leaf the size of a cattail fan from the python skin wrapped around his waist. The leaf was translucent, as if it was carved out of jade. A ring of golden Buddhist light shrouded its surface, while emanating a strange fragrance that calmed one's mind. This is the Bodhi meditation leaf, crafted by my master using the divine ability of the heaven will. If you have any request, I can write something on this leaf with my own blood essence, and the other Bodhi meditation leaf in my master's hand will display it. Similarly, if my master writes something on the other Bodhi meditation leaf in his hand, I will receive the message immediately. Arhut Bao Exen said complacently, "My master is a 3-lotus-throned, 6-armed demon, subduing great Bodhisattva, an expert in subduing demons and devils. With just a glance from the infinite Buddha eyes he cultivates, he can see everything in the universe." Wuxia nodded and said, "I see. Which Bodhisattva has discovered my trace?" Arhut Bao Exen nodded and said, "We've been waiting here for you since 14 hours ago." Wuxia sucked in a cold breath. 14 hours ago, Wuxia was fighting desperately with the generals of Minor All Heaven, and he did not know where he would run to, but that Bodhisattva had already predicted that he would come here. Wuxia smiled wryly. He knew very well that it was because the Bodhisattva's cultivation base and magic power were much higher than his, and that was why he was able to find traces of him in the vast heavenly mystery, and thus predict his future. Unless Wuxia could form the innate chaotic Dharma body found in the scroll of stealing and completely separate his aura from the heavenly mystery, those almighty experts would be able to clearly grasp his every move. All he needed was the innate yang energy. All he needed was that thread of innate yang energy. Wuxia took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and bowed to Arhut Bao Xian as he said, "Monk, what are you trying to do by stopping me?" Arhut Bao Xian laughed in a deep voice, then nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, there is a fate between you and the Buddhist League. Please become my master's disciple." Wuxia was taken aback. Why was there a fate between him and the Buddhist League? However, Arhut Baosheng was very straightforward. He cried out sternly, "Cut the crap. Hand over all the treasures you robbed from Xianxia Immortal Pass. Then obediently join the Buddhist League and become a coolie boy. If you do that, we'll spare your life today. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you want to." Wuxia said angrily, "So what if you want to rob me? Do you think there is a fate between me and the Buddhist League?" Roaring furiously, Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out the sword of Greedy Wolf. A dark beam shot straight towards Arhut Baosheng. Chapter 463. The heavenly dragon transformed from the staff grabbed onto Wuqi's head, while dozens of golden scales flew up to meet it. The dragon claw and the golden scales clashed and produced a deafening boom. The golden scales were scattered in all directions, while the dragon claw was knocked flying away by the heavy earth element energy. Immediately after that, a series of rapid strikes rang out. Wuqi's body trembled as Arhut Bao Xian's lotus energy exploded on his back, sending thousands of golden scales flying in all directions. The weapons of the other 16 monks, Chi, landed on Wuqi's body and knocked him flying away. "You bunch of damn bald donkeys." Gritting his teeth, Wuxia was about to draw out the innate energy essence in his innate nascent soul to fight these monks with all his might. Suddenly, a sonorous bird cry was heard coming from above. Immediately after that, a shadow blocked out the sunlight, while a strong gust of wind blew down soundlessly from above. The force of the gust was very strong, so strong that it was hard for anyone to accept it. The 18 arhats who surrounded Wuxia let out a strange cry as they were rolled up by the dark green gust and slammed heavily onto the mountaintop a few miles away. The other 16 monks cried out the name of Buddha at the same time, raising their Vajra scepters, Vajra rings, Vajra swords, and Bodhi staffs. 16 Buddhist weapons were raised up at the same time, smashing down towards Wuqi's head with Chi. These monks had the cultivation base of heaven immortals, and each of them was a golden arhut. With the combination of the indestructible body of the Buddhist League and the divine ability of Vajra, these monks could shatter a mountain to pieces with just a casual strike. Arhut Bao Xian and Arhut Bao Sheng sat down cross-legged on the ground at the same time, forming a circle around Wuqia. 3 white lotuses floated out from the top of their heads, and between the lotuses were 1, 2, or 3 relics. Dazzling rays of light were emitted from the relics and the lotuses, transforming into a dense Buddhist light that connected the 18 monks into one. The gale gave a sonorous cry, then swung its 3 long tails and slapped down towards Arhut Baosheng, who had just risen to his feet. Arhut Baosheng let out a miserable howl as his body was pulled up into the air by the whirlwind, slamming forcefully into another lofty mountain. An ear-splitting sound of bones cracking was heard as Arhut Baosheng's head smashed onto a solid mountain rock, shattering it and turning it into a meat paste. More than a dozen adult grand gales clustered around the baby gale. Strong gusts of wind swirled around them as they flapped their wings. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the layers of clouds and soared into the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, he called back the sword of Greedy Wolf. Then, Flaming Magpie flew up into the sky amidst a towering flame. A looming crimson bird spread its wings and enveloped Wuqia. Countless golden scales wheeled quickly around Wuqi's body, producing ear-splitting whistling noises. Wuqia retracted the Inferno demonic nascent soul's dense demonic aura and injected all the quintessential essence in his body into the fake nascent soul that cultivated the inaction Tao scripture of returning essence. Clouds gushed out from Wuqi's body, and clear air rose up, making him look like a celestial being. The monks let out strange cries as they slammed into the mountain. The force of the wind was extremely strong, and the force contained in the gale could bring despair to anyone. Among the 18 monks, apart from Arhut Bao Exant, who managed to knock a hole in the lofty mountain with his formidable cultivation base and sprung out from the other side with a gloomy face, all the other 17 monks, including Arhut Bao Sheng, had their bones broken and tendons torn. 13 to 14 monks had their relics smashed on the spot and died miserably. Furthermore, there were many people who were waiting to be killed by the gale in the vicinity. Needless to say, Wuxia knew that this rookie Gale, who had just reached adulthood, had attracted the seniors of his clan and attacked the army of Feng Province led by Feng Jupin. Wuxia breathed out a sigh of relief. Swaying, he put away the flaming magpie sword and was about to sit down and take a rest. But suddenly, the baby Gale stretched out its claws and grabbed Wuxia up. Then, it flapped its wings and soared up into the sky. The scripture of inaction emphasized the cultivation of one's nature and body, and the energy cultivated by it was pure, flexible, mighty, and boundless. Using the scripture of inaction as the foundation, Wuxia circulated the sword technique of heaven-breaking sword sex, 5 elements sword technique, focusing on the third fire sword technique. Streams of sword energy kept bursting out from Wuxia's body with a scorching heat. Gradually, the crimson bird hovering above his head transformed into a crimson sword beam that shot straight up into the sky. The ghastly sword beam emitted a dazzling light, making it look like a real sharp sword was hovering above Wuxia's head. What troubled Wuxia even more was the tremendous pressure brought to him by the Buddhist light. 18 monks were sitting cross-legged and their lips were not moving, but all of them were forcibly instilling Buddhist scriptures into Wuxia's nascent divinity with the cultivation technique of the Buddhist League's heart connection. Around Wuxia's ears, the 18 monks were chanting the Sanskrit scriptures, making Wuxia feel dizzy and seeing stars flashing before his eyes, giving Wuxia a headache. Arhut Bao Exant laughed mockingly and said, "You are indeed a bold dog. Aren't you just courting death by using the Evil League's magic in front of us? A Buddhist cultivator?" All the monks present roared with laughter. One after another, they began to chant the name of Buddha, while beams of various colors burst out from their palms, sweeping down towards Wuxia in an overwhelming manner. The towering sword projection, transformed from the flaming magpie, trembled violently, producing sonorous and rumbling noises. Wuxia had injected all his energy into the flaming magpie, but facing the Buddhist light unleashed by the 18 arhats, how could Wuxia break through the golden light that surrounded him? A shrill cry rang out from Arhut Bao Sheng's relic. Just as the relic was about to turn into a blinding beam and flee, a gale that came swooping down from the sky reached out its claw and crushed the relic into powder. The earth element dragon scale shield let out a miserable wail as it suffered a series of heavy blows. Vaguely, it seemed like it could not withstand the forces coming from the outside and was groaning as if it could not bear the burden. It looked like it was about to be shattered by the joint attack of the monks. Feeling helpless, Wuxia exercised the mystic mist transformation technique from the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture again, transforming his body into a dense dark mist that drifted away in all directions, trying to evade the attacks from the monks. When he thought of the scene of Fengjian being besieged by a dozen adult Gale, Wuxia could not help but roar with laughter. He turned to the Gale and said, "Are you here to help me? Huh? Do you still remember that it was me who saved you just now?" Wuxia felt his entire body tensed up, and his muscles were twitching painfully. He felt as if several dozens of steel ropes were coiling around his internal organs, constricting them violently and making it difficult for him to breathe. Wuxia reckoned that if this continued, he would have all his energy depleted in less than the time to finish a pot of tea. At that point of time, he would no longer have the strength to fight back, and could only surrender and let these monks do whatever they wanted. Arhut Bao Exant let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a bright beam shot out from his waist, and in just a blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. While the few surviving Arhats were about to flee, an adult gale suddenly flapped its wings, shooting out invisible wind blades that shredded their fleshly bodies together with their relic. Arhut Bao Sheng snorted coldly, holding the Vajra, subduing demon sword in front of him. A sheet of golden light burst out from the sword's edge, enveloping him like a golden bell. The sword of Greedy Wolf wheeled 13 times around Arhut Bao Sheng at top speed, hacking and slashing on the golden light for 360 times in a row. The golden light trembled and produced jarring metallic noises, yet it failed to break it. Shaking his head, Wuxia breathed out a long sigh. He fished out a few healing spirit pills and shoved them in his mouth, then said in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. Become a monk. I can't bear to part with my black hair, and I can't bear to part with the 3,000 secular worlds. I think it's better for us to risk our lives." Arhut Baoxian laughed in a low voice. The staff in his left hand flew out, transforming into a golden dragon that measured 1,000 feet long. Amidst a long cry, it clawed down towards Wuqi's head. As for Arhut Baoxian, he performed the incantation gesture of Aquarius with both palms, one in front and one at the back, as if he was releasing an arrow from a bow. He gave a faint snort, and several dozens of tiny golden beams shot out from his palms, forming into a golden lotus flower in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived behind Wuqi, especially the dozens of adult gales. Their bodies were stained with blood, and the blood was stuck to their feathers. Wuqi could tell that it was not the blood from the gales themselves, but the blood that came from the outside. Obviously, they had just killed a lot of people. Before these monks struck, just the Buddhist light unleashed by them had suppressed Wuqi to the point that he almost coughed blood. The chirping of birds could be heard coming from above. When Wuqi looked up hastily, he saw a gale with a wingspan of nearly 10 miles falling straight down from the sky. Behind this gale were more than a dozen gales with wingspans of over 100 miles. One look, and anyone could tell that they were already adults. These gigantic and majestic birds fell silently from the sky, their greenish-black feathers fluttering in the wind, giving them an indescribable air of elegance and otherworldliness. Laughing bitterly, Wuqi revealed himself from the dark mist in a sorry state. His skin was ragged, and his body was covered with blisters and blood. The lethality of the Buddhist light on him had exceeded his expectation. He would rather be hit by Arhut Baoxian's staff several dozens of times than let the Buddhist light touch his body. With a strong taste of blood in his mouth, Wuqi looked at Arhut Baoxian, who was glaring fiercely at him. He could not help but shake his head and say, "Are you forcing me to fight with my life?" Amidst the Buddhist light, there were vaguely countless heavenly warriors clad in heavy armors hovering in midair. They stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable wall that wrapped tightly around Wuqi. An enormous pressure came pressing down from all directions, contending with the razor-sharp energy unleashed by the sword energy above Wuqi's head. Gradually, the sword energy was forced inwards, and Wuqi could no longer unleash his sword energy and could only hide it within the sword beams. Arhut Baoxian laughed evilly, then put his palms together and bowed to Wuqi. "Fellow Taoist, you still have one more chance. Offer me all your treasures, then join my master and become an acolyte. With that, you won't have to suffer any physical pain today." Arhut Baoxian smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you going to fight with your life? What a pity that the cultivation technique of Buddhism focuses on defense the most. Hinayana indestructible Buddhist light, Hinayana Buddhist light of deliverance, Hinayana Buddhist light of tranquility and evil subduing. 18 mystic Buddhist lights sprinkled down from Chi-Chi, hitting the dark mist that Wuqi had transformed into. Wuqi felt a sharp pain all over his body, while the dark mist melted quickly like snow being poured into boiling water. In just a blink of an eye, it had shrunk to about half of its original size. The cultivation technique of Buddhism was specialized in restraining fiend techniques. By exercising the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture in front of these monks, Wuxia had unknowingly increased the lethality of these monks by at least 3 to 5 times. With a shake of his left hand, the Earth Element Dragon Scale shield unleashed 36,000 pieces of dragon scales, which shrouded him in a dazzling light. The golden specks reflected the sunlight and shone dazzlingly. Attracted by the innate Earth Element energy essence, a thick and solid Earth Element energy rushed out of the ground and transformed into a thick light barrier that enveloped Wuxia. Chapter 464. Wuxia lay comfortably in one of the gale's huge claws, allowing it to bring him higher into the sky. He believed that the gale would not bite the hand that fed it. Or, even if it did, what could Wuxia do to it with the help of a dozen adult gale? The adult gale was a frightening existence that could hunt down a gold immortal true dragon for food. Let them do whatever they want, thought Wuxia, who was too lazy to think about it. Layer after layer of clouds were broken through, and layers of astral winds were thrown down below. There were also heavenly flames, Xianbing, boiling light current, star sand ocean, and many other natural hazards that could kill even gold immortals. The group of Gale carefully avoided these frightening things, bringing Wuxia all the way up. They flew higher, 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 and higher. These gales transformed into gusts of wind, and a large gust of cyan wind carried them straight up into the sky. Their flying speed was nearly 100 times faster than the acquired magnetic sword escape technique that Wuxia unleashed with all his might. With just a flick of a finger, they could reach a height of several thousand miles high. Just like that, Wuxia flew for a full 6 hours, enjoying all sorts of marvelous scenes in the sky. Especially when they passed through a layer of thunderclouds that measured over 100,000 miles thick, Wuxia could not help but be amazed by the strange and dangerous place created by the heaven and earth. There were no other impurities in this layer of thunderclouds, and everything was ruled by the purest energy of thunder. In this layer of thunderclouds, which was over 100,000 miles thick and covered an immeasurable area, lived countless strange creatures that looked like jellyfish, whose bodies were over 1,000 miles long and translucent. These magical creatures had been slowly stretching their beautiful bodies, gently waving their long tentacles that were wrapped in dazzling electric bolts. They were hunting a kind of caterpillar in the thunderclouds, which was 7 to 8 miles long and made of electric bolts, feeding on a kind of caterpillar. These gales' bodies were wrapped in a strong green gale as they flew straight through the thunderclouds. Slowly, these enormous creatures reached out their tentacles, trying to capture a few gales for dinner. Fortunately, the speed of the gale was too fast. Although these creatures were huge in size, their movement was too slow. As a result, Wuxia and his company managed to avoid their attack and pass through the thundercloud belt with ease. Wuxia suddenly recalled a frightening creature that was recorded in Scroll of Stealing, called the Mother of Thundercloud Lightning. This creature lived in the lightning and fed on the spirits born from the lightning. Every newborn thundercloud, Thunder Mother, had the cultivation base of a heaven immortal, and an adult thundercloud, a giant creature that was nearly 1,000 miles long, possessed a destructive power comparable to a gold immortal. In the torrent of heavenly fire, Wuxia saw a fire dragon beast with 6 wings on its back. It was formed purely from dazzling speed heavenly fire. In the Xianbing zone, Wuxia and his companions were nearly killed by a centipede-shaped beast, which was over 10,000 miles long and had countless thin wings on both sides of its body. The heavenly centipede flew as fast as a gale, and the dark blue nether energy it breathed out from its mouth was extremely powerful, a frightening energy that could freeze the fleshly body of a gold immortal into ice crystals. One of the gale was nearly hit by the dark blue nether energy. Fortunately, its movement was much more agile than the heavenly centipede. After a series of violent evasive maneuvers, the gale brought Wuxia safely out of the Xianbing zone. Amidst the torrent of light, Wuxia saw the light wildebeest, which flew as fast as a beam of light. Amidst the star sand ocean, Wuxia saw the extremely greedy star sandworms. They were strange creatures that looked like earthworms, but with a length of over 1,000 miles, and could stretch their body to over 100,000 miles long in the blink of an eye. They were attacking a true dragon, who came out of nowhere and was accidentally sucked into a huge vortex of heavenly star sand in the star sand ocean. The true dragon, whose overall strength was comparable to a lower-tier gold immortal, was turned into a dried corpse by the group of greedy star sandworms. Wuxia had no idea how many such perilous zones they had passed through as they flew upward. After 3 days and 3 nights, the gale finally stopped before a boundless ocean of wind. Wuxia looked down and saw the vast Panga continent right before his eyes. Even with the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia could not see anything on the ground clearly. No matter where he looked, Wuxia could not see the edge of Panga continent. It was as if this continent had no edge at all. He took a deep breath and sighed with emotion at the vastness of Panga continent. Suddenly, a melodious voice came to his ears. "Human cultivators, listen up." The dozen of adult Gale shrunk their bodies at the same time. Their bodies emitted a strong light, and gradually, a dozen men and women with graceful and luxurious appearances came standing before Wuxia. These men and women were handsome and beautiful, and there was an innate aura of nobility emanating from their bodies. They looked like lofty monarchs, so outstanding that no one dared to approach them. The one who spoke to Wuxia was the woman who was obviously the leader among these men and women. She was clad in a long black robe and had a pair of eyes that shone like stars. She turned to Wuxia and said, "Human cultivators, thank you for saving my only child. As a token of gratitude, we have brought you here. Go inside and search for your own opportunity. If you are lucky enough to find it, you will be rewarded with great benefits." She raised her beautiful and slender neck proudly and said, "I'm Lady Xianxia, the queen of the Green Feather tribe of the Gale clan. The one you have saved is my only son, Xianxia. We, the Gale clan, have always distinguished kindness and hatred clearly. Those who bully our clansmen will be punished, but those who help our clansmen will definitely be rewarded by us." The little Gale, who had Wuxia in his hand, gave a few coos, flapped his wings, and slightly touched Wuxia's body with the tips of his wings. Lady Xianxia puckered her lips and gave the little Gale a fierce glare, then helplessly shook her head and said something to a skinny man standing next to her. They were talking in the way of communication used by the Gale clan, so Wuxia had no idea what their coos meant. The man took a step forward, glanced at Wuxia from head to toe, and said coolly, "Young Master Xianxia asked us to give you more benefits. After all, it was you who saved his life. Fine, I'll give you a little bit of the bloodline of the Gale between the heaven and earth. Whether you can enjoy it or not will depend on your fate." Suddenly, the fingernail on the man's right hand sprung out, about 1 foot long. With a gentle cut on Wuxia's wrist, a green thread of blood slowly squeezed out from his wrist. Not long after that, a 3 feet long blood thread, as thin as a hair and emanating a powerful energy wave, squeezed out from the man's body. Carefully, he held the blood thread with both hands and handed it over to Wuxia. Wuxia was taken aback. He patted on Xianxia's claw, then respectfully took over the green blood thread, which kept twisting and flying like a wild gale. A suction force came from his palm, and the blood thread squeezed into his body along with a whistling sound of wind, merging with all his limbs and bones in a blink of an eye. Hastily, Wuxia exercised the technique found in Scroll of Stealing, using the technique of bloodline inheritance to merge the innate divine ability of Gale with his entire body. All the power contained in the bloodline was perfectly inherited by Wuxia without any waste. Only those who cultivated Scroll of Stealing could perfectly merge an external bloodline like this. If it were some other people, even if they were primordial immortals, it would be extremely difficult for them to achieve such an effect. After merging the green blood thread into his body, Wuxia felt his body suddenly became lighter. It was as if his bones, flesh, meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs had turned into empty bamboo tubes or feathers that were fluttering in the wind. There was a wild gale whistling through his body, and suddenly he had formed a magical connection with the wind between the heaven and earth. Wuxia narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding vigorously. In Scroll of Stealing, there was a technique that could steal the bloodline of all kinds of divine beasts between the heaven and earth, merging their innate divine abilities into one's body. However, none of the divine beasts could be easily provoked. Therefore, the fact that Wuxia could obtain the bloodline of the Gale for no reason was a great favor. Bowing respectfully at Feng Qinger's mother, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the generous gift, Your Majesty. In the future, if the Green Feather Tribe has any request, Wuxia will dare to refuse." Feng Qinger smiled faintly, shook her head disapprovingly, and said, "Never mind. We, the Gale clan, can fly freely above the 9 heavens, and we don't need you human cultivators. Come, we'll escort you to the core of this ocean of storms. Along the way, you can collect some wind spirit essence, which can strengthen the bloodline of the Gale in your body and improve your affinity to the wild wind force between the heaven and earth. The wind spirit essence is also an excellent material for crafting upper-grade immortal items. If you find it, don't let it go." After thanking Feng Qinger's mother, Wuxia asked, "What is in the core of this ocean of storms?" Feng Qinger smiled faintly and said softly, "Nothing remarkable. It is just the mansion of a fallen primordial immortal. That immortal has some relationship with the Gale clan, so only the members of the Gale clan know the location of his mansion. Am I right? Since you have saved Lao AI, I'll give you an opportunity to obtain the treasures in it. Whether you can seize it or not will depend on your fate." Feng Xiaoho cooed a few times, flapped his wings, and grabbed up Wuxia. Wuxia stood on the huge claw of Feng Xiaoho, which was about 1 mile in circumference. A gust of strong wind rolled up everyone, and they flew straight into the boundless ocean of storms, which was composed of black, green, white, blue, and green gales. Goo-goo, goo-goo. Along the way, Feng Xiaoho kept rocking his head and making goo-goo sounds. But too bad, Wuxia could not understand him. The bloodline of the Gale clan was extremely powerful. Snow-armored, heaven-devouring pythons could transform into human form when they were around the 24th tier of Heaven Immortal. However, the members of the Gale clan had to possess the cultivation base of Gold Immortal before they could transform into human form and speak human language. With Feng Xiaoho's current cultivation base, he would have to work hard for many periods before he could transform into human form. The gust of wind brought Wuxia and his company through countless storms effortlessly. After flying for 2 days and 2 nights, Wuxia collected several hundred pieces of wind spirit essence, each the size of a small hill, green in color, and containing the supreme aura of Gale spirit. Not only could these wind spirit essences strengthen the bloodline of the Gale, but more importantly, they were excellent materials for crafting upper-grade immortal items. If they fell into the hands of a brilliant grandmaster of forging, they could even be used to craft gold immortal items. Suddenly, Feng Qinger came to a halt. Ahead of them, in a void surrounded by countless dark whirlwinds and vortexes, was a small landmass that measured about 1,000 miles in both width and length, hovering quietly in midair. There were mountains, rivers, forests, and grasslands on it, and on top of a lofty mountain in the center of the landmass stood a dilapidated palace that occupied about 100 acres of land. Feng Qinger grabbed Wuxia and threw him into the palace. Chapter 465. Giving a strange cry, Wuxia flew towards the small landmass in an arc. Along the way, the strong wind brought countless wind blades in all directions. But when Wuxia flew past, the strong wind brushed past his body like the gentle hand of a lover caressing Wuxia, not causing him any harm. Not only that, the strong wind even injected a lively force into his body, allowing Wuxia to easily control his body. Like a fish swimming in the water, he flew across the nearly 100 miles of storm and landed safely on the small landmass. Feng Xiaoxiao cooed and gently patted Feng Qing'er's mother with his wings. Feng Qing'er rolled her eyes and gave Feng Xiaoxiao a few fierce slaps on the face. "If you dare to run around again, I'll let you be killed by those mortals. I won't care about you anymore." Alas, with me bringing him here, and the Gale bloodline helping him control the strong wind, as long as his luck is not too bad, this treasure left behind by an ancient immortal will naturally be his. Feng Miao spread its wings, showing a look of disapproval. He shrunk his body, and the 10 miles wingspan bird shrank to the size of a fist. Like a chick, he hopped on a Feng Qing'er's shoulder, cooed, and pecked her earlobe with his beak. Feng Qing'er gave a cold snort, grabbed Feng Xiaoxiao with both hands, and pressed him down fiercely. Feng Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and let out a miserable shriek. His legs twitched and his eyes rolled back. Madame Feng Qing'er kept yelling at Feng Xiaoxiao, then began to beat and curse Feng Xiaoxiao. Wuxia landed on the landmass. From a distance, the landmass, which looked to be only about 1,000 miles in both width and length, suddenly became extremely huge. Wuxia opened his mystic eyes of universe and looked into the distance. The edge of the horizon was over 100,000 miles away from him. This was a spatial restrictive spell constructed by a mighty immortal. This landmass was not as ordinary as it looked. Carefully spreading out his divine will, Wuxia sensed the frozen wind in the surrounding air. Just like how flowing water turned into ice, the wild wind on this landmass was frozen in the air as well. With his divine will, Wuxia could even draw out the outlines of the storms in the air. All the storms were frozen in the air, invisible and formless, and could only be sensed by divine will. Gingerly, Wuxia reached out his hand and gently touched the frozen wind that blocked his way. Green ripples emerged in the air, and Wuxia sensed a desolate and lonely emotion from the frozen wind. The Gale bloodline that had just fused with his body gave Wuxia a feeling of compassion for the frozen wind. He sighed lightly and said, "Do you really want to dance? The wind should be free and unfettered to soar between heaven and earth. It should not be like it was now, frozen in the air, unable to move, unable to be free." With a thought in Wuxia's mind, a gust of wind shot out from his fingertip and fused with the frozen wind in front of him. The entire landmass suddenly came alive. The air vibrated violently, while gusts of wild wind blew towards Wuxia from all directions. Wuxia's body was lifted up by the wind, dancing gracefully in the air. The frozen flowers, grasses, and trees on the landmass began to sway in the wind. Suddenly, they were filled with a life force, and the aura of life quickly emanated from them, spreading across the entire landmass. The strong wind lifted Wuxia up and brought him flying toward the palace located right in the center. Wuxia gently landed in front of the palace. Like a giant hand, the wild wind pushed Wuxia from behind and pushed him into the palace. This palace was built entirely from green jade. Originally, it had a few halls, but now most of them had collapsed, leaving only broken fences and dilapidated walls, looking very desolate. Only the palace in the center was still standing. However, the roof of the palace, which was made from thin, transparent green jade tiles, was punctured with tins of water tank-sized holes, giving off a sense of dilapidation. The strong wind pushed Wuxia into the grand hall. Suddenly, a bright light shone in front of his eyes as a strong green wind came rolling and rolling along the ground, causing Wuxia's clothes to flutter violently. From the outside, the hall seemed to be less than an acre in size, but inside, it was over 100 miles in both width and length. Thousands of huge green jade pillars were erected in the hall, carved with countless patterns of whirlwinds and clouds. All the pillars seemed to be rotating along with the wild wind. The ceiling of the great hall was a mysterious heavenly cycle star chart. The dark sky and the bright stars made everything look no different from the real sky. However, because of the dozens of holes on the ceiling, dozens of large holes about 1 mile in diameter were exposed in the star chart. Faint sunlight shone into the hall through the holes, making the star chart obscure. A powerful force was maintaining the operation of some restrictive spells in the palace, which kept the interstitial space in the palace stable. Looking at the dozens of large holes on the ceiling, Wuxia then glanced at the ring space that was still intact and could only sigh inwardly. This place was indeed worthy of being the mansion of a primordial immortal, for it was indeed marvelous. Even though the primordial immortal had fallen, the mystery of this place was still not something Wuxia could see through. The wild wind rolled Wuxia up and pushed him forward. At the end of the hall, there was a cloud bed carved from white jade, and a faint, hazy figure was sitting cross-legged on it. Wuxia could roughly see that the figure was an old man with a thin face, with a pair of eyes as bright as the sun. But the aura emanating from the figure made Wuxia realize that the old man was not even a broken soul, and was not even as good as the wisp of soul left behind by Lady Dark Goldwater. This was just a projection. It was a projection left behind by the tremendous power of the fallen primordial immortal, leaving a mark in the orbit of the heavenly Tao. It was not a real living being, but it was, after all, the projection of a primordial immortal. Even though its master had fallen, it still possessed a very powerful power by relying on the various restrictive spells in the palace. Wuxia stepped forward, cupped his fist, and bowed to the projection. "Senior, I'm Wuxia. Greetings." The projection opened its eyes, stared at Wuxia, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you a good man?" Wuxia was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he shook his head resolutely and said, "I'm not a good man, but I'm not a bad man either. If someone does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if someone offends me, I will think about it day and night, and I will seek revenge even if I have to. You are not a good man." The projection smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "It's good that you are not a good man. In this world, good people will always suffer losses." The projection sighed faintly, then gave Wuxia a measuring look and said in a low voice, "You have done the Gales a favor?" Wuxia nodded, then told the projection how he saved Feng Xiaoxiao. Instinctively, he sensed that it was useless to lie in front of the projection. The Grand Hall was completely under the control of the projection. In this Grand Hall, the projection was an omnipotent god. If Wuxia told a lie, he would immediately be attacked by the restrictive spells in the Grand Hall with all their might. After listening to Wuxia, the projection smiled and said, "So, what do you think the wind represents?" Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then said with a frown, "Wind represents freedom. Only the freely flowing air can evolve into wind." The projection applauded and praised, then sighed and said, "That's right, the core spirit of the wind is freedom. I've been upholding the path of freedom, and that's how I was able to comprehend the mystery of the wind between heaven and earth, finally achieving the realm of primordial immortal. Unfortunately, the Eastern Green Emperor sent an ancient heaven god, Fengbua, to ask me to serve the Eastern Celestial Court. How could I be willing to be ordered around by someone?" "The Eastern Green Emperor?" Wuxia took a deep breath. The projection sighed and said, "I refuse the Green Emperor's imperial edict, and the 10 wind gods, rain gods, thunder gods, and lightning gods working under the Green Emperor attacked me together. 40 ancient heaven gods joined forces and severely wounded the 7th wind god, the 3rd rain god, the 2nd thunder god, and the 1st lightning god. But the Green Emperor himself struck me on the back and killed me." The projection sighed and said, "When you grow strong enough in the future, will you avenge me?" Wuxia frowned and pondered for a moment, then said frankly, "I'll do my best. If there's any danger, I won't take the risk to avenge you." The projection smiled, nodded seriously, and said, "That's very true, and I like it very much. That's great. Most of the treasures I carried with me when I was in a great battle in the past were destroyed. What I have left here are just some useless things. You can take whatever you like. I only have one scroll of the Song of Gale, which is what I've learned all my life, and the heavenly outfit of Gale, which is transformed from the wings I shed when I transformed into a primordial immortal. I'll leave these two things to you." The projection smiled faintly and said straightforwardly, "Freedom? But I'm just a projection, and I'm trapped here. How can that be considered freedom? Once you take these things away, there will be no trace of me left in this world. Everything will be clean, and all restraints will be removed. That's what true freedom is." With a wave of his hand, a green wind mass flew whistling out from the center of the cloud bed, struck between Wuqi's brows, and quickly fused into his body. Wuqi felt a cold current spreading out from his spiritual ocean, and suddenly, an endless profound knowledge about the wind appeared before his eyes. All the knowledge about the wind, which the fallen primordial immortal had spent his entire life studying, belonged to Wuqi. At the same time, wisps of green wind mass drifted out from the surrounding jade pillars. Gradually, countless green winds merged and converged above Wuqi's head, gradually transforming into a pale green shadow of a wind. A gale about the size of a fist flew out from the shadow, gently wheeling a few times around Wuqi. Wuqi bit the tip of his tongue and carefully spat out a mouthful of prime blood essence. After a moment of hesitation, the gale flapped its wings and came before the drop of prime blood essence Wuqi spat out, swallowing it into its belly. Abruptly, the shadow of the wind above Wuqi's head transformed into a sheet of green light and fell onto Wuqi's body. His Taoist robe was torn to shreds, and a green Taoist robe that was visible to the naked eye was draped over Wuqi's body. The tiny gale gave a clear cry, burrowed into the Taoist robe, and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Wuqi received a message from the item spirit of the heavenly outfit of Gale. It was badly damaged in the war years ago, and now it was only a middle-grade immortal item. Although it was willing to serve Wuqi now, in order to regain its original power as a primordial immortal treasure, Wuqi would need to slowly nourish and recover it. Wuqi nodded to himself, then cupped his fist and bowed deeply to the projection. The projection smiled faintly as a large number of green specks shot out of his body and slowly fused into Wuqi's body. A powerful wind spirit aura rushed into Wuqi's body. Every single cell of Wuqi's was filled with an enormous power of wind spirit. It took a full hour for the projection to finally vanish. Wuqi kowtowed a few times to the cloud bed, then strode out of the hall. "Another debt of gratitude has been added to my debt. That's the Easternwood Emperor. Just the name alone tells me he's not easy to deal with." Wuqi's bitter laugh echoed faintly in the hall. Chapter 466. A white cloud streaked across the sky gracefully, surrounded by a gentle breeze that carried it forward like a fish swimming in the water. Wuqi sat cross-legged on the cloud, focusing all his mind on comprehending the Song of Gale, which was passed down to him by Reverend Gale, a primordial immortal, and learning the profound principles of wind that were as vast as the ocean. In Wuqi's spiritual ocean, a green ball of wind was wheeling and turning, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly. Every time it spun, a new enlightenment would fuse into his mind. With every additional enlightenment he gained, Wuqi's understanding of the changes of the wind between heaven and earth would grow a little stronger, and the bloodline of the gale in his body would grow stronger. In the end, the breeze kept going in and out of Wuqi's body, pushing Wuqi forward as he hovered on the cloud. His speed was even faster than that of an ordinary heaven immortal. Although it was not as fast as the gale, which could travel millions of miles in an instant, among heaven immortals, no one could travel faster than Wuqi. The profound principle of the wind was freedom. The two wood elemental nascent souls in Wuqi's 7 stealing heaven meridians were constantly swallowing and emitting a large amount of green light. The wood elemental energy was easily transformed into wisps of gentle breeze that flowed ceaselessly through Wuxi's meridians. Wuxi's body became hazy, as if he was about to transform into a gentle breeze that blended into the heaven and earth. The surrounding natural energy also turned into wind and flowed toward Wuxi, quickly fusing into Wuxi's body. The Song of Gale is indeed marvelous. Wuxi opened his eyes and could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was a supreme scripture that could bring one straight to the realm of primordial immortal, and it was much more powerful than the Darking Water scripture, which could bring one straight to the realm of first-tier gold immortal. Currently, the two strongest cultivation techniques Wuxi had were the Song of Gale and the Darking Water scripture. Although the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture could also be cultivated to the realm of gold immortal, it was still far from being comparable to these two cultivation techniques. If Wuxi wanted to break the profound in-soul captivating seal in his sea of consciousness, he would have to rely on the Song of Gale and the profound in-water scripture. A few days ago, Wuxi searched the Gale Palace thoroughly, but found nothing. Apart from the Song of Gale and the heavenly robe of Gale, all the valuables in venerable Gale's Gale Palace had been plundered by the ancient heaven gods led by the Azure Arch. Wuxi had only found the remains of a few immortal stones in the Gale Palace's storeroom. This was all Wuxi had found in the Gale Palace. After leaving the Palace of Gale, Wuxi bid farewell to Lady Feng Qing'er and Feng Xiaoxiao. Lady Feng Qing'er sent an adult Gale to bring Wuxi back to the surface, while she brought the naughty Feng Xiaoxiao back to her clan to teach him a lesson. As for whether Feng Xiaoxiao was going to kneel on a washboard or something else, it was not something that Wuxi could know. However, Wuxi knew that even if they never met again in the future, he would always remember Feng Xiaoxiao. Riding on the wind, Wuxi traveled back to Anhe City. He was not in a hurry, and just drifted slowly along with the wind. He focused all his attention on studying the Song of Gale, and in just a few days, he had already comprehended some of its superficial mysteries. Then he formed a fake nascent soul in his body, using it to cultivate the cultivation technique in the Song of Gale. The fake nascent soul was entirely formed from emerald green gusts, drifting and hazy. Among all the fake nascent souls formed by Wuxi, its flying speed was definitely the fastest. When they were still several thousand miles away from Anhe City, Wuxi released 4 celestial fiend puppets. 2 of them transformed into Xianxia and Xianxia, while the other 2 transformed into the 2 boys Wuxi brought with him when he set out on this journey. The group of 5 returned to Greenwood Mountain in a leisurely manner. When they flew into Green City Manor, Wuxi saw Taoist Yunzong, who was busy deploying various illusory formations both inside and outside the mountain. He was afraid that his senior brother, Taoist Yunzong, would learn about what happened here and come here to seize the credit. Therefore, during the period of time when Wuxi was away, Taoist Yunzong had been working day and night to deploy various formations, trying his best to conceal the entire Green City courtyard. Wuxi and Taoist Yunzong chatted for a while. With Xianxia and Xianxia as witnesses, Wuxi actually sent a message to Reverend Liang through a voice transmission formation. Upon learning that Reverend Liang would be coming to Panga Continent together with a few elders of Green City, Taoist Yunzong could not help but feel wild with joy. Taking advantage of Taoist Yunzang's wild joy, Wuxi coaxed Taoist Yunzong with a false show of affection. After that, he came up with an excuse that he had to go to Anhe City to prepare for the grand opening ceremony when Reverend Liang arrived at Panga Continent 3 years later. After bidding farewell to Taoist Yunzong, who was reluctant to part with him, Wuxi brought the 2 boys and returned to Anhe City. Xianxia and Xianxia, the 2 Taoists transformed from celestial fiend puppets, stayed in Green City Manor, keeping an eye on Taoist Yunzang's every move. Along the way, Wuxi retracted the 2 puppets back in his body, then leisurely walked into Anhe City with his hands clasped behind his back. As they walked along the main road, before they could reach the City Lord Mansion, an old man selling sesame seed biscuits and steamed buns suddenly pointed his finger at Wuxi and cried out excitedly, "He is Taoist greed! He is Taoist greed!" Aya, he is Taoist greed. My lords, he is Taoist greed. Wuxia was taken aback. There were many people in He city who knew his Taoist name, greed. Why did this old man point out his name so excitedly? While he was puzzled, a large group of armored warriors suddenly rushed out from the restaurants and inns on both sides of the road. Dozens of oracles from the Directorate of Celestials, clad in black burlap robes and black jade crowns, flew up into the sky with gloomy faces. Quickly, they crushed the bone talismans they had prepared in their hands, sprinkling a large sheet of white light onto the armored warriors. Wuxia briefly analyzed the restrictive spells in the white light. Some were used to defend against soul attacks, some were used to defend against poisonous gas and miasma, and some were used to defend against sound wave attacks, strong light attacks, and all sorts of strange magical attacks. In short, the over 300 armored warriors who rushed out from the restaurants and inns on both sides of the road were armed to the teeth. The offensive magical attacks that Taoists were most adept at using, which had the greatest lethality against human warriors, had been weakened to the extreme. The sound of swords and blades being unsheathed rang out like the rumbling of a tidal wave. 300 warriors had surrounded Wuxia, their blades like a forest of trees and swords like a rain, reflecting the sunlight and glinting with blinding light. A few young men, who did not emanate any aura, but were clad in golden armors and looked as mighty as lions, strode up to Wuxia and gave Wuxia a cold glance. A young man, who was wearing a golden armor and a large red cloak that was dyed with beast blood, had his hair tied up in a fiery jade crown on his head, and patterns of hundreds of beasts were drawn on his golden armor with melted red crystals. He took out a scroll from his waist, opened it, and looked at it carefully. Then, he carefully compared Wuxia's face with the portrait on the scroll. Shaking his head, the young man grinned coldly and said, "Taoist greed?" Wuxia laughed dryly, nodded, and said, "That's me." The young man said coldly, "I'm Miao Ihu, the criminal officer of Zhong Province's punishment court into you. Please cooperate with me. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you on the spot." Wuxia paused, then gave the scroll a sideways glance. The portrait on the scroll was the same face Wuxia used when he went to Xianxia Immortal Pass. Next to the scroll was a line of tiny, neat characters: Taoist greed, a cultivation technique of the Fiend League, a height of 7 feet and 2 inches, and so on. Twitching his lips, Wuxia turned to look at the old man, who was selling buns and steamed buns, and shouted out his name just now. The old man was happily taking over a heavy money bag from an armored warrior. Behind him, a group of men and women were busy loading some clothes and soft items into a large cart. Before long, the old man brought the group of men and women and quickly drove the cart away joyfully. Meanwhile, the owner of the shop was sighing in a low voice, lamenting why he was not the first one to discover the trace of Wuxia, the Taoist greed. Smiling bitterly, Wuxia pointed at his own nose and asked, "May I ask, Lord Miao, what crime have I committed?" Miao Ihu cried out coldly, "A cultivator from the Fiend League who calls himself Taoist greed has colluded with demons from outer domains and attacked the army of Prefecture Overseer Fengjupan. He killed over 70,000 soldiers of the Yu province, severely wounded the Prefecture Overseer and his generals, and even killed 347 oracles of the Directorate of Celestials. The Prefecture Overseer of Zhong Province is furious, and he has issued an order to arrest Taoist greed." Staring coldly at Wuxia, Miao Ihu grinned coldly and said, "You are the 9th Taoist greed that I've found in the last half a month." Taken aback, Wuxia asked hastily, "What about the other few Taoist greed that I've found?" Although Wuxia asked the question anxiously, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. Could it be that the Taoist name greed was so popular? If this Miao Ihu could find 9 Taoist greed, then what about the other criminal officers of the punishment court? TSK. But when he thought about it, there were countless cultivators in the myriad of heavenly realms. Apart from the Taoist names of those famous almighty experts, who no one dared to use, there were many other Taoist names like Qingfeng and Mingyu. The Taoist name greed corresponded to the heavenly star, and those cultivators from the Fiend League and the Evil League were fond of such Taoist names. Staring coldly at Wuxia, Miao Ihu said in a deep voice, "The 8 Taoist greed in front of me thought they had a profound cultivation base and refused to cooperate with me. Therefore, they were all killed. One of them had a cultivation base of 34th tier Heaven Immortal, but he was still killed by me." Wuxia sucked in a cold breath, laughed dryly, and said, "Doesn't that mean I'll have to change my Taoist name in the future?" Miao Ihu said coldly, "That's a matter for the future. As for now, please summon your nascent soul out of your body, Taoist greed. I just want to see what kind of technique you're cultivating." Wuxia pointed at the words on the scroll and asked, "What if I'm unfortunate enough to be cultivating with a technique from the Fiend League?" Miao Ihu's lips twitched into a fake smile as he said in an indifferent tone, "Then, that would be really unfortunate. If you're cultivating with a technique from the Fiend League, you'll either be killed by me on the spot despite your stubborn resistance, or you'll follow me back to the punishment court of Zhong Province and be investigated." Wuxia smacked his lips and cleared his throat. As he was about to say something bashfully, Reverend San Li's voice was heard coming from afar. "What a bold statement, Your Excellency. And He City is now Euphoria Heavenly Palace's territory, and you try to take away our outer sect elder in our territory? Where does Your Excellency put Euphoria Heavenly Palace? Where does Your Excellency put Patriarch Muji? Where does Your Excellency put Dark Palace?" When Miao Ihu arrived with his army, Wuxia had immediately contacted the celestial fiend puppet who had transformed into Reverend San Lo. Reverend San Lo had arrived just in time, bringing with him all the cultivators from the City Lord Mansion who had a certain status. Riding on a gust of wind, nearly 1,000 cultivators arrived and surrounded Miao Ihu and his army of over 300 soldiers. Miao Ihu snorted coldly, then suddenly gave a sharp whistle. Immediately, many figures leaped up into the sky from a distance, as nearly 1,000 dark figures were seen rushing towards them from the 3 main roads behind the other 3 city gates. Before long, about 1,500 leather-armored soldiers, armed with powerful bows and crossbows, had surrounded the cultivators from the outside. Following these soldiers were over 100 oracles from the Directorate of Celestials hovering in midair. Chapter 467. The loud banging of doors and windows being shut could be heard coming from all over any city. Grinning coldly, Miao Ihu spun and looked at Reverend San Lo, who was walking slowly down the street. He pulled out a round bone mirror and waved it at Reverend San Lo. A faint gleam flashed across the surface of the mirror, polished from an unknown green bone, while an ancient-looking rune flickered on its surface. Suddenly, Reverend San Li's body swayed, and a sheet of green mist burst out from his body, amidst which came a faint ghost howl. Shaking his head, Miao Ihu put away the bone mirror and said in a deep voice, "How dare a mere early-stage, nascent soul cultivator talk to me like that?" He gave the crowd a scornful glance, then stretched out both hands and slowly drew a circle at the surrounding cultivators. "You're just a bunch of weaklings, and the strongest among you is merely a nascent soul cultivator. How dare you attack the army of punishment quartered to you? I'll count to 10. Get the hell out of here." Reverend San Lu snorted coldly as he parted the crowd and came next to Miao Ihu. He lowered his voice and said, "Your Excellency, and He City is now the territory of Euphoria Heavenly Palace. Our ancestral master is Patriarch Muji, and behind him is Patriarch Xianxia from the Dark Palace of Hui Ming Heavenly Realm." Miao Ihu put down the hands that he used to provoke the surrounding cultivators, then placed them forcefully on Reverend San Li's shoulder. He came before Reverend San Lu, staring into his eyes, and said with a cold grin, "This is the territory of Diyu. The celestial court rules the immortals, and the human emperors rules the humans. This is a universally acknowledged heavenly commandment." Reverend San Lu took a deep breath. He looked at Miao Ihu's hands on his shoulder, then sighed and said, "But now, and He City is the territory of a mortal sect. If Your Excellency does not wish to trigger a war between humans and immortals, please do not act recklessly in He City." Miao Ihu's eyelids drooped as a strange smile emerged on his gaunt and slightly gruesome face. He loosened his grip and ignored Reverend Sanlu, then turned to Wuxia and said, "Taoist greed, let me have a look at your nascent soul. If you're a fiend cultivator, come with me. If you're not a devil cultivator, don't use the Taoist name of greed in the future. I'll let you off for now." Wuxia pondered for a moment. Then a white cloud rushed out from the top of his head. It was the fake nascent soul who cultivated the scripture of inaction. A crescent moon-shaped machete was hovering above the fake infant's head, looking hazy as if it was condensed from water vapor. Occasionally, the machete would spin and shoot out beams of bright light. The crescent-shaped blade was also a spirit weapon given to Wuxia by Immortal Greenstaff when he left Green Cliff Planet. It was forged using magical smoke cloud crystal and 5 elements gold essences, giving it a hazy and dreamy glow, a perfect match for the inaction scripture of unity. The Guiyuanwei Dao scripture was an orthodox Taoist cultivation technique. Moreover, it emphasized on cultivating one's nature and heart. It was in line with the most primitive essence of Taoism. As soon as Wuqi's nascent soul flew out of his body, it was surrounded by a clear air, and clouds were hovering and dancing around his body in the shape of Ganoderma, dragon, and tiger. Wuqi's long hair was waving in the wind, and he looked refreshed and energetic. He looked exactly like a genuine Taoist, an orthodox and virtuous man. Miao Ihu's face darkened abruptly. He gave Wuqi's nascent soul sitting cross-legged amidst the cloud above his head a glance, snorted coldly, waved his hand, and cried out in a deep voice, "Heed my order, men. Form up and leave any city." One after another, the armor-clad soldiers sheathed their blades and swords, loosened the triggers of their strong bows and crossbows, and put their weapons into the leather bags they carried on their backs. Then, they lined up on the street and marched toward the city gate. The punishment army of the punishment court was well-trained, and every one of them was an elite soldier. It only took them a few breaths of time to line up and leave through the east gate. Miao Ihu shoved the scroll back into his belt, smiled, and nodded at Wuqia. After that, he brought a few adjutants and personal guards and followed the procession out of the city. Off in the distance, 3 flying ships were seen heading toward He City at top speed. They were here to pick up the army, led by Miao Ihu. With a smile on his face, Miao Ihu led the army out of the city. But the moment he stepped out of the city gate, he turned his head and said with a loud laugh, "Reverend Sanlu, Taoist greed, remember, this is the Yu's territory. You're just staying here temporarily. Sooner or later, you will take back this place." The 3 flying ships landed, and Miao Ihu boarded them with many soldiers. Amidst a faint whistling of the wind, the ships broke through the clouds and soared into the sky, then slowly flew toward the south. Footsteps were heard, as Zhu Linggong, who stayed behind in He City, came hurrying toward them with the soldiers. Upon seeing Wuqia, Zhu Linggong quickly cupped his fist, bowed, and said, "Senior, was that the punishment officer from Zhong Province's punishment court just now? You have to be careful, as the people of punishment court never have a good reputation. Once you get tangled up with them, they will be like maggots on a tarsal bone. Things will not end so easily." Wuqia was taken aback. Then he smiled and said, "But I think that Miao Ihu is a reasonable man. I'm not a fiend cultivator." So he just left without any hesitation. Zhu Linggong shook his head with a wry smile and said in a low voice, "When did the people of punishment court ever talk about reason?" Looking at the bitter smile on Zhu Linggong's face, Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. As Zhu Linggong's clan had lost their control over He City, apart from Zhu Linggong and his branch who served as the city guards, the rest of the clan were exiled. Zhu Linggong should have a very deep understanding of the punishment court's methods. Judging from that, Miao Yihu would not let Wuqi go so easily. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuqi smiled and patted Zhu Lingong's shoulder. Beiji is doing well, and he is recuperating well in City Lord Mansion. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. I'm sure he will have a bright future. While smiling, Wuqi gave Reverend San Lu a meaningful glance. Reverend San Lu whistled, and all the cultivators scattered in all directions. Stepping on a cloud, Wuqi and Reverend San Lu flew quickly towards the City Lord Mansion. However, halfway through their journey, Wuqi summoned a celestial fiend puppet and transformed it into his image, following Reverend San Lu back to the City Lord Mansion. Meanwhile, Wuqi himself transformed into a gust of wind and chased after the 3 flying ships. After obtaining the legacy of the Song of Gale, Wuqi could fly at a very fast speed. In less than an hour, he had traveled over 10,000 miles towards the south. Far ahead of him, he saw 3 flying ships descending into a valley. A few plumes of smoke could be seen rising from the valley, and Wuqi could smell the aroma of grilled meat and cooked rice brought to him by the wind. It was an inconspicuous valley amidst a vast mountain range. It stretched 3 to 5 miles, and there was a spring in the valley. Nearly 100 soldiers were grilling meat and cooking rice by the spring, while several hundred tents were erected in a small forest off to the side. Some soldiers were patrolling the area with swords and spears in their hands. The 3 flying ships descended, and Miao Yihu alighted from them with a gloomy face. He brought a few adjutants and personal guards into one of the tents. Wuqi followed closely behind Miao Yihu, and with the innate earth element escape art, he entered the tent as well. He hid in the mud less than 3 feet deep under Miao Yihu's feet, narrowing his eyes to listen to the commotion above. There was a long table made of black stone placed in the tent, and Miao Yihu and his 4 adjutants were casually seated around it. A personal guard brought them a cup of boiling hot tea. Miao Yihu picked up the cup and finished it in one gulp, not fearing that it was scalding. After that, he pulled out the sword hanging on his waist and hacked it forcefully on the long table. A crisp sound rang out as the sword went over 1 foot deep into the table. Miao Yihu loosened his grip on the hilt, and the sword vibrated violently on the table, producing a deep, muffled cry. This Taoist greed is the one who His Excellency Prefecture Overseer ordered to arrest. Miao Yihu pulled out the scroll hanging on his waist and slammed it forcefully on the table. You have all seen it with your own eyes today. This Taoist greed's nascent soul is a nascent soul of Fiend League. Even if he is not that Taoist greed, he still has an unclear relationship with that Taoist greed. Chi-Chi, the 4 adjutants, rose to their feet, bowed their heads, and cried out in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is right. This Taoist greed is the criminal His Excellency Prefecture Overseer ordered to arrest." Miao Yihu gave a deep snort. Sitting back in his seat, he gently scratched the edge of his sword with his finger while murmuring to himself, "Since this Taoist greed is the same Taoist greed, I have an excuse to mobilize the army and besiege any city." Euphoria Heavenly Palace and Golden Pavilion Temple have perished together. Patriarch Muji is severely wounded, and Arhut Wrath is dead. Who else in the vicinity of his city can fight against the great Yu army? Lightly tapping on the stone table with his finger, Miao Yihu said in a low voice, "I knew that Lu Yi was not reliable. Tactics, stratagems, what is the use of these things? Power. Only the mighty power could decide everything. If anyone dares to stand in our way, we will destroy him with violence. This is the righteous path under the heaven." Grinning coldly, Miao Yihu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Third brother, watch how I will avenge you." Amir in his city has caused the death of my younger brother, who shares the same father and mother. How can I not avenge him? One of the adjutants cautiously reminded him, "Your Excellency, with your current authority, you can only mobilize an army of less than 2,000 soldiers. This is more than enough to take down the current in his city. But if Patriarch Muji sends out his disciples to help us, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand his revenge." Hiding under the ground, Wuxia narrowed his eyes. Miao Yihu was going to avenge his younger brother? Could his younger brother be the young general whom he had killed? At that time, Wuxia was too lazy to find out the identity and background of that man, as he was busy framing Miao. Thus, he killed him with a casual swing of his sword. He did not expect that the man was backed by Miao Yihu, who was now eagerly coming here to avenge his younger brother by abusing his authority. Miao Yihu narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Let's take down any city first," he said in a deep voice. "We don't need to interfere in the rest. As long as we spread the news that Taoist greed is related to Patriarch Muji, His Excellency Prefecture Overseer will naturally uphold justice for us." The four adjutants exchanged a glance, then clenched their right fists and punched their own chests as they answered in one voice. "Your Excellency is wise. We will definitely succeed." Miao Yihu smiled faintly. While he was about to reveal his overall plan, a loud explosion was suddenly heard coming from outside. A strong gust of wind brought with it a scorching flame, and the tent was abruptly caught on fire and burned to ashes. Miao Yihu sprung to his feet and glanced around. The valley had turned into a living hell. A black-bearded Taoist was seen standing on a cloud, holding a dragon-skin fire pouch in his hand. He was constantly firing thunderbolts into the valley. Whenever a thunderbolt landed on the ground, it would produce a flaming cloud that covered an area of several tens of acres. Strong winds and scorching heat swept across the place. The armored soldiers were either ripped to shreds by the explosions, or their bones and flesh were charred by the scorching flame. Some soldiers were even howling miserably as they ran wildly in all directions, their skin and flesh crackling noisily, while the fat under their skin melted into human oil and flowed out from their wounds. Flustered and exasperated, Miao Yihu pointed his finger at the Taoist and snapped, "Why did you attack us so cruelly?" The Taoist smiled faintly, then gave Miao Yihu an expressionless look and said in a low voice, "So, there's still 5 stronger ants? Not bad." With a wave of his hand, several dozens of thunderbolts flew whistling towards Miao Yihu and the others. Chapter 468. Miao Yihu could not care less about his adjutant and personal guards. Instead, he put his hands over his face and curled up his body. A plume of dark smoke towered into the sky from behind him, amidst which the soul of an alligator, nearly 1,000 feet long, gradually emerged, howling into the sky. The dense water vapor in the surrounding air rolled and converged towards Miao Yihu, forming a thin armor compressed from water element energy and donning it. Dozens of thunderbolts the size of water tanks exploded, shredding Miao Yihu's adjutants and personal guards into pieces. Severed limbs shot out in all directions, and when the scorching flames swept across them, they were burned to a sizzling sound and turned into ashes in just a blink of an eye. The black-bearded Taoist let out a strange laugh as he unleashed a torrent of thunderbolts, turning the valley into a living hell. Nearly 2,000 soldiers brought here by Miao Yihu were killed, and only a dozen oracles with the strongest cultivation base were still alive. Protected by the bone talismans, they sprung into the sky amidst a large sheet of white light and attempted to flee. "You can't escape! You can't escape!" The black-bearded Taoist roared with laughter. He pointed his right hand out, and a dozen beams of flame shot out. Wrapped in each beam was a spirit talisman the size of a palm, crafted from a fire elemental energy stone of excellent quality, the Flaming Mist Stone. The thin talisman was densely carved with countless runes the size of mung beans and shaped like rising flames, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure. The talismans accurately struck the bodies of the fleeing oracles. The white light from the bone talismans was shattered by the talismans, and the talismans sank deep into the bodies of the oracles. Shrill and miserable howls rang out one after another, as dense and sticky red flames burned out of the oracle's bodies and slowly engulfed them. The red flames rolled silently, and the bodies of these priests turned into ashes in the flames. Arg! Arg! Amidst a furious roar, Miao Ihu, whose hair and eyebrows were all gone and his golden armor melted by the fire, leaped out of the flames. The alligator behind him transformed into a stream of dark watery light and fused with his body. Abruptly, he threw his head back and gave a long howl into the sky. His body grew to 50 feet tall, and his fair skin turned a bizarre greenish-black color, with patterns that looked like the scales of an alligator vaguely emerging under his skin. Die! Miao Ihu clenched his right hand into a fist with the knuckle of his middle finger sticking out like a phoenix's eye. The fist pierced through the air as Miao Ihu used the force to protrude his body and appeared in front of the black-bearded Taoist in a flash. A sheet of flame spread out from the black-bearded Taoist's body, and a palm-sized shield appeared in front of his chest. It did not have a physical body, but looked like it was condensed from flames, constantly twisting and rippling. The shield was round in shape, and in the middle of the shield was a deep dragon eye. When a huge eyeball blinked, a large sheet of flame would shoot out, transforming into dozens of fiery serpents and biting towards Miao Ihu with ear-piercing whistling noises. Suddenly, Miao Ihu's body shrunk back to his original size. A dark fist force that shone with a blinding light burst out of his right fist and smashed viciously onto the shield. It was as if he had shrunk his body from 50 feet tall to 8 or 9 feet tall, forcing out all his blood essence to transform into the fist force and blast out of his body. A loud boom rang out, and a few large cracks appeared on the shield. The black-bearded Taoist gave a muffled snort as the corner of his eye suddenly cracked, with a dozen drops of bright red blood spraying out. The flame shrouding the black-bearded Taoist dimmed abruptly as Miao Ihu's fist smashed viciously onto his chest. The black-bearded Taoist cried out in pain. His eyes went wide, and a large sheet of green flame burst out from his eyes. The blood that flowed out from the corner of his eye just now fused with the green flame, giving it a stronger power. The green flame stuck to Miao Ihu's skin like a piece of burning rubber, burning wildly. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, and no matter how hard Miao Ihu tried to control his beast soul and absorb the water element energy, he could not extinguish the flame. Wuxia stealthily poked his head out from behind a rock and shook his head. The flame that sprayed out from the black-bearded Taoist's eyes was the prime true flame that he had cultivated with his life, the external manifestation of the yang energy of an immortal. The prime true flame was extremely powerful. Usually, when an immortal refined the prime true flame, they would only use it to forge their prime immortal items or to defend themselves against fiends. Which immortal would be willing to spew out the prime true flame to attack the enemy, unless it was a critical moment? Miao Ihu's punch had seriously wounded the black-bearded Taoist. The green flame burned quietly. Miao Ihu hissed and shrieked in pain, no longer having the strength to attack the enemy. His broken armor melted, his robe turned into ashes, and his skin turned into wisps of green smoke that drifted away in the air amidst the burning of the green flame. The flame quietly burned his muscles layer by layer, then his nerves, blood vessels, and bones. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Miao Ihu's flesh and bones had turned into ashes, and his soul was imprisoned by the green flame. The black-bearded Taoist grinned hideously as he pointed his right finger at the green flame. The flame transformed into a bell-shaped halo and flew up into the sky. Right in the center of the halo was a fist-sized soul that looked identical to Miao Ihu. The flame slowly burned Miao Ihu's soul, causing him to keep letting out miserable and shrill howls. The howls could not be heard by human ears, and only nascent divinity could sense the shrill and despairing howls coming from the surrounding void. After a full quarter of an hour, When Miao Ihu's soul had suffered all sorts of pain, the black-bearded Taoist finally clenched his right hand and crushed the green halo, destroying Miao Ihu's broken soul. The black-bearded Taoist let out a strange laugh and said, "How dare you hurt my immortal treasure and my immortal body? Hee, having your soul destroyed is the lightest punishment. TSK, TSK, 3 flying ships." The black-bearded Taoist put away the dragon skin fire sack that was spewing out a boundless flame, folded it, and shoved it into a secret pocket hanging on his waist. Then, he landed happily before the 3 flying ships that were parked in the valley. He patted on the ship and said smilingly, "Wonderful. These are flying ships made from flying cloud wood, a 3rd-grade flying ship. Flying cloud wood is also an excellent material for crafting flying chariots. Even if these 3 ships are dismantled and sold, they will be worth at least 2 immortal stones." Wuxia blinked his eyes as he stared at the black-bearded Taoist. Could this man be a robber? While he was wondering where this black-bearded Taoist came from, Wuxi's mind was suddenly alerted. He gave a cold snort and leaped forward, passing through the rock in front of him like a ghost. With a blink of his body, Wuxia teleported himself several hundred feet away with a short-distance teleportation, then flipped his body and thrust out a dot of dragon scale-shaped light. Amidst an ear-splitting whistling noise, the dragon scale-shaped light had just flown over 80 feet away when a very fine red line came shooting over from the sky, colliding fiercely with it. Followed by a clear, cracking sound, the dragon scale golden light was pushed back, while the red line was cut in half by the dragon scale golden light, turning into 2 broken needles that fell to the ground while emitting a faint white mist. Wuxia spun and looked behind him and saw a pretty and adorable little girl, who was about 7 or 8 years old, landing gracefully on the rock where he was hiding just now. She was clad in a moon-white Taoist dress that bared her fair arms. She had big eyes and a small mouth, making her look like a cute and adorable snow doll. Her hair was tied into 2 buns, and her mouth was pouting, while her eyes were quickly filled with tears. She stared at Wuxia, then suddenly burst into tears and said, "Uncle Beard, he broke the 3 flame divine needles you gave me. Ugh, the person who sneaked up on me is such a little girl." Wuxia quickly exercised his mystic eyes of universe and gave the little girl a glance. She was indeed a real little girl, with a cultivation base that had just stepped into Xianxia realm and was just at the level where she could control a magical item. Not only that, she had an excellent bone structure and aptitude, and there was a ring of bright light emanating from her body. Obviously, she was practicing a very orthodox cultivation technique from the Taoist League, and it was a very advanced technique. Her bones were tender and fragile, and she was a real little girl, not a little monster disguised with the soul of a 10,000-year-old demon, and not a demon transformed from some mountain spirit or water monster. Her fleshly body and soul were tightly fused together, and her foundation was not shaken at all. Apparently, both her soul and fleshly body were original, and she was not an unlucky girl who was possessed by a demon soul or a demon ghost. Laughing dryly, Wuxia raised both hands in the air and said, "Don't cry, it's just a misunderstanding." The black-bearded Taoist had come behind Wuxia. He sneered and said, "Misunderstanding?" Wuxia spun, nodded at the Taoist, and said, "This little girl sneaked up on me with a flying needle, and I was just trying to protect myself." The Taoist was taken aback. His eyes went wide as he snapped at the little girl. "Xuanmei, were you the one who attacked first?" The little girl, Xuanmei, squatted down and played with a few pebbles on the rock with her little hands. She bowed her head and murmured, "I saw him sneakily peeping at you from behind the rock, and I thought he was one of those people's accomplices, so I gave him a needle. But in the end, I don't know what kind of powerful treasure it is, but it managed to cut the 3-flame divine needle." The black-bearded Taoist turned to look at Wuxia, then suddenly cupped his fist and bowed solemnly. "Fellow Taoist, I am Supremacy 3-Flame from Wandering Immortal Hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Xuanmei is an orphan daughter left behind by my best friend, and I've been pampering her since she was a child. Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way." Likewise, Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed respectfully as he said, "I'm ahem, Taoist greed." Supremacy 3 Flame's expression turned extremely strange. He glanced at the broken marks on the ground, laughed dryly, and said, "Taoist greed? Did you follow them here? Hee, your name has been resounding across Zhong province for the past few days." Xuemei sprung to her feet, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "Taoist greed? The Taoist greed that the old prefecture overseer of Zhong province, Feng Lingling, issued an arrest warrant for?" Xuemei gave Wuqi a pitying look, sighed, and said, "Over the past few days, Xuemei has learned that a few unlucky fellows with the same name have been captured and killed by the punishment court. Some of them are called Fei Lang, He Lang, Qing Lang, and other Taoists with names related to the character wolf, but they have all fled from Zhong province." Wuqi laughed dryly, shook his head, and said, "What an unexpected calamity. This is truly an unexpected calamity." While laughing, Wuqi was pondering in his mind, what is the background of this myriad immortal alliance? Myriad immortal alliance, wandering immortal hall. Clearly, this myriad immortal alliance is a decent organization. At least, its internal structure is considered complete. While he was pondering, Wuqi was struck dumb. The celestial fiend puppet he left in his city, disguised as his true form, had suddenly sent him a message. An immortal who claimed to be the emissary of the ascending immortal hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance had found Wuqi's celestial fiend puppet and conveyed the intention of recruiting him. Chapter 469. While Wuqi was chasing after Miao Yihu and his companions for a distance of 10,000 miles, back in his city, his celestial fiend puppets were watching the absurd scene happening in the back garden of the City Lord Mansion helplessly. Hundreds of flowers were blooming in the vast back garden, and the grass was green like a carpet. A restrictive barrier with a Buddhist light had shrouded the entire back garden, preventing anyone from peeping into it. Beneath the Buddhist light, Lao AI, who had become addicted to playing tricks, had a golden relic pagoda 13 stories high above his head and a pink lotus throne under his feet. A large wheel of delight was hovering behind his head, emanating a vast Buddhist light and displaying countless enchanting scenes of the great happiness Zen technique. Wuqi knew the origin of the golden relic pagoda. It was a feng shui pagoda found in the back mountain of Golden Pavilion Temple, a treasure used to stabilize the geomancy of the world. When Wuqi was ransacking the treasures of Golden Pavilion Temple, Lao AI's sharp eyes and quick hands had snatched the pagoda, making it his personal collection. The pagoda was decorated with relics left behind by the past abbot of Golden Pavilion Temple, and there were over 1,000 relics embedded in the 13-story pagoda. It was a genuine, extraordinary treasure of the Buddhist League. After being refined by Lao AI with his great sun magic, the bright light emitted by the pagoda was imbued with an evil power that could bewitch one's mind. Currently, several dozens of enchanting girls were swaying in the bright light emitted by the pagoda. Together with the countless flying girls on the Wheel of Delight, they were putting on a show of undisguised joy. Madman Xue was sitting cross-legged off to the side, exercising his cultivation technique quietly. His soul had fused with the Wheel of Delight, and he was having sex with those flying girls. But his fleshly body was as calm as still water. The stream of primary yang flame surged out from his soul and circulated around his body, stimulating Madman Xue's 9 dragons embracing pillar. Roiling blood and energy kept flowing through his meridians, and under the nourishment of this blood and energy, Madman Xue's fleshly body gradually grew stronger and stronger, and his mind became clearer and clearer. It was a cultivation technique unique to the mystic art Lao AI was cultivating, and Wuqi had nothing to say about it. But the worst thing was that the little disciple Wuqi had just taken in, Bajie, was currently lying on the bellies of 3 young girls who were lying in a row. He was looking at the heavenly demon dance around him helplessly. Dense, evil energy flowed endlessly into Ba Jie's forehead. Half of the cracks on the saraira on his forehead had already healed. However, the once smooth and round saraira that was glowing with a pure white Buddhist light was now tinged with a layer of pink. Poor Ba Jie still had the memories of his past life. He flailed his arms and legs in terror, trying to free himself from the 3 naked girls beneath him and escape this hell of cosmetics. But the 3 young girls were grabbing his little arms and legs with their tender jade hands, playing with his small and fragile body. How could he escape? Bit by bit, the innate Buddhist nature was melted away by Lao AI's ravaging. What was left in Beiji's mind? Who knew what it was? The celestial fiend puppet stared blankly at the absurd scene before his eyes. It took him a long time to come to his senses. After all, he was only a puppet controlled by a thread of Wuxi's divine will. Without Wuxi's control, his ability to adapt to changes was still a little lacking. On the other hand, after cultivating the celestial fiend battle the heaven script, a cultivation technique of the fiend Tao, the puppet's divine will have become cruel and had lost some of its human touch. After a brief analysis, the puppet instinctively felt that Lao AI's behavior toward Ba Jie would not cause any harm to Wuxi. Therefore, after a brief moment of pondering, the puppet turned and walked out of the back garden, ignoring the pitiful and pleading look Ba Jie gave him. Be it the fiend Tao, the Buddhist Tao, or the evil Tao, they all lead to the same destination. At the end of the day, Buddha and fiend are one, and the Tao and the evil Tao are one. The Tao of heaven and earth is right there. No matter which path you choose, the destination will always be the same. The puppet murmured in a low voice, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked out of the back garden. Right after he walked out of the back garden, a figure flashed before his eyes. A Taoist clad in a black Taoist robe, a pair of black gloves made from netherworm silk, and a mask forged from black metal, engraved with exquisite and magnificent patterns, appeared out of thin air in front of the puppet. The Taoist's voice was deep and powerful, filled with a strange, bewitching power that sounded like a nightmare from hell. "Fellow Taoist greed?" asked the Taoist in a slow and gentle voice. The puppet raised his head and murmured in a similarly slow voice, "Strange, the defensive mechanism of the City Lord Mansion is personally constructed by me." The Taoist laughed, nodded, and said, "It is a very ingenious restrictive mechanism, a formation with a nearly perfect structure. Fellow Taoist greed, I admire your attainments in the Tao of formations and restrictive mechanisms." With a flip of his palm, the Taoist took out a palm-sized talisman made from the shell of some spirit turtle, and said in a deep voice, "This is a formation-breaking talisman crafted by a gold immortal grandmaster in the Tao of formation. Unless it is constructed by a gold immortal, it can be easily bypassed." The puppet was surprised and asked, "Bypassing the formation with brute force?" TSK, a gold immortal grandmaster in the Tao of formation? The Taoist put away the formation-breaking talisman, put both hands under his sleeves, nodded and said, "Yes, bypassing the formation with brute force. I am Bu Yunzi, the ascending immortal emissary of myriad immortal alliances ascending immortal hall. My mission is to search for fellow Taoists who have the potential to join myriad immortal alliance. Today, with fellow Taoist greed's current situation, you are a very promising ally for myriad immortal alliance. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in joining the wandering immortal hall of myriad immortal alliance?" Immediately, the puppet sent the message to Wu Qi himself. Unlike the hell that Beiji was suffering from, the recruitment from myriad immortal alliance could have a great impact on Wu Qi himself. Instinctively, the puppet sent the message. Immediately, Wu Qi's order was sent back. The puppet smiled faintly, cupped his fist, and said to Bu Yunzi, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, what is the origin of this myriad immortal alliance?" Bu Yunzi nodded his head, and with the same slow and gentle tone, he explained the origin of Myriad Immortal Alliance to the puppet. As the name suggested, Myriad Immortal Alliance was a casual alliance formed by a large number of immortals. Among these immortals, there were itinerant cultivators, immortals from powerful immortal sects, and even immortal officials from the celestial court, as well as some other extraordinary people. The purpose of Myriad Immortal Alliance was to create a platform for information sharing, resource exchange, intelligence exchange, and mutual benefit, so that all the allies who joined the alliance could get the greatest help. The allies of Myriad Immortal Alliance were divided into several levels, and according to the contribution they made to the alliance, a spirit herb, an immortal pill, or a piece of valuable information could be converted into a detailed number of contribution points. According to the amount of contribution points, one could upgrade one's level in Myriad Immortal Alliance, and once one's level was upgraded, one could use the contribution points to ask for help from the alliance to complete some tasks that were beyond one's capabilities. Myriad Immortal Alliance had a huge hidden power. Not only were there high officials from the Celestial Court hiding among them, there were also Ghost Kings and Ghost Saint from the Ghost Realm, Demon Kings and Demon Emperors from the Demon Realm, Arhats and Bodhisattvas from the Buddhist League, and even some important ministers from the Yu Dynasty. Therefore, as long as the Alliance's level was high enough, and they had enough contribution points, they could trade with the Alliance. There was once an ally of Myriad Immortal Alliance, who had just ascended to the Immortal Realm, obtained a high position in the Celestial Court, and successfully took control of an upper-grade heavenly realm. The puppet looked at Wuxia with surprise and said, "Don't tell me we don't have to pay any price for so many benefits?" Wuxia smiled faintly and said, "Myriad Immortal Alliance is a loose alliance. Apart from not attacking allies at will, there are no other restrictions. As long as allies communicate with each other, they will earn contribution points. For example, fellow Taoist greed, if you pick a spirit herb and hand it over to the merchant run by Myriad Immortal Alliance for auction, the merchant will take a certain amount of commission from the auction, which will be converted into a certain amount of contribution points." But Yunzi laughed, then continued to explain, "From time to time, the Alliance will issue various missions, such as collecting certain materials, gathering certain information, and so on. As long as fellow Taoists can complete these missions, you will be rewarded with a huge amount of contribution points. As the saying goes, everyone for me, and I for everyone. This is the core principle of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Everyone for me, and I for everyone?" The puppet chuckled and asked straightforwardly, "May I ask who is the leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals?" Yunzi fell into silence. After a long while, he nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist greed is indeed a knowledgeable man. As for who exactly is the leader of Myriad Immortal Alliance, I have no idea. However, it goes without saying that the leader must be an almighty expert. Apart from the leader, Myriad Immortal Alliance also has an elder council, and all the elders are extraordinary figures. They are the cornerstone of Myriad Immortal Alliance." After a brief moment of silence, the puppet asked in a deep voice, "Why did fellow Taoist come to me?" Yunzi said bluntly, "Because fellow Taoist greed is in trouble, isn't it? Not every cultivator in Myriad Immortal Alliance will pay him a visit and invite him to join us. Firstly, he has the potential, and secondly, he needs our Myriad Immortal Alliance. Once these two conditions are met, the ascending Immortal Hall's immortal emissary will naturally come forward to invite him." The puppet laughed dryly, then pointed at himself and asked, "Could it be that Myriad Immortal Alliance thinks that I have the potential?" Yunzi nodded and said, "The area 1,000,000 miles around in He City is now the territory of Euphoria Heavenly Palace. This is the potential that fellow Taoist has." The puppet asked immediately, "The person who is in charge of Euphoria Heavenly Palace now is Reverend Sanlo?" Yunzi chuckled and said, "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist greed? Reverend Sanlo? Is he really the person who is in charge of Euphoria Heavenly Palace now?" Taking a deep breath, the puppet smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like you are indeed well informed." Yunzi nodded his head seriously and said in a deep voice, "Naturally, Ascending Immortal Hall has allies who can gather and analyze information. And He City is a great foundation, and Euphoria Heavenly Palace and Golden Pavilion Temple are in a fierce conflict. How can we not pay attention to it?" After pondering for a long while, the puppet smiled and said, "If I kill Reverend San Lu and replace him, I wonder." Yunzi smiled and said, "Myriad Immortal Alliance has all kinds of people, including demons, fiends, ghosts, freaks, deities, saints, immortals, Buddhas, and all kinds of people. As long as our allies do not attack each other, we don't care about anything else." Clapping his hands, the puppet smiled and said, "That would be great. I have no choice but to join this Myriad Immortal Alliance." Yunzi laughed, then casually handed over a palm-sized, round iron medallion to the puppet. The iron medallion was extremely heavy, as it must have been fused with 5 elements gold essences that had been refined and compressed. The small iron medallion weighed at least 50 kilograms. The surface of the iron medallion was engraved with a picture of a gathering of myriad immortals, while the back was engraved with a picture of a dragon and a cloud. Between the cloud and the dragon, 3 tiny golden characters were engraved: Myriad Immortal Alliance. Yunzi handed over a jade slip to Wuxia, then gave him a few words in a deep voice. After that, his body flickered and vanished abruptly, just like how he came. The puppet received the jade slip, gave it a glance with his divine will, and was struck with a great joy. In the valley, Wuxia, who was talking with Supremacy 3 Flame, was also struck with a great joy and nearly burst out laughing. Chapter 470. The jade slip given to the puppet by Yunzi contained some simple information about Myriad Immortal Alliance, including the addresses of several hundred merchant guilds on Panga Continent, as well as the maps of the few provinces in the vicinity where these merchant guilds were located. Just this one map alone contained the geographical maps of over 1,000 provinces into you, and it was a great help to Wuxia. Among the maps of over 1,000 provinces, Wuxia found a place mentioned in the Scroll of Stealing, Mount Lei Ming, which was the most remote province, in the Atlas of Exine Province. According to the Scroll of Stealing, there was a natural, extraordinary tree, the green leaf thundervine, that had just sprouted and grown in Mount Thunderbright. Wuxia had no idea how it was doing now. If a natural spirit item, like the green leaf thundervine, was used to craft a magical treasure, its power would be comparable to that of an innate spirit item. Wuxia laughed complacently. The names of Mount Thunderbright and the few surrounding places were exactly the same as the records in the Scroll of Stealing. Wuxia felt relieved immediately. It seemed like the records in the Scroll of Stealing were still useful and reliable. Cupping his fist and bowing deeply to Supremacy 3 Flame, Wuxia smiled and said, "Greed was being too reckless just now. I hope fellow Taoists won't take it to heart. Little Xuanmei, what is the grade of your 3-flame divine needle? A magical treasure? A spirit item?" Xuanmei rolled her eyes and gave Wuxia a glare. Supremacy 3 Flame's face blushed as he laughed dryly and said, "I crafted that 3-flame divine needle for Xuanmei to play with. It is not a magical treasure or a spirit item. It is just an ordinary magical item." While laughing, Wuxia flipped his palm and pulled out a middle-grade spirit item, Green Melon Thorn. They were crafted by Immortal Green Staff's wife, Goddess Green Melon, using the poisonous thorns of a 30,000-year-old dragon-striped serpent-rot tan mixed with green scale stones. Each of them was 1 foot and 2 inches long and as thin as a strand of hair. Once they were activated, they would turn into 33 green beams, each measuring over 100 feet long, shooting across the sky at an incredible speed without making any noise. Once they struck a human body, the paralyzing poisonous gas of the dragon-striped serpent-rot tan would invade the body, numbing both the cultivator's corporeal body and nascent divinity. Unless one possessed an extremely good fire tribute magical treasure, Other magical treasures, such as metals and jades, would not be able to restrain the blue demonic thorn. After it was completed, Patriarch Yuan Hua took it to the heart-cleansing pool behind Green Cliff Mountain and refined it for 300 years. Although it could only be considered as a mid-grade spirit item because its item spirit was not strong enough, its foundation was strong enough to be ranked as an immortal item. If it was carefully nourished and refined with nascent divinity, it would have a very high chance of evolving into an immortal item in the future. Shoving the set of blue demonic thorn into Shui Mei's little hand, Wuxia smiled and said, "This is my fault. I have no intention of damaging little Shui Mei's beloved item. This set of blue prickles was given to me by the seniors of my sect. I'll give it to little Shui Mei to protect herself." Initially, Wuxia almost blurted out the name of the blue demonic thorn, but he suddenly realized that the Taoist name of Goddess Green Melon was embedded in the green demonic thorn. Therefore, he changed it in time and changed it to green prickles. Shui Mei frowned as she looked at the green demonic thorn in her hand. "What is this thing? Why does it look so light like a fake?" Wuxia smiled and did not say a word, while Supremacy Three Flames' brows twitched as he grabbed the green demonic thorn. He sent his divine will into the green demonic thorn, then frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist greed, a spirit item of this level has almost become the embryo of an immortal item. TSK, as Shui Mei's cultivation base, is weak, a treasure of this level." Wuxia waved his hand and interrupted Supremacy Three Flame. "Why are you being so polite, fellow Taoist? It's just a mere worldly possession. So what's the big deal? Shui Mei is smart and cute, and I like her the moment I see her. So, what's the point of giving her a defensive spirit item?" Shui Mei was indeed a smart girl. Seeing that Supremacy Three Flame took the matter so seriously, she hastily jumped off the rock, grinned, and gave Wuxia 3 kowtows, and said, "Shui Mei thanks Senior for the gift. Hee, is this a spirit item? Senior is so generous. Uncle Three Flame has never given Shui Mei anything good." Wuxia burst out laughing. Supremacy Three Flame scratched his nose embarrassedly and said with a wry smile, "How am I being stingy? This little girl's cultivation base is weak, and there are too many greedy people in the world. Even if I give her a magical treasure, she will still be worried that others might covet it. How would I dare to give her a good treasure?" Supremacy Three Flame waved his hand and threw the green melon thorn to Shui Mei, then said with a very serious tone, "This is the defensive item fellow Taoist greed gave you. Remember, do not show it in front of others unless it is absolutely necessary." After scolding Shui Mei for a long time, Supremacy Three Flame fished out a pitch-black flying sword from under his sleeve, which looked like a mediocre magical item at first glance. He gave it to Shui Mei and said, "Use this flying sword to play. Do you understand?" Wuxia kept nodding as he watched. Supremacy Three Flame was a very cautious man. Shui had yet to recover from the excitement of obtaining a spirit tool when she suddenly saw the bald and ugly flying sword. She immediately pouted her little mouth high. However, it was obvious that Supremacy Three Flame held a very high position in her heart. Although her heart was filled with reluctance, she still took the flying sword, carefully cut her finger with the sword's edge, and used her blood to draw a sword-controlling rune on the blade. After that, Wuxia pointed at Shui Mei and used her blood to refine all 33 green melon thorns. The green melon thorn transformed into a wisp of green light and soared into the sky, wheeling a few times around Shui Mei before fusing into her hair bun. After that, the green light fused with all 33 strands of hair, and no one could see anything wrong with them from the outside. Hair was blood, and the long hair of a woman was closely related to her bloodline. When the green melon thorn fused with the hair, it could absorb the blood essence in Shui Mei's body through the hair, slowly nourishing and refining it. At the same time, it could also solve the problem of Shui Mei's low cultivation base and the fact that she had not even opened her spiritual ocean, which prevented her from storing a spirit item in her body. When everything was done, Supremacy 3 Flame cupped his fist and bowed to Wuxia to express his gratitude. Although Supremacy 3 Flame did not say much, Wuxia could tell that he was a straightforward man, and he had acknowledged the friendship between him and Wuxia. Through the green melon thorn, Wuqi's goodwill toward him, as well as Wuqi's intention of befriending Supremacy 3 Flame, had been clearly revealed. After chatting with Supremacy 3 Flame for a while, Wuxia pointed at the 3 flying ships in the valley and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, please keep these flying ships and follow me to any city. The smell here is very unpleasant. After all, Xuemei is still very young, and the scenery here is not very pleasant." Supremacy 3 Flame twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile as he shook his head lightly. The valley was filled with holes caused by his flame thunders, and the ground was strewn with broken corpses. Most of them had been burned to ashes, and only a few bones and rotten flesh were left sticking to the ground. A pungent, burnt smell lingered in the air. Some people would believe it if they were told that this place was the hell of Azura. It was indeed not suitable for a little girl like Xuemei to stay here for too long. What surprised Wuxia was that Xuemei shook her head disapprovingly. She smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Greed. It's just a few dead people. Xuemei is used to it." Wuxia was struck dumb. Used to it? He gave Supremacy 3 Flame a surprised look. Supremacy 3 Flame hastily shook his head, then spun and walked toward the 3 flying ships. Sending a thread of divine will to Wuxia, Supremacy 3 Flame explained in a soft voice. When Xuemei was young, her clan was struck by a great calamity. All the old and young people in her clan were slaughtered by the local garrison general. I was late and could only save her from the butcher's blade. Supremacy 3 Flame sighed faintly and said in a deep voice. At that time, she could already remember what happened. She watched helplessly as her parents were beheaded and killed. Wuxia did not say a word, and Supremacy 3 Flame did not say a word either. He came before the 3 flying ships, performed an incantation gesture, and put them into his storage ring. Wuxia laughed and waved his sleeve. A gust of strong wind rolled up Xuemei and brought her flying back to any city. Supremacy 3 Flame chuckled, stepping on a flaming cloud and following closely behind. Both of them were chatting along the way. Wuxia had the intention of befriending Supremacy 3 Flame, so they exchanged some strange anecdotes and talked about their experiences in the Tao. There were a few profound scriptures in Wuqi's mind, each of which was a supreme mystic scripture that could lead one to the realm of Gold Immortal or even Primordial Immortal. He randomly picked a few lines from them and repeated them to Supremacy 3 Flame, making him look like a yes-man and treat Wuxia as a celestial being. Both of them traveled at high speed, and before long, they had arrived at any city. Wuxia led Supremacy 3 Flame and Xuemei into the great hall of the City Lord Mansion, where the celestial fiend puppet who had transformed into Wuqi's clone was sitting with a straight back. When he saw Wuxia enter the hall, he immediately rose to his feet, bowed to Wuxia, and said in a deep voice, "True self." Wuxia answered coolly, then waved his hand at the celestial fiend puppet. Immediately, the puppet transformed into a shadow and fused with Wuqi's body. With a flip of his palm, Wuxia smiled at Supremacy 3 Flame, who was dumbstruck and said, "Fellow Taoist, just now, when you mentioned that you were a member of Myriad Immortal Alliance, an emissary from the ascending immortal hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance found my clone. Here is the iron medallion and jade slip he gave me." With a subtle smile on his face, Wuxia handed the iron medallion and jade slip to Supremacy 3 Flame. Supremacy 3 Flame took a deep breath and stared at Wuxia with a look of disbelief. Incarnation? This is a mighty divine ability that only a gold immortal, or at least an upper-grade heaven immortal, can cultivate. Fellow Taoist Greed's cultivation base. TSK. Supremacy 3 Flame's attitude towards Wuqi changed once again after a few words of praise. The few incantations Wuqi recited just now had already made Supremacy 3 Flame gasp in admiration. However, he thought that Wuqi had inherited the legacy of a good master. But Wuqi had just revealed the ability of incarnation, and it was not something that could be achieved by inheriting the legacy of a good master. According to Supremacy 3 Flame's knowledge, only someone with the overall strength of a heaven immortal could create an incarnation, and the aura emanating from Wuqi was clearly that of a nascent soul cultivator. Possessing the overall strength of a heaven immortal with just a nascent soul cultivation base, Wuqi's divine ability was truly frightening. All of a sudden, Supremacy 3 Flame had placed Wuqi in a position that was equal to, or even slightly higher than, himself. Wuqi gladly sensed the change in Supremacy 3 Flame's words. He nodded and said with a smile, "With that, we are now allies of Myriad Immortal Alliance. I've just joined the Alliance, and there are still many things that I need your guidance on." Supremacy 3 Flame kept laughing. He pulled out a golden medallion and showed it to Wuqi, then nodded and said, "That is only natural. I have a few best friends in Myriad Immortal Alliance, and I can introduce them to you." Both men exchanged a smile, having a tacit understanding. Right at that moment, Lao Ai's deep, hoarse voice, which was filled with an eerie, evil power, suddenly rang out. "Oh, where did this little girl come from? She is indeed a beauty. How can she be so cute and delicate?" Chapter 471. What Lao Ai said nearly provoked Supremacy 3 Flame into attacking him. Anyone who glanced at him would not think that he was a good citizen. It would have been fine if Lao Ai were to comment on Supremacy 3 Flame directly, but he just had to comment on Xuem Mei with a frivolous tone, which offended Supremacy 3 Flame's reverse scale. He nearly released the dragon skin fire sac and burned Lao Ai alive. Supremacy 3 Flame had a cultivation base of 26th tier Heaven Immortal. His dragon skin fire sac could shoot out 9 types of true flames of pure yang and 9 types of dark flames of extreme yin. He was also an expert in the art of talisman crafting, and the various fire and thunder talismans he crafted were very popular in Myriad Immortal Alliance. Although he was a 26th tier Heaven Immortal, he was a violent man. Once he struck, he would not show any mercy, and he had a desperate spirit. Once, with a cultivation base of 26th tier, he had killed a 23rd tier Heaven Immortal. Therefore, he was a famous figure in Myriad Immortal Alliance. Fortunately, Wuqi stopped Supremacy 3 Flame in time. Otherwise, if Supremacy 3 Flame were to strike, Lao Ai would definitely be turned into ashes. Heimo tried every possible way to stop Supremacy 3 Flame. Knowing that his words had brought him trouble, Lao Ai's face darkened as he carefully apologized to Supremacy 3 Flame. Only then did he slip out of the hall in a flustered manner, not daring to stay any longer. Lao Ai was depressed. Why did Wuqi always make friends with people like this? How could a nascent soul cultivator befriend a heaven immortal so easily? It puzzled Lao Ai. Putting aside the gloomy Lao Ai, Wuqi gave the order to prepare a banquet in the parlor in the backyard. Wuqi and Supremacy 3 Flame sat on the main seats, while Xuem Mei accompanied them. The host and guests drank to their heart's content, while Supremacy 3 Flame explained to Wuqi in detail what he knew about Myriad Immortal Alliance, allowing Wuqi to learn more about it. The more they talked, the more frightened Wuqi became. Could it be that Supremacy 3 Flame had suddenly come to any city and attacked the human army led by Miao Yihu because of the bounty offered by Myriad Immortal Alliance? Killing Miao Yihu gave him 100 contribution points, killing a human soldier gave him 1 point, and killing an oracle gave him 5 points. After wiping out the army led by Miao Yihu, Supremacy 3 Flame had obtained nearly 3,000 contribution points, which were more than enough to exchange for a few bottles of immortal pills or a lower-grade immortal item in Myriad Immortal Alliance. Supremacy 3 Flame was a hot-tempered man, a ruthless and merciless man who killed without mercy. Because Xuemei's family was wiped out, her father was Supremacy 3 Flame's best friend. Since Supremacy 3 Flame could not deal with the garrison general who led an army to slaughter Xuemei's entire family, he had been finding trouble with the officials and small armies of Yu Dynasty for the past few years. In the past 3 to 5 years, he had killed nearly 100,000 soldiers of Yu Dynasty. The deaths of 100,000 dead souls had brought him nearly 300,000 contribution points. Coupled with the flying ships and other valuables he had plundered, Supremacy 3 Flame was now very wealthy. His status in Myriad Immortal Alliance had also been upgraded from a silver plate ally to a gold plate ally. Can I get contribution points by killing human soldiers? Wuxia picked up a wine cup and took a sip, then looked at Supremacy 3 Flame curiously and asked, "Can I get contribution points by killing them at will?" Supremacy 3 Flame shook his head and said with a smile, "How can I kill them at will? Isn't that going to cause a great mess?" Fellow Daoists agreed. "Please send your divine will into the Iron Medallion, and you will see the few bounty lists of Myriad Immortal Alliance inside." Wuxia nodded and sent his divine will into the Iron Medallion. A strange light flickered before his eyes, and the first thing that appeared before him was a row of large characters. Daoist greed from Euphoria Heavenly Palace of Anhe City. Surprisingly, there was a restrictive spell in the Iron Medallion, indicating the identity and origin of Wuqi's current identity. As his divine will went through the row of characters, a bright light shone in front of him, and a space about 1 acre in circumference suddenly appeared. A few streams of light poured down from the sky, rolling down with purple-gold characters sliding down from them. Wuqi's divine will approach the few streams of light, and immediately a great amount of information came pouring into his mind. The stream of light closest to Wuxia was a bounty list for killing people. For example, the left judge of Punishment Court in Yu Province had been offered 10 immortal stones for his life, and the reward would be increased to 15 immortal stones if the person could wipe out his entire family. Behind this reward was a note from a union of 10,000 immortals. Given that the existence of this left disciplinary officer has seriously threatened the safety of some allies of a union of 10,000 immortals, anyone who can kill this person will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Apart from that, there was another reward, which was a private matter of an ally of Myriad Immortal Alliance. He had offered a reward of 50 immortal stones, asking a mighty immortal in the Alliance to help him subdue a huge ancient demon, the Claw Giant Prawn, who had the cultivation base of a 23rd tier Heaven Immortal, who was hiding in the water margin in Huang Province. The person who offered the reward asked for the inner core and soul of this giant prawn, while the rest of the shell, blood, and flesh would belong to the person who offered the reward. There was another bounty list that was particularly interesting. An ally of Myriad Immortal Alliance was cursing on the bounty list. Apparently, this ally was an immortal from the Fiend League. He had secretly released a plague somewhere into Yu Province, killing over 1 million mortals and harvesting their souls to refine his magical treasure. As a result, just as his magical treasure was about to take shape, 3 eminent monks of the Buddhist League passed by and attacked this immortal from the Fiend League, forcing him to flee with one of his arms broken. As for the fiend treasure that was about to take shape, the 3 eminent monks sent it to the afterlife using the Dharma. The request of this ally was to wash the Great Ming courtyard, where the 3 eminent monks of the Buddhist League resided, with a total reward of 100 immortal stones, as well as various rare and strange materials, and some spirit herbs that could last for over 10,000 years. At the end of the bounty list, he also indicated that he hoped that the Buddhist cultivators of Myriad Immortal Alliance would not tip off the Great Ming courtyard, so as to fulfill the friendship of his ally. Smiling, Wuxia turned his attention to the other few screens. On one of them, a purple golden character was sliding down at a high speed. It stated that a certain criminal officer of Zhong Province's punishment court had led a group of soldiers and killed several dozens of cultivators around Mount Helan, two of whom were the allies of myriad immortals. He hoped that the allies who were closest to Mount Helan would immediately strike and kill this criminal officer along with the soldiers. The reward was also marked with the number of contribution points one could get from killing the criminal officer and his soldiers. Just as Supremacy 3 Flame had said, killing the criminal officer would get 100 points, killing his soldiers would get 1 point, and the oracles who accompanied the army would get 5 points. Following that, another set of purplish gold words fell. This time, the purplish gold words shone with a dazzling light and emitted frightening waves of spirit chi. With a thought, Wuxia was almost forced to direct all of his divine will into the bounty. Supremacy 3 Flame, who was sitting right next to Wuxia, exclaimed as well. Hastily, he took out the golden medallion with a character written on it and sent his divine will into it as well. Wuxia noticed that there was a purple golden gleam flashing on Supremacy 3 Flame's medallion, and a faint energy fluctuation was rushing out from it. Clearly, this was the method used by the person in charge of Myriad Immortal Alliance to inform all the allies that a mission of great value had appeared. Hastily, he sent his divine will into the golden character that hovered in midair, and a message quickly fused into Wuxia's divine will. It was the reward list issued by the Supreme Council of Elders of the Divine Hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance, asking all the allies to do their best to search for 179 rare immortal herbs and spirit herbs. Behind each immortal grass and spirit medicine was a huge number. It was millions of contribution points, representing a huge amount of wealth and benefits. Among the 179 immortal herbs and spirit herbs, 133 of them were marked with their possible locations, and it was clearly stated that these immortal herbs and spirit herbs could be found in certain places. However, due to the great distance, it was extremely difficult to pick all these immortal herbs and spirit herbs at the same time. Therefore, the reward list asked the cultivators who were closest to those locations to pick these immortal herbs and spirit herbs as soon as possible, and then send them to the nearest merchant of Myriad Immortal Alliance at the fastest speed. As for the other 46 immortal herbs and spirit herbs, their possible locations were not given. The notice only stated the names, aliases, and nicknames of these immortal herbs and spirit herbs, as well as their shapes, odors, characteristics, hobbies, and so on. On the topmost row, there was a row of large characters that were shrouded in purple mist. It was a reward for the spirit liquid condensed from the essence of a high-grade Ganoderma immortal. A single drop of high-grade Ganoderma immortal spirit liquid could be exchanged for 3 million contribution points or a high-grade immortal artifact. At the end of the line of characters was a special note. Myriad Immortal Alliance guarantees the absolute safety of the person who provides the Ganoderma immortal liquid, and the person will be protected by the Supreme Council of Elders of the Divine Hall. An upper-grade immortal item? Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown, then shook his head lightly. It was not worth it for him to offer the Ganoderma immortal liquid to Myriad Immortal Alliance just for the promise of an upper-grade immortal item. However, among the 179 spirit herbs, 3 of them happened to be in Wuxia's possession. Before leaving Myriad Immortal's planet, Wuxia had looted the secret vault of Great Yin Dynasty, and he had looted countless spirit herbs from it. Coincidentally, there were 3 spirit herbs that had matured for a period of 1 period, and they were on the reward list. According to the price, these 3 spirit herbs could be exchanged for 3 million contribution points. It was a huge sum of money, and it was more than enough for Wuxia to exchange for an upper-grade immortal item. So, why would he take the risk and give away the Ganoderma immortal liquid? All of a sudden, Supremacy 3 Flame burst into a loud laughter. He slapped the table and said, "Wonderful! I happen to have a flaming lilac and a half of a purple orchid earth centipede's rhizome. They are the treasures I found by accident when I was looting. Aha! I'm going to be rich this time. Rising to his feet cheerfully, Supremacy 3 Flames smiled at Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's better to get something like this sooner rather than later. The nearest merchant of Myriad Immortal Alliance to Anhe City is in Xianxia City, which is 3 million miles away. Ha! I'll hurry up and offer these 2 spirit herbs to them. Don't let others take the lead." Upon hearing that, Wuxia rose to his feet hastily and said with a smile, "That's great. I do have 2 spirit herbs with me." Supremacy 3 Flame was struck dumb for a long while. Then he clapped his hands and said happily, "Wonderful. I did not expect fellow Taoists to be so rich. Let's go now. Or else, if someone takes the lead, the reward will end as soon as the reward is completed. If we are late, there will be no benefits." Wuxia answered hastily. He clapped his hands and called Eugene over, giving him a few instructions. Eugene answered submissively. After that, Wuxia and Supremacy 3 Flame rushed out of the parlor, riding a cloud and heading southwest towards Xianxia City. As for Xuanmei, Supremacy 3 Flame left her in the City Lord Mansion, under the protection of Wuxia's 2 clones. The cloud moved at a high speed, and very soon, Wuxia and Supremacy 3 Flame had gone far away. Chapter 472. In the gloomy and deep hall of Great Yin Dynasty's Garden of Zhonglu, Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan were kneeling before Princess Zhonglu. Yin Dan unleashed his immortal energy and tightly bound Princess Zhonglu. No matter how hard Princess Zhonglu struggled, she could only accept the request of Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan. Zixian, the rise and fall of Ji Clan of Great Yin depends on you. This time, when you follow Wuxia and leave Myriad Immortal's planet, it is the only chance for us. Our life and death, honor and disgrace are all in your hands. Muffled thunderclaps rumbled outside the window. Lightning bolts streaked across the night sky and shone into the hall, illuminating the faces of Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan. Princess Zhong Li's eyes went wide with terror as she stared blankly at her grandfather and father. Her mind was in a great turmoil. The unpredictable, innate, divine energy in her body went out of control. Princess Zhonglu, who was meditating on the profound mysteries of heaven and earth while facing the morning sun from the east on a reef, suddenly trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and fell onto the reef. Her eyes were tightly shut, and the words Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan told her when she left Myriad Immortal's planet kept flashing in her mind. Her mind was in a great turmoil. Suddenly, Princess Zhonglu opened her eyes. A 5-colored cloud rose up under her feet, and she stepped on it and flew toward Green Cliff Mountain at the fastest speed. At the back of Green Cliff Mountain, right next to the heart-cleansing pool, Princess Zhonglu sat cross-legged with both hands locked into an incantation gesture before her chest. She closed her eyes and entered a deep meditative state. The natural energies within 10,000 miles were attracted by some magical force, swirling and gathering toward Princess Zhonglu. Rain and mist rose from the back of Green Cliff Mountain, and a fine drizzle mixed with rich natural energies was falling from the sky, nourishing the land within 1,000 miles of the back of the mountain. With the nourishment of this rainwater mixed with rich spiritual energy, the back of the Green Cliff Mountain had become an exceptionally fertile spiritual land. Lingji, ginseng, fleece flower, and other spirit herbs that had just sprouted could be seen everywhere. Some rare herb seeds had also just emerged from the ground. At a glance, the forest was filled with lush green sprouts, and a strange fragrance reverberated in the forest. This was the effect of a person with the primordial divine spirit bloodline on a dignified immortal sect. Many of the spirit herbs were already extinct on the Green Cliff planet and could not even be found in the Puluo heavenly realm. After Wuxia left for Panga continent, Patriarch Yuan Hua had gone to great lengths to collect and trade the seeds of some extinct spirit herbs, which he planted in the back of Green Cliff Mountain. Because of Princess Zhonglu, the back mountain of the Green Cliff Mountain had good weather and abundant spiritual qi. There was even a strange vitality hidden in it, and all these elixirs that were extremely difficult to cultivate had all sprouted smoothly. As long as they were carefully taken care of and cultivated with utmost care, Yuanhua sect will be able to usher in a bountiful harvest in several tens of thousands of years. There were over 47,000 newly planted spirit herb seeds, and over 35,000 of them were extremely rare. It was said that only a small number of them were planted in the mansions of some almighty experts in the world of immortal cultivators. On the other hand, in the back mountain of the Green Cliff Mountain, these spirit herbs, which were extremely rare in all the heavenly realms, were thriving and growing vigorously. Princess Zhonglu took a deep breath, forcibly expelling some bad thoughts from her mind. However, when she saw Yin Dan and Yin Qiju kneeling before her, their faces filled with despair and unwillingness. The words they said made Princess Zhonglu's heart twitch, and she nearly lost control of her divine energy once again. I won't think about these things when I'm with him. How long has it been since he left? It's only been a little over 3 years, but why can't he control his inner demons anymore? This shouldn't be the case. I'm protected by the divine flame of order, so it's impossible for any inner demons to harm me. This is not an inner demon, but my own obsession. I can't get rid of it with any external force, and I can only break it with my own willpower. But why should I be obsessed with the rise and fall of Great Yan's Ji clan? I, Jizi Xuan, am just a girl. I just want to live a peaceful life with Wuxia. The years of a heaven immortal are endless, and I want to live a peaceful life with him. Why do you have to entrust the life and death of Ji clan to me? You heroic men, you heroes, what are you doing? She gently waved her right hand and thrust it out from a distance. Several dozens of huge trees in front of her disintegrated soundlessly, turning into faint energies that spread in all directions. Princess Zhonglu clenched her jaws and said, the life and death of Ji clan should not depend on me. Wuxia, you have no reason to ask me to force Wuxia to risk his life for you. Far off in the distance, Patriarch Yuanhua was seen sitting cross-legged on a white cloud, his hands placed before his dantian, his eyes closed as he meditated. His aura was completely restrained inside his body, not leaking out at all. Standing next to him was a handsome young man, clad in a white robe, white leather boots, and a white jade crown on his head. He looked like a silver doll himself, his skin as white as snow. Patriarch Yuanhua's surname was Zi, and this young man was his 19th generation grandson in the mortal world, Zi Yuexin. Zi Yuexin, who was less than 30 years old, was a cultivation genius of Zi clan and was nurtured and protected by Patriarch Yuanhua. Despite that, Patriarch Yuanhua had given him several times of enlightenment, using his own energy essence to change his tendons and cleanse his marrows, and imbuing him with a great amount of enlightenment of the heaven and earth. With that, Zi Yuexin's cultivation base was forcibly pushed to the peak stage of nascent divinity realm. With just one small step, Zi Yuexin would become a heaven immortal. Patriarch Yuanhua had never told anyone about his relatives, and the people of Zi clan had been living in seclusion on a planet dominated by mortals in Puyuo heavenly realm. The people of Zi clan had always kept a very low profile, living in seclusion and rarely venturing out. All they did was cultivate, and cultivate. Zi Yuexin was the one whom Patriarch Yuanhua had painstakingly trained, the candidate who would help him break through the realm of Gold Immortal. In order to fulfill the promise made by the severely wounded immortal, Patriarch Yuanhua had put in a lot of effort and meticulously laid out many plans. This girl, Zi Xian, is an excellent one. Patriarch Yuanhua opened his eyes and sighed softly. She possesses the bloodline of ancient gods, and she has already formed an innate divine soul. With her around, Yuanhua sect will prosper, and our clan will gain great benefits as well. Zi Yuexin bent her waist slightly, listening to Patriarch Yuanhua's words. Shaking his head, Patriarch Yuan Hua said indifferently. Unfortunately, she is Wuxi's lover. After a long moment of silence, a blush flashed across Patriarch Yuan Hua's face as he said in a low voice, Wuxi is a man of deep schemes, and his background is unfathomable. Although it was Jiangyin who brought him to our sect, it really makes me feel uneasy. With just a mere nascent soul cultivation base, he is able to fight against a heaven immortal. Is this something that little Jiangyin can teach? Zi Yuexin turned her head and gave Princess Zhang Lu a measuring glance. Suddenly, a charming smile appeared on her face as she said, What do you mean, Patriarch? Patriarch Yuan Hua breathed out a long sigh, nodded slowly, and said, Zi Xian is a good girl. With her around, Yuan Hua's sect will prosper, and so will Zi clan. Just look at the sprouts of spirit herbs all over the mountains, and you can see that with or without her, Yuan Hua sect will be in a completely different situation. Patriarch Yuan Hua closed his eyes once again, shook his head, and said, She has Wu Qi in her heart, and that is not good. Wu Qi is an unfathomable young man with great ambitions. With such a low cultivation base, I can't believe he has the courage to venture into Panga continent. If it were any other disciple of Yuan Hua sect, I would never allow him to do so. But, since he wants to go, not only did Patriarch allow him to go, I even gave him a few spirit items to boost his courage. Zi Yuexin understood. He bowed and said, I'll go get close to Princess Zhangla now. If I can win her heart. Patriarch Yuan Hua said coolly, Make her unable to leave you, which means she will be unable to leave Yuan Hua sect and Z clan. If you can do that, you will be the clan master of Z clan. It is said that Wu Qi will return to Green Cliff Planet within 100 years. You have plenty of time to accomplish this. After a brief moment of silence, Zi Yuexin smiled and said, Wouldn't it be better if Wu Qi never returns to Green Cliff Planet? After a long moment of silence, Patriarch Yuan Hua's body slowly disappeared amidst the rosy clouds. His voice was heard coming quietly, Imo and Imo have gone to Panga continent. Just half a month after Wu Qi departed, Imo and Imo have left for Panga continent with the excuse that they are in secluded cultivation. Zi Yuexin narrowed his eyes and smiled. He praised in a low voice, Patriarch, you have taken every conceivable possibility into consideration. It must be done. She is just a little girl. Isn't she a piece of cake? I've tasted too many beautiful girls under the heaven, and now she is the bloodline of ancient gods? TSK, I guess that will be even more exciting, right? Zi Yuexin sneered, then carefully fished out a fist-sized sparrow from under his sleeve. It had a pair of fiery eyes, and its body was covered with green feathers. He casually threw it out. With a few flaps of its wings, the sparrow immediately transformed into a beam of green light and flew towards Princess Zhang Li's direction. Zi Yuexin produced a strange-shaped longsword, which transformed into an arc of light and wrapped around his body. With a solemn face, he fixed his eyes on the sparrow that was fleeing in front of him and gave chase at top speed. In just a few breaths of time, Zi Yuexin had arrived above Heart Cleaning Pool. He cast a restrictive spell with his right hand, freezing the sparrow in midair. Where do you think you are going? I'll find you a good master, okay? Princess Zhang Lu opened her eyes abruptly and stared coldly at Zi Yuexin, who was hovering in the sky. Zi Yuexin gave Princess Zhang Lu a glance in astonishment, then quickly stopped the sword beam, cupped his fist, and bowed to Princess Zhang Lu with a smile on his face. Young lady, please forgive me for disturbing you. It's my sister's birthday in a few days. It's rare for me to see this jade aureole, so I wanted to capture it and give it to my sister. I didn't expect that it would disturb you, young lady. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Zi Yuexin's words, Princess Zhang Lu, who was already in a bad mood, snorted coldly and rose to her feet. A cloud rose under her feet, and without giving Zi Yuexin a glance, she rode the cloud and flew up into the sky. Zi Yuexin was taken aback. He had never met a girl with such a character. For a moment, he was a little flustered. Hastily, he rode the sword beam and flew up into the sky, catching up to Princess Zhang Lu and asking with a loud voice, Yuexin, please forgive me. Are you a disciple of Yuanhua sect? Get lost. The unruly temper of Princess Zhang Lu, which had not been seen for a long time, suddenly flared up. She pointed her finger out and unleashed her innate divine energy. Several dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as a water tank, came whistling down from the sky, striking straight onto Ziyuexin, who was caught off guard. A loud cracking noise rang out, and Ziyuexin fell to the ground with a miserable howl, his body covered in black smoke. The innate thunderbolts had broken his bones and torn his tendons, and at least 70% of his muscles were carbonized. Even his defensive spirit item, the Dragon Cloud Centipede, was smashed to pieces. He was nearly killed on the spot. Princess Zhang Lu snorted coldly, then stepped on the cloud and flew away. Suddenly, a twisted figure came next to Ziyuexin, who was covered in charred skin. The figure laughed and said in a low voice, Brother Z, you can't do this. Ziyuexin howled in pain, lowered her voice, and began cursing hysterically. Chapter 473. Stepping on a Cloud. Wuxia and Supremacy 3 Flame flew at top speed towards Xianxia City. Supremacy 3 Flame was indeed a straightforward man. Along the way, Wuxia heard him talking nonstop, and for some unknown reason, he suddenly brought up the topic of when he first stepped onto the Tao of immortality, and the reason why he had been cultivating diligently and never dared to bring along with him. Back in those days, I was extremely lucky. I was planning to capture 2 wild boars in the mountain, butcher them, and sell them in the city. In the end, I found a book called Great Red Flame, Dazzling Scripture in the Wild Boar's Cave. I even have a supreme-grade fire element energy vein. This book is tailor-made for me. See, in just 1,000 years, I've become an immortal. Haha, since I've just started cultivating, all I want is immortality. Bah, are you talking about the Human Emperor's ban? TSK, there are indeed countless mortals who obey the Human Emperor's ban. Even if an immortal pill is placed right in front of them, and they can become an immortal by consuming it, they will still not consume it. But I'm different from them. Originally, Lord Daozu was from a family of officials. But after he committed a crime, his family fell into decline. As the son of a marquis, I ended up becoming a butcher who slaughters pigs and sells them. How many people have rolled their eyes at me? And how many times have I been bullied? What does the Human Emperor's ban have to do with me? Tisk, when the Great Red Flame, Dazzling Scripture was placed in front of Lao Tzu. No, I mean me, I knew I was going to be rich, and immortality was right before my eyes. At that time, why would I care about something like the Human Emperor's ban? I brought the treasure with me, and found an active volcano to cultivate in seclusion. TSK, Lord Daozu is, after all, a high official of the U, so I do have some common knowledge about cultivation. Cultivating a fire element cultivation technique next to a volcano is definitely the right choice. Immortality. For the sake of immortality, I did not sleep, rest, eat, or drink. I cultivated for 1,000 years and ascended to become an immortal. Haha, after becoming a divine immortal, I thought that I could be arrogant for a while. So, I accepted the invitation of the Celestial Court and ascended to the Celestial Court. I thought that I could become an official in the Celestial Court and live a good life from then on. I could sleep with any beautiful fairies that caught my fancy, and the boundless happiness of love and leisure was waiting for me. Fellow Taoist greed, take a guess. What can a newly ascended 36-tier heaven immortal like me do in the Celestial Court? Supremacy 3 Flame looked at Wuxia with a mysterious expression. Wuxia shook his head with a smile. How could he know what a 36-tier heaven immortal could do in the Celestial Court? Supremacy 3 Flame's face fell. Coachman, he said through clenched teeth. Using a 36-tier heaven immortal as a coachman? It would be fine if I were to serve those primordial immortals and gold immortals, But my first job was to be a coachman in the mansion of a celestial official of the fire department of the celestial court, feeding and washing the horses for the bastard son of his 38th concubine. That little fellow has a Lao Tzu as in celestial official of the celestial court, but his cultivation base is only at the Jin Dan realm. Supremacy 3 Flame patted his chest and said angrily, "As a mighty heaven immortal, I was forced to kneel on the ground and serve as a stake for that little fellow to mount his horse." Wuxia was horrified. What happened after that? He asked hastily. With a wry smile on his face, Supremacy 3 Flame shook his head and said, "After that, I purposely made a mistake and was punished with 180 dragon skin whips. I was stripped of my immortal status and chased out of the celestial court. Since then, I've been living on Panga continent. You can say that I've become a bandit or that I've given up on myself." Supremacy 3 Flame smacked his lips and said with a cold grin, "Since then, I've seen through everything. Since I'm a cultivator of immortality, why should I serve as a servant in the celestial court? Since then, I've been working hard in my cultivation, working hard to earn energy stones and immortal stones, accumulating my wealth. Haha, I can still eat and drink well, and beautiful female cultivators are still lining up to sleep with me. TSK, my luck with women is endless." Wuxia gave him a thumbs up and said smilingly, "Fellow Taoist, is the reason you cultivate to be an immortal, to eat and drink well, and to do that?" Supremacy 3 Flame grinned as he stroked his black beard and said in a low voice, "TSK, why do you think I kept that little girl Shuemei in your mansion? TSK, since I saved her 4 years ago, with this stalker following me around, I haven't tasted the taste of meat for 4 years. When I go to Xianxia City this time, I must find a group of beauties and fuck them for 3 days and 3 nights. Pulling his beard, Supremacy 3 Flame threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh as he said, "Those mortals only seek glory, splendor, wealth, and a position where they stand above all others. What else can we, the immortal cultivators, seek? Eat well, drink well, sleep well in the bed at night, walk on the street during the day, and be respected and feared by everyone who saw you. You have such a reputation. If we don't have this little pursuit, why do we, the heaven immortals, cultivate all day long?" Wuxia opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he did not say anything for a long while. Supremacy 3 Flame smiled and said, "Why? Have you thought of something?" Fellow Taoist, what is the purpose of your immortal cultivation? Wuxia remained silent for a long while, frowning deeply. At last, he breathed out a faint sigh and said, "What is the purpose of my immortal cultivation? Ugh, I was fucking forced to do it. I've never thought that I would cultivate immortal cultivation, and I've never even thought about something like cultivating immortal cultivation. The place where I come from is different from you, fellow Taoist. You know that there are immortals in this world, and that there are people who don't age or die. Perhaps you've thought about this a lot since you were young." Tilting his head to one side, Wuxia looked at a cloud flying across the sky and said with a blank expression, "But what is the purpose of my immortal cultivation? I've never thought about cultivating immortal cultivation. Since I was young, I've always thought that following Master Xiao Bai and the others, doing a few beautiful jobs, earning a large sum of money, and then having fun together was the best thing in the world. Even back then, I didn't know what women were." Supremacy 3 Flame looked solemnly at Wuxia and warned, "Then you have to understand that women are the most wonderful things in the world. No matter how angry or resentful you are, you can just find a smooth and tender woman and have a good night with her. Then, all your anger will be appeased." Supremacy 3 Flame clicked his tongue and praised, then pointed his finger at the sky and said, "My current goal is to cultivate to the realm of Gold Immortal, then go to the Celestial Court and have a good night with a few beautiful female immortals that only those Gold Immortals can touch." Huh. Wuxia paid no attention to Supremacy 3 Flame's teasing. He frowned and said, "But I came to this place out of nowhere and started cultivating immortal cultivation out of nowhere. I've never thought that I would be immortal never thought that I would be immortal, and never thought that I would be able to do something with such a long life. Let's take revenge first. After pondering for a full hour, he smiled and said to Supremacy 3 Flame, "First, I need to avenge my master and those brothers of mine. I want to wipe out that sect from top to bottom and exterminate every single member of that sect from top to bottom. After that," with a leisurely smile, Wuxia looked at Supremacy 3 Flame and said, "After that, I'll be with the woman I like now, or travel the world, or find a place to live in seclusion." Supremacy 3 Flame shook his head with a strange expression. He gave Wuxia a heavy slap and said with a long sigh, "Brother, you're wrong. Travel the world, or live in seclusion with the woman I like. Huh? How can it be such a good thing in the world?" Grinning coldly, Supremacy 3 Flame pointed at the path where he came from and said, "Once you step onto the path of immortal cultivation, you can't retreat, you can only move forward. You can only move forward with all your strength. Travel the world or live in seclusion. If you have such a thought, you're dead meat." Grinning coldly, Supremacy 3 Flame said in a ferocious voice, "Xuan Mei's father, Lao Tzu's best friend in life and death, met a woman whom he said he owed too much in his previous life, and brought her to live in seclusion in her clan. After living in seclusion for 20 years, she gave birth to a girl. Before Lao Tzu could express his gratitude, he heard that they had offended someone and were surrounded by a great army." Supremacy 3 Flame breathed out a long sigh, then grinned hideously and said, "Their entire clan was executed, and their bodies were torn into 1,000 pieces. All the women were ravaged dozens or hundreds of times before they were killed. Only Xuan Mei was left, and I was lucky enough to save her." Slapping hard on Wuqi's shoulder, Supremacy 3 Flame said in a ferocious voice, "The world of immortal cultivators is a damned dog-eat-dog world. Since you're already here, don't ever think you can let this matter rest. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. If you don't rob them, they will rob you. If you don't ruin their business, they will ruin yours. Every step you take is filled with danger, and every step you take is filled with killing intent. Most of the time, apart from yourself, you can't even trust the woman who is sleeping next to you, the one you fucked until she calls you husband." Pointing at the sky, Supremacy 3 Flame laughed and said, "This is the world of immortal cultivators." Fellow Taoist greed, "My brother, this is the world of immortal cultivators." Wuqi's expression flickered slightly as he recalled all the things that had happened after he arrived in this world. Ian, Lu Suifeng, Wei Xiaoxiao, Yu Qianxian, Yu Huda, and many others, including Yuan, Yu Miao, Feng Qingya, and Feng Qingwu. Every step he took was filled with danger, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. As he had not run into any danger, unknowingly, Wuqi had relaxed the string in his heart. Smacking his lips, Wuqi frowned and said, "Perhaps things are not as ridiculous as fellow Taoists said. At least, most of the people I've met are good people." Suddenly, Wuqi thought of Patriarch Jiang Yun, the immortals from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect, and the numerous immortals from Yuanhua Sect. Apart from Taoist Min and Taoist Mo1, who had some conflict with Wuqi due to some old grudges, generally speaking, all the immortals he had met were good people. Supremacy 3 Flame grinned disapprovingly. As he was about to give Wuqi several tens of thousands of negative examples he had met over the years to teach him a lesson, Wuqi suddenly cried out in surprise. Hastily, he fished out a 1 foot and 2 inches long jade tablet from under his sleeve. The jade tablet was emitting a blinding red gleam, and a deep buzzing noise kept ringing out from it. It was a warning jade talisman crafted using the blood essence of the green centipede and green centipede. Whenever someone from Yuanhua sect was in danger, he just had to activate the jade talisman, and all his fellow sect members within the same heavenly realm would receive the message. At the moment, the red gleam on the jade tablet was extremely strong, and the person in danger was only several millions of miles away from Wuxia. If Wuxia exerted all his strength and used the teleportation technique that only heaven immortals could perform, it would take him about 15 minutes to arrive at the scene. Fellow Taoist Three Flame, a disciple of my sect, is in danger nearby, and I need to go and have a look, said Wuxia anxiously to Supremacy Three Flame. If fellow Taoist wants to go to Xianxia City, please go now. Before his voice could fade away, Wuqi's body flickered as he broke through the void and teleported forward. With Wuqi's current cultivation base, he had used up 90% of his energy in just one breath to travel a distance of 1 million miles by breaking through the void and teleporting. With the depletion of his energy, Wuxia quickly took out some spirit pills and swallowed them, busying himself in recovering his energy. A red gleam flashed behind him as Supremacy Three Flame arrived at the scene. He grabbed Wuxia and teleported forward. Is Lao Tzu the kind of bastard who would leave his companions behind to reap some benefits? Lao Tzu's cultivation base is stronger than yours. Chapter 474. Amidst the lofty mountains was a desert that measured nearly 1,000 miles in circumference. It was surrounded by steep cliffs and precipitous cliffs, which surrounded the vast expanse of yellow sand in the middle. Countless beast bones were piled up in a disorderly manner in the desert. The wind blew the quicksand through the gaps between the bones, causing it to buzz under the sunlight. A gloomy and dangerous aura was lingering under the sand. Taoist Qi was lying on the ground with a gloomy face under the foot of a steep cliff in a corner of the desert. His eyes were staring blankly at the sky, and no one knew what was going through his mind. A 1 foot and 2 inches long jade tablet was stabbed crookedly into the sand next to him. It was emitting a faint red gleam and producing a melodious cry. The bodies of several dozens of huge sand snakes were piled up on the sand before Taoist Qi, as well as countless colorful scorpions that were cut into halves by the sword energies. Some tiny sand ants were seen shuttling back and forth across the sand, laboriously carrying the flesh and blood of the sand snakes and scorpions back to their nests. Taoist Qi's body was soaked with pale golden blood. There was a transparent hole on his right chest, where his Taoist robe was torn to shreds, exposing a large patch of pitch-black muscles. The fangs of the venomous sand snakes must have pierced through his chest, and the deadly poison was invading his body and devouring his life force. Suddenly, a flame flickered in the sky above the desert, as Supremacy Three Flame rushed out together with Wuxia. If Wuxia were to travel by teleportation, he would not be able to arrive here in less than 15 minutes. However, with Supremacy Three Flame's help, both of them arrived at their destination with just a single teleportation. It only took them a second to arrive at their destination. Taoist Qi's dull pupils constricted abruptly. He stared at Supremacy Three Flame, who stood right next to Wuxia, and asked with surprise, Wuxia, who is this fellow Taoist? Riding on a sword beam, Wuxia flew and came before Taoist Qi. He knelt down on one knee before Taoist Qi and pressed his palm on the wound on Taoist Qi's right chest. Silently exercising the hand of web, Wuxia slowly exerted the force in his palm, sucking out the venom from Taoist Qi's wound bit by bit. The venom flowed into Wuqi's palm, and the scalding venom turned Wuqi's palm black. With his body trembling slightly, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "This fellow Taoist is Supremacy Three Flame, a good friend I've just made today." Supremacy Three Flame landed on the cloud. He bowed his head and looked at Taoist Qi, then said in a strange voice, You are really lucky to be bitten by a green-patterned sand snake. A puny celestial immortal like you can actually—" Before his voice could fade away, Supremacy Three Flame suddenly let out a furious roar. The dragon skin fire pouch shot out from his waist, unleashing 18 true flames of 9 yin and 9 yang that wrapped him up, transforming into a curtain of fire that protected him in the center. An indescribably terrifying force gushed out from the side and accurately bombarded the fire curtain. The fire curtain was suddenly shattered, and the dragon skin fire sac was also annihilated. It was annihilation, a complete annihilation that left no trace behind. Supremacy 3 Flame howled miserably as he pointed his finger out. A golden spirit talisman shot out from his fingertip as he cried out, "The stars spin, and the seas turn into mulberry fields." Life-changing talisman, go. As the spirit talisman disintegrated, Supremacy 3 Flame's skin suddenly bulged. Amidst a tearing sound that numbed one's ears, Supremacy 3 Flame's bloody body sprung out from his skin, transforming into a beam of dark light and fleeing at top speed. The golden light emitted from the disintegration of the spirit talisman wrapped up Supremacy 3 Flame's skin. His skin wiggled and wiggled, transforming into a humanoid puppet that looked exactly like Supremacy 3 Flame. The life-changing talisman had the same function as the soul replacement puppet Wuxia used in the past, a miraculous item that could save its master's life at a critical moment. The invisible and traceless destructive force struck the humanoid puppet and destroyed it without a sound. Supremacy 3 Flame, who had fled hundreds of miles away in a beam of dark light, let out a miserable howl as his body below his neck suddenly turned into a shower of light and drifted away. A beam of dark light wrapped around Supremacy 3 Flame's head and sent it flying hundreds of feet away before it ran out of strength and fell heavily to the ground. Obviously, the power of the life-exchanging talisman was not as strong as the invisible and traceless destructive force. When Supremacy 3 Flame's life-exchanging puppet was destroyed, the destructive force followed the aura and hit his body, nearly turning him into nothingness. Supremacy 3 Flame's head rolled a few times on the ground. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and recited a few incantations, preparing to transform into a beam of light and fly away. But all of a sudden, a beam of blood-red light shot over from the side, piercing through his left temple and coming out from his right temple, nailing his head to the ground. The blood-red light was actually a strange spear, several feet long and as thick as a thumb. Its surface was covered with countless bizarre patterns that looked like snake scales, from which blood energy kept bursting out, transforming into numerous blood-red runes that wrapped tightly around Supremacy 3 Flame's head. Supremacy 3 Flame let out a miserable howl of despair. He opened his mouth and roared furiously, with drops of blood spraying out of his torn throat. It was a very miserable scene. Wuxia stared at what had happened in a flash with great shock. While he was still sucking the poison out of the wound on Daoist Qi's chest, Supremacy 3 Flame had been easily beaten to the brink of death. Wuxia exerted strength on his legs and was about to leap up. "What is going on here?" he snapped. Daoist Qi sighed faintly. All of a sudden, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing 2 immortal talismans that glinted with a white light and hit Wuxia's chest on both sides. Clouds and thunderbolts burst out abruptly, and Wuxia howled miserably as his chest was blown to pieces, sending him flying backward in a sorry state. A severe pain kept surging into his mind. The muscles on his chest were blown away, and both rows of his ribs were crushed into bone shards. He was also thrown far away. Wuxia's bloody chest was exposed in front of everyone. He howled miserably with a great pain, and his mind was completely blank. Together with a few disciples who used the names of rare birds as their names, Daoist men sprung up into the sky from the surrounding sand. In his hand was a small strip of cloth that was slowly turning into ashes. He sighed pleasantly and said, "Luckily, Master had the foresight to give me this talisman first. Otherwise, how long has this kid been in Panga Continent? I can't believe he is already hooked up with such a formidable immortal." Without uttering a word, Imol Wan and the few Taoists unleashed their sword beams. They did not use the usual technique of controlling the swords with immortal energy. Instead, they directly sent out their immortal souls and placed them on the immortal swords. Controlling the swords with immortal souls and fusing them into one was the most powerful and ultimate technique of controlling the swords for immortals. Unless they were forced into a desperate situation, no immortal would take the risk of fusing their immortal souls with the sword beams. As soon as the swords and souls fused into one, a few sword beams burst out with a dazzling brilliance. After that, the brilliance quickly retracted and transformed into a few foot-long sword beams that looked like they were carved out of crystals, tearing through the void. Before Wuxia could see the trajectory of the sword beams clearly, he felt a cold sensation on his left shoulder. One of his arms was ripped off by the sword beams, and the sword beams ripped his fallen left shoulder into countless pieces of blood and flesh. With a muffled snort, Wuxia twisted his body. Immediately, the heavenly outfit of Gale, which he had hidden in his spiritual ocean and nourished with innate energy, transformed into a green wind and shot whistling out. A green Taoist robe appeared on Wuqi's body. The other few sword beams that shot at the green wind were pushed far away by the wind, and nearly injured the immortal souls attached to the sword beams. Wuxia was filled with regret. If he knew the heavenly outfit of Gale was so powerful, he would not have hidden this life-saving immortal outfit in his spiritual ocean. Otherwise, he would not have been injured today. The heavenly outfit of Gale was severely damaged, and its item spirit was now in a deep slumber. It had lost the ability to sense danger and protect its owner. Therefore, he should have worn it all the time. He had been too careless. Not only the heavenly outfit of Gale, even the earth element dragon scale shield was severely damaged not long ago. As a result, Wuxia had hidden it in his spiritual ocean and carefully nourished it, and its item spirit had long fallen into a deep slumber. Otherwise, with the protection of these two extraordinary treasures, even if Wuxia was injured today, he would not have been injured so badly. Clenching his teeth, Wuxia staggered a few steps back, then glared at Taoist Qi and growled, "Grand Ancestral Master, what are you doing?" Taoist Qi sprung to his feet, took a step forward slowly, and said in a deep voice, "I can't let you return to Green Cliff Planet." A bright idea suddenly flashed in Wuqi's mind. Suddenly, he roared furiously, "Why? If you don't let me return to Green Cliff Planet, you're going to use you to plot against me. A junior? Why is that? Because, at that very moment, the monstrous analytical ability of Lu Xiaobai and the darkest and heaviest life experience of Wu Wang had played an amazing role. Wuqi laughed bitterly and said, For Zhongli? For the future of Yuanhua sect? For the sake of Yuanhua sect, you want to control Zhongli? Don't tell me Patriarch Yuanhua wants to make Zhong Lu his granddaughter-in-law?" Taoist Qi did not answer. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. Taoist Min sneered and said, "Cut the crap." Laughing strangely, he said gloatingly, "With Zhong Li's innate talent and divine abilities, it is only natural that she should become one of us. Only then can all the disciples in the sect feel at ease." Taoist Mo Luan said coldly, "Our disciple, Wuqi, was involved in the War of Immortals when he was traveling around Panga continent. Princess Zhong Lu fell in love with young Master Yuexin, and on a certain day, she married young Master Yuexin. This is a match made in heaven, and the heaven wants Yuanhua sect to prosper." A chill ran down Wuqi's spine. He gave Taoist Min and Taoist Qi a look, then suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and sped away. After teleporting next to Supremacy 3 Flame's head, Wuqi pulled out the spear and threw it into the distance. Grabbing onto the head, which still had a tenacious life force, he quickly transformed into a gust of wind and sped away. The bloodline of Gale was roaring in Wuqi's body, while the heavenly outfit of Gale had also sent a wisp of pure wind element energy into his body. With that, he transformed into a gust of wild wind and sped away with many afterimages behind him. Together with a few immortals from Yuanhua sect, Taoist Qi and Taoist Min, Taoist Qi and Taoist Min, broke through the void and sped towards Wuqi. After all, Wuqi's cultivation base was not as strong as Daoist Qi and Daoist Min, the two senior heaven immortals of Yuanhua sect. Not long after he fled, the few immortals had teleported next to him, unleashing various immortal spells and restrictive spells at the same time. A muffled snort rang out as the heavenly outfit of Gale emitted a dazzling green light that wrapped around Wuqi, shielding him as he fled into the distance in a sorry state. All sorts of immortal thunderbolts, sword beams, and magical treasures smashed onto Wuqi's body like raindrops, but they could only cause the green light transform from the heavenly outfit of Gale to spin and could not hurt Wuqi's body at all. Daoist Min stamped his feet anxiously as he cried out furiously, "Senior brother, what are you waiting for? This fellow is protected by such an immortal item. When are you going to use the spirit talisman given by Master?" Daoist Qi breathed out a long sigh as an inconspicuous little strip of cloth appeared in his hand. With a light flick of his wrist, the strip of cloth suddenly turned into a wisp of ash. An invisible and traceless force came and smashed brutally onto Wuqi's body. Chapter 475. Suddenly, the item spirit of the heavenly outfit of Gale woke up from its deep sleep. In a panic, it sent a clear and urgent message to Wuqi. Primordial gold talisman. It's a primordial gold talisman. Be careful. An invisible and traceless force smashed onto Wuqi's body. A dazzling green light burst out from the heavenly outfit of Gale. The item spirit let out a shrill cry as a green shadow of a Gale emerged from Wuqi's body and spun rapidly around Wuqi. The little bit of energy that the item spirit had accumulated after countless years of slumber was unleashed in an instant. 13 green talismans the size of a human head emerged around Wuqi's body, each glinting with a green light and emanating a suffocating energy fluctuation. In just a blink of an eye, all 13 talismans were shattered, and the true form of the heavenly outfit of Gale collapsed with a boom. Only a thread of its true spirit managed to escape back into Wuqi's body, together with the core of the heavenly outfit of Gale, which was composed of all the restrictive spells and formations. Before the primordial immortal item, left behind by Supremacy Gale, could recover its original form, it was destroyed by a primordial gold talisman that came from a primordial immortal. By sacrificing itself, the heavenly outfit of Gale had barely offset 40% of the power of the primordial gold talisman. The dreadful force, which was invisible and traceless, yet capable of destroying everything, continued to approach him. Wuqi cried out in panic. Suddenly, the earth element dragon scale shield issued a sharp cry, as 36,000 golden dragon scales shot out whistling through the air, wheeling around him and transforming into a dragon-shaped shadow that glinted brilliantly like a real dragon. Right after the golden dragon took its final form, the power of the primordial gold talisman smashed down with a deafening rumble, shattering the dragon scales and shattering them. The earth element dragon scale shield gave a sad cry and exploded, leaving behind a clump of innate earth element energy essence that fled into Wuqi's body and was absorbed by his earth meridians. Wuqi's body absorbed the earth spirit vein, and a large amount of yellow gas gushed out from his body. His body's strength instantly increased by several times. Panic-stricken, Wuqi sensed that the dreadful energy, which was strong enough to turn him into dust, was approaching him. He screamed and shot out the spirit-restricting rope and the flaming magpie sword at the same time. The spirit-restricting rope transformed into rings of purple light and wound around his body. With a flash of purple light, the spirit-restricting rope vanished into nothingness. As soon as the flaming magpie sword shot out of his body, it was instantly annihilated before it could even display its might. In a great panic, Wuqi unleashed all his magical items, magical treasures, and spirit items. However, before the mighty power of the primordial gold talisman, They were like a few ants trying to stop an army of 1 million soldiers. All the magical treasures unleashed by Wuxia were shattered by the despairing power of the primordial gold talisman. For a moment, a colorful firework seemed to explode around Wuxia. One magic artifact after another was unleashed, and one magic treasure after another was destroyed. The destructive power unleashed by the primordial gold talisman was still approaching Wuxia, and it looked like it was about to hit Wuqi's body. Forced into a desperate situation, Wuxia let out a bitter laugh and unleashed both the sword of Greedy Wolf and the cold electric mirror, which he was most familiar with. Loyally, the sword of Greedy Wolf transformed into several dozens of black wolf heads and thrust into the void. However, when the tremendous force came pressing down, the sword was instantly turned into nothingness. On the other side, the cold electric mirror gave a sad cry. Suddenly, it sprung up into the sky, ignoring Wuxia and trying to flee based on its instinct. However, the frightening power of the primordial gold talisman had sealed off the surrounding void. When the cold electric mirror flew less than 10 feet away, it suddenly flashed and turned into a clump of tiny thunderbolts that sprinkled down. All the magical treasures around Wuxia were shattered. Apart from the darking hassock, which he could not use, Wuqi's last hope was the chariot of 8 horses. With a thought in his mind, Wuxia sent his divine will into the chariot, trying to use its power to help him escape from this calamity. However, as he was in a hurry, he did not have the time to disguise his divine will as the aura of a human emperor. The chariot of 8 horses paid no heed to Wuqi's attempt. Instead, it unleashed a tremendous counterforce, which turned the invading divine will of Wuxia into nothingness. Abruptly, a rainbow gleam flickered on Wuqi's right arm. The chariot of 8 horses could sense a force that was powerful enough to destroy it pressing down from above. Abruptly, a beam of rainbow light shot up into the sky. The 8 horses of the chariot neighed in panic, pulling the chariot as they sped up into the sky and sped away at top speed. The primordial gold talisman swept across the chariot of 8 horses. Instantly, the chariot dimmed, and the colorful chariot turned into a rusty, broken object that looked like it was forged from bronze. Then, it transformed into a faint beam and sped away into the distance. Wuxia could clearly sense that 99% of the enormous willpower stored in the chariot had disappeared. Such a tremendous amount of willpower was shattered by the primordial gold talisman with just a single strike. Wuxia roared furiously and unwillingly. Apart from the celestial fiend puppets that could never withstand the frightening power of the primordial gold talisman, and the darking hassock that would never listen to his command, he did not have anything else with him. A despairing roar came out from Wuqi's mouth. Risking everything, he released 10,000 longbow men from the spirit breeding ring. Amidst the loud roars, these longbow men rushed out from the ring, immediately forming into a huge battle formation of 10,000 men. 10,000 longbow men, who were on the verge of breaking through the realm of nascent soul, had the overall strength to fight against a nascent divinity cultivator. The enormous energies of 10,000 longbow men merged into one, transforming into a nearly corporeal killing intent that towered into the sky. Right when the killing intent rose, it was immediately shattered by an invisible force. The enormous force unleashed by the primordial gold talisman shattered everything. Those longbow men howled and howled miserably as their bodies disappeared inch by inch, turning into nothingness. They could clearly see their own bodies disintegrating without any pain. Every inch of their bodies disappearing was taking away a part of their souls. When their bodies completely disintegrated, their souls turned into nothingness as well. Faced with the remaining power of a primordial gold talisman, these longbow men, whom Wuxia had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate with countless medicinal herbs, were so vulnerable. He howled miserably, and with a last glimmer of hope, he produced the Dark Water Heavenly Palace. This palace belonged to Lady Dark Goldwater, and was covered with countless restrictive formations. Wuxia only hoped that this palace could help him offset a part of the fatal power of the primordial gold talisman. Even if it could only offset a little bit of the power, it would be his chance. Just like everything Wuxia had thrown out before, the dark water heavenly palace flickered soundlessly and vanished into nothingness. Taoist Min's laughter was heard coming from afar. Why is this kid still struggling? But where did this kid get so many good things? Taoist Min's words were filled with mockery, as well as the jealousy that was carved deep into his bones, a naked jealousy. Why was he still struggling? Why was he still struggling? Why was he still struggling? Wuqi's eyes widened abruptly. He turned around and snapped at Taoist Min. Why am I still struggling? I'm not going to die, and I'll definitely seek revenge from you. An unprecedented resentment rushed straight into Wuqi's heart. His heartbeat sped up abruptly, and he kept howling and howling. Suddenly, the corner of his eyes cracked, and a large amount of blood burst out from them. Taoist Qi clenched his jaws tightly and turned his head away, refusing to look at Wuqi's ferocious face that looked like an evil ghost. Wuqi let out a strange laugh. Suddenly, a desperate technique from Scroll of Stealing that could kill the enemy together with him suddenly appeared. While laughing fiercely, 5 acquired spirit pearls flew out from his body, followed by a few other fake nascent souls, including the Dark E-Nascent Soul and the Inferno Fiend Nascent Soul. A great amount of energy stones and immortal stones flew out from the Black Dragon Spirit Ring at the same time. Wuqi kept coughing out mouthfuls of blood, which condensed into several hundred bizarre, primordial runes in the air. Each of these runes was sharp and angular, and filled with a threatening, murderous aura and a bitter resentment. Not only the energy stones and immortal stones, but also all other objects that contained a certain amount of natural energies, from ordinary ores to rare ores, from rare spirit herbs to ordinary herbs that could be found everywhere on the street. Apart from the fragrance Ganoderma found in the path outside the Darkwater Heavenly Palace, everything in the Black Dragon Spirit Ring was released. The 5 acquired spirit pearls were drifting in the air according to the positions of 5 elements. The primordial runes transformed from Wuqi's blood fused with the pearls, and a 5-colored glow enveloped Wuqi's body. It was as if the void was sealed by the strong 5-colored glow, which kept swallowing and spitting, sucking in all the immortal stones, energy stones, and various spirit herbs that flew out from the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. An enormous amount of natural energies were forcibly extracted from these objects, turning into energies of 5 elements and fusing with the 5 acquired spirit pearls. A dangerous aura spread in all directions. Taoist Min and Taoist Qi stared at Wuqi in horror. Taoist Min cried out sternly, "Those are acquired spirit pearls of 5 elements. What are you trying to do? Bastard, where did you get so many immortal stones? Where did you get so many energy stones? Where did you get so many spirit herbs? You damn bastard. What are you trying to do? Stop it. Stop it." Wuqi struck his own chest with his palm, forcing out 5 drops of his blood essence, which was the most important to him. They transformed into 5 fist-sized runes and fused with the spirit pearls of 5 elements. Right at the moment when the 5 runes fused with the spirit pearls, all the immortal stones, energy stones, and spirit herbs in the Black Dragon Spirit Ring were restored to the most basic energies of 5 elements. Disintegration of 5 elements. Great destruction, chaos, unity spell. Wuqi spat out a phrase that made one shudder. He laughed in a strange voice and said, "You have forced me to do this. Ha ha ha. You have forced me to do this." Inside his 7 stealing heaven meridians, Wuqi's 10 innate nascent souls shrunk abruptly from the height of 1 foot to the size of a fist. A vast amount of innate energy essence rushed whistling out from the meridians in Wuqi's arms, transforming into a 5-colored ray and injecting into the 5 spirit pearls. Like a detonator on a dynamite, the innate energy essence detonated the 5 spirit pearls in a flash. Using the innate energy essence as the trigger, the innate energy detonated the primordial runes, forcibly reversing the acquired energy to the innate. It was like a chain reaction of a nuclear bomb, unleashing a frightening power that could make a gold immortal's face turn pale. A loud boom rang out, as a ring of invisible and colorless shockwave rushed several tens of thousands of miles away. All the mountains along the way were flattened, and all the living beings were turned into nothingness. Dozens of cities with over 1 million people, as well as numerous villages and towns, were silently annihilated by the explosion. The sky was filled with ghosts who had been wronged. The power of the primordial gold talisman clashed head-on with the destructive chaotic unity spell Wuxia unleashed with the help of the 5 spirit pearls of 5 elements and countless materials. In the center of the explosion, the two forces formed a miraculous balance. Holding Supremacy 3 Flames' head in his arms, Wuxia was lucky enough to survive amidst the subtle peace in the center of the explosion. On the other hand, Taoist Qi, Taoist Min, and all the immortals they brought here had turned into nothingness, just like all the magical treasures and spirit items Wuxia had. The heaven and earth and the void had turned into a chaotic mess. The innate and acquired energies had mixed together, rolling and rolling like a pot of porridge. Coughing violently, Wuxia transformed himself into a gust of wind and escaped from the explosion with great difficulty, carrying Supremacy 3 Flame in his arms. In the distant green cliff planet, a few soul jade slips placed on the incense tables suddenly exploded. A few disciples who were in charge of taking care of these soul jade slips screamed and rushed out of the hall. A few moments later, Patriarch Yuanhua's furious roar shook the entire green cliff planet. Chapter 476. Relying on the last wisp of innate energy left in his body, Wuxia carried Supremacy 3 Flames' head with one arm and carefully avoided the boiling chaotic airflow, choosing a random direction and fleeing in a panic. After flying aimlessly for a few days and nights, Wuxia could not hold on any longer and finally fell to the ground in a gray valley. Suddenly, Supremacy 3 Flames' head fell heavily to the ground and rolled for a long distance. Supremacy 3 Flame cried out in pain. With great effort, he managed to keep his head upright on the ground by moving his facial muscles. Lying on the ground, Wuxia stared at Supremacy 3 Flame, panting heavily. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry for dragging you down, fellow Taoist." Supremacy 3 Flame breathed out a deep sigh and said, "Cut the crap. It is not the first time that Lao Tzu had his arms and legs broken." He spat out a mouthful of sand and murmured under his breath, "Lao Tzu has lived for so many years, but he has only had a few friends who have gone through life and death together. Only when he was about to be beaten to death did he manage to make a true brother. In that situation, just now, you managed to bring me out. From now on, you are my brother." With great difficulty, Wuxia moved his body, then slowly sat cross-legged on the ground. He raised his head and stared at the bright moon in the sky, not saying a word for a long while. His heart was lifeless, like a graveyard that had not been visited by any living person for many years, with only dead ghosts dancing in the middle of the night. Sitting cross-legged on the ground and staring at the bright moon, Wuxia operated all his brain cells, trying to figure out why this had happened. What exactly happened? Why would such a thing happen? If it were Taoist Min and his disciples who had followed him to Panga continent to hunt him down, he could still accept it. But why did Taoist Qi join them? It was a primordial gold talisman, which Patriarch Yuanhua had once used to kill formidable enemies. Wuxia had witnessed its power with his own eyes. Why did it appear in Taoist Min and Taoist Qi's hands? Why would they use it to kill him? Was it really for Princess Xianxia? For her? So, hey, what are you thinking about? Supremacy 3 Flame said lazily, "Brother, please think of a way to heal me first. I only have a head left, and my immortal soul is dispersing. In a few days, Lao Tzu's cultivation base will drop by at least 1 tier. TSK. Lao Tzu has countless enemies, and Lao Tzu has also offended a lot of people in the union of 10,000 immortals. If his cultivation base drops by 1 level, wouldn't he be killed? Wuxia turned to look at Supremacy 3 Flame and said in a deep voice, "My great ancestral master is among them." Supremacy 3 Flame laughed mockingly and said, "What is grand ancestral master?" Lao Tzu has seen with his own eyes that in order to cultivate the art of passionless devil, he killed his own children and grandchildren, and took their primordial yin and primordial yang to be sacrificed to the devil god. Supremacy 3 Flame sighed and said with a cold grin, "Brother, do you understand now? This is the real world of cultivators. Travel the world with the woman you love, live in seclusion? Huh. Since that woman of yours is being chased by so many people, she is either extremely beautiful, or she has some kind of primordial energy that is very useful to others, or she has some special bloodline that someone has taken a fancy to." Supremacy 3 Flame took a deep breath instinctively and said assertively, "With your current overall strength, not to mention those people behind your great ancestral master, anyone with power and influence who sees your woman will never let her go, let alone those people behind your great ancestral master." He breathed out a long sigh and said with mixed emotions, "Therefore, whenever Lao Tzu wants to do that, he will find a group of girls and have sex with them for a few days and nights. But Lao Tzu will never fall in love with a woman, and he will never let himself fall in love with a woman, unless Lao Tzu has the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, or at least become a chief official of the celestial court. Only then will he have the courage to find a good woman, get married, and have children. Otherwise, power and strength," Wuxia said coolly. Supremacy 3 Flame hastily added, "and a backer. No matter how strong your cultivation base is, without a backer and a group of reliable people around you, you will not be able to achieve anything." Lao Tzu had heard of quite a few famous itinerant cultivators who had the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, but in the end, all of them had fallen. "You must have a backer, my brother." Supremacy 3 Flame licked his lips and said solemnly, "You must have the power, and you must be at least a chief official of the celestial court. You must have the strength, and you must have the cultivation base of a primordial immortal. Even if you are the weakest 9th-tier primordial immortal, no one would dare to provoke you. Finally, you must have a backer. Even a primordial immortal needs a backer. For example, if you have a backer from the celestial court, no one will dare to provoke a primordial immortal onto the celestial court." Wuxia looked down at Supremacy 3 Flame's head and asked, "Apart from the celestial court, are there any other powers I can rely on?" Supremacy 3 Flame pondered for a moment, then blinked his eyes and said with a sigh, "Apart from the celestial court, of course, there are other good powers to rely on. But Lao Tzu is too lazy to go to them, for he would be bullied by others. Also, Lao Tzu is not used to pretending to be a grandson, so he..." After that, Supremacy 3 Flame began to speak with some gestures. Apart from the great celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying of the Celestial Court, who was nominally in control of the Celestial Court, there were many other figures in all the heavenly realms and Panga continent who no one dared to provoke. Apart from the great celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying of the Celestial Court, there were also 5 celestial emperors of 5 directions, who were the deputies of the great celestial emperors. They were formidable figures who few people dared to provoke. Apart from the 6 figures who held the title of celestial emperors in the Celestial Court, there were also some famous figures on Panga continent and all the heavenly realms. First, the Eastern Green Emperor. He was a formidable figure who had existed since the ancient times and represented the ancient gods of the ancient god clan, including wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Second, the Northern Black Emperor. He had also existed since the creation of heaven and earth and represented the ancient gods of the ancient god clan, who possessed the ominous powers of plagues, calamities, and so on. Third, the Western White Emperor. Like the previous 2, This white emperor had the same seniority, and he represented the interests of the ancient god clan, including the mountain elves. Fourth, the central yellow emperor. The yellow emperor Xianxia, the ancestor of the human race, became an almighty expert with the supreme virtues of the human race. He represented the interests of the entire human race and was the spiritual leader of the human race on Panga continent. Under his command were the divine dragons, the phoenix, the qilin, and even the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Some of the demon immortals and ghost deities were also willing to submit to the yellow emperor. Fifth, the southern yin emperor. Shenong, the yin emperor, was one of the ancestors of the human race. Just like the yellow emperor Xianxia, he had attained an immortal and indestructible body by virtue of virtues. Under Yin Emperor's command were all kinds of powerful ancient races, such as the Longbow Kingdom people and other strange races, all kinds of ghosts, demon spirits, barbarians, wild beasts, fierce birds, and even the ancient evil gods Gong Gong, Zhurong, and Xianglu. All of them were under Yin Emperor's command. Apart from these world-shaking figures, the demon realm had 7 demon emperors and 108 demon saints. The fiend realm had 9 fiend emperors and 72 fiend kings, and the ghost realm had 13 great heavenly ghost kings and 800 ghost saints. Compared to the 6 celestial emperors and 5 emperors of the celestial court, these people were slightly weaker, but they were still overlords with strong overall strength. Apart from these powerful figures, there were also some other supreme existences in all the heavenly realms, and even on Panga continent. According to the legends, in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, there was an extraordinary figure who had established a sect and recruited many disciples. Even the officials of Yu Dynasty were too lazy to provoke this figure and allowed him to occupy a large area of the land. Supremacy 3 Flame once had a drink with an ally of Myriad Immortal Alliance. The ally, who possessed the overall strength of a gold immortal, told Supremacy 3 Flame about it while laughing. Supremacy 3 Flame took it as an anecdote and asked about it. Suddenly, 2 blood-red specks of light lit up in Wuxia's grayish pupils as he chuckled and said, "Oh, the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean? Do you know the map of that place, fellow Taoist?" Supremacy 3 Flame answered reflexively. Of course, Lao Tzu would want to know about such an anecdote. The dark abyss of the Northern Ocean is a dangerous place that few people go to. However, Lao Tzu did ask that ally for the map. Wuxia chuckled, but there was no warmth in his laughter. Looking up at the bright moon, Wuxia suddenly sprung to his feet. Cupping his fist and bowing to Supremacy 3 Flame, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "I've troubled you this time, fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist will accept these meager gifts." A plume of green smoke rose from the top of his head as the last item Wuxia had on him, the dark Yin energy vase, which could only produce various true water, flew out. Carefully, a beam of light shot out, and 9 drops of Ganoderma liquid flew out, emitting a strong fragrance. Wuxia pointed his finger out, and the liquid flew into Supremacy 3 Flame's mouth, transforming into an enormous amount of energy in just a blink of an eye. Supremacy 3 Flame's head began to tremble violently, and his fair skin began to grow rapidly. His head flew up into the air, while a large amount of energy rushed out from his short neck, outlining the outline of his body. Sizzling noises rang out, and before long, Supremacy 3 Flame's body had fully recovered under the powerful effect of the Ganoderma liquid. On top of that, the powerful energy contained in the Ganoderma liquid had not been completely depleted, and had even improved his dermic power by a large margin. After bowing deeply to Supremacy 3 Flame, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, please show me the way to the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean." With a point of his finger, another 9 drops of Ganoderma liquid wrapped in Xianbing flew into Supremacy 3 Flame's palm. Supremacy 3 Flame stared blankly at the drops of Ganoderma liquid that were rolling and spinning in his palm. "It is Wuxia who has dragged you into this calamity, fellow Taoist," said Wuxia. Please exchange the 9 Ganoderma liquid for some rewards in Myriad Immortal Alliance. I believe it should be enough to make up for your loss. As for the rest, please keep all the secrets for Wuxia. What do you think? Supremacy 3 Flame clasped his palm tightly around the 9 drops of Ganoderma liquid, stared at Wuxia, and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that Lao Tzu will rob your treasure?" Ha ha ha! This is the Ganoderma liquid left behind by a Ganoderma immortal. Wuxia smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "Would you do that?" Supremacy 3 Flame was taken aback. Shaking his head, he said with a loud laugh, "Hee hee, I never thought that Lao Tzu would meet a man as honorable as Lao Tzu. Wonderful. From now on, you'll be Lao Tzu's real brother." Then, he pointed his finger at the ground, causing countless marks to emerge out of thin air. While pointing, he showed Wuxia the way to the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean from Zhong Province. Supremacy 3 Flame did not ask what Wuxia was going to do, but just pointed out the way in great detail to Wuxia. After memorizing the way, Wuxia bowed deeply at Supremacy 3 Flame, then spun and left. Supremacy 3 Flame quickly caught up with him and cried out, "Brother, you should heal your wounds first. Where are you going?" Without looking back, Wuxia rode a cloud and flew into the distance. Supremacy 3 Flame, let's meet again if fate allows. He cried out. After a long while, Wuxia said coldly, "I just want to let some people know that there are some things that they should not do." With a blink of his body, Wuxia had already turned into a gust of wind and flew into the distance. He did not turn his head again. Supremacy 3 Flame was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and sighed. "Brother, I hope you have a safe journey. Kill, but don't let others kill you. Rob, but don't let others rob you." That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.